light is on and cars are out on track. It is sunshine here in the state of Indiana, and we are underway for the first of 8 hours here today. It's install laps for all cars. That's going to be 15 minutes. Then we're into the rookie orientation for RC Emerson as well. And then at New Easton, you'll have a full field of practice. Good morning, everybody. Are you ready to get started? I know I am. Just a quick session here. Alongside me in the commentary box is Josh T. And Josh, this has really been a strange weekend already. Yesterday was wiped out with rain. Today it's sunshine, blue skies as well. But across the pond in Italy, Formula One this weekend has been cancelled. For those of you who watched our stream earlier on YouTube on JB Motorsports, you already know. For those of you joining us on USON, you don't know. The Formula One Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix has been cancelled due to flooding, so it will not be on this weekend. Our thoughts and prayers are with everybody affected and to the families and friends of the 3 people who have sadly been killed in the flooding.
Yeah, and it's a little bit worrying as well, the amount of flooding that's happening as well, and of course we send all our thoughts there as well. But also are we going to be able to go to, I believe it's Spain next week as well, because a lot of equipment at Emilia-Romagna, a lot of equipment
Monaco
has been
too.
flooded,
Yeah.
including all of the TV stuff.
Well, they get a little bit of a thing here because next weekend's the Monaco Grand Prix, and that is going to be...
That's it.
Yeah, that's going to be under Tele Monte Carlo producing it, not Formula One. So they get a little bit of a respite there, and
Yeah.
then they've really got
Then
to get
it's
it for
Spain.
2 weeks' time. It's the Spanish Grand Prix, so they've got to get on with that as well. Cars are out on the track. About 2 minutes remaining in the install laps as well here at the Brickyard. We're trying to get a driver track operational, but at the moment, I'm afraid to say, the equipment's being a little bit dicky on us as well, which is never great news. But at least USON is working well, as Alex Palou has set the first time at 1 minute 27, but it's 102.5 mile per hour is his best speed as well as they're cruising in. It's only the install laps, remember, so it's not going to be a complete run around. We don't measure time, it's all about speeds and who can get the highest speed this coming weekend. Saturday and Sunday we will be live for both days of the qualifying. Now, with no Formula One, that means there's only IndyCar and the British Touring Car Championship. We'll be live for all 3 races of the British Touring Car Championship this weekend as well. And I know that race 3 and the beginning of the qualifying for Indianapolis crossover, so I won't be in the commentary box for that, but guess who will be? The wonderful team at USON will be taking you through on the YouTube stream as well, that session. Now, officially, this is practice 2. Practice 1 yesterday got cancelled, so they've renamed this one. This is practice 2, and then practice 3 is going to happen later on as well, as the install laps still get underway. And hopefully soon we'll get the visor ready as well, which is what we're using for the lap tracker as well. And hopefully all that is going to work, because there's no reason why it shouldn't work. We're just going to try and see if we can get it stopped, because we think the phone's had a little bit of a meltdown as well when we're trying to get it going with mirroring disconnected, as you can see. So there's a couple of things that we have had difficulty with. Let's take a look then. Marcus Ericsson, of course, won last year's Indianapolis 500 after a late red flag. He took the lead and the race got stopped after an accident. Had to redo it all again as he went left and right to the pit lane, took the white flag, holding off as well from the McLarens. But it was a good job as well. Pato Award went for it, but Marcus Ericsson was the winner of the 106th running of the Indy 500. He'll be looking forward to tasting the milk as well this weekend. And coming up next as well, as we've got now the checkered flag out on the circuit, Tom's joined us as well as well, let's get rid of that practice cancelled malarkey, because it's not cancelled anymore, is it, as well? Hello, Tom, you doing okay? He's just getting ready.
Hello, Josh.
Oh, hello, you're very quiet.
Let me turn that up. There we go. Hello, Josh. Forgot I had to turn that back up, but I'll put my camera on as well. Yeah, been running around a little bit over the last little bit. So yeah, we're back, and well, I'm excited. I love Indy 500 practice. It's always good fun.
just like to get your hot take on the news that we won't be racing in Imola as well this weekend. A terrible situation happening over there as well, but the right decision finally being taken to cancel the event completely.
Yeah, well, I think they had to in the end. I think I was surprised at how sort of early this decision came, but I think it was the right decision reached in the end. I thought perhaps Formula One would have been inclined to go and make the decision perhaps Friday heading into Saturday. Say we'll get rid of all of your on-track business Friday and we'll go Saturday. So I was surprised, but at the end of the day, probably the sensible decision. They're at the track, I'm not, so they probably know the situation a little bit better than me.
And of course, we've now got the situation where we're just waiting around for the rookies test to begin. So while we get all our cameras sorted here, let's check in with NBC. Kevin Lee is alongside James Hinchcliffe.
Field up. It's essentially a green-white checker, not something we say often in IndyCar racing. Yeah. And to keep his composure and to pull off the win, it was just a massively impressive performance.
So it looks like install laps are done. That 5 minutes has expired, so we will see R.C. Enerson take the stage here coming up in just a few moments. Until then, let's head down to pit lane and check in with Dylan Welch. Hi, Dylan.
Hi, Kevin. Good morning. Standing here at the yard of bricks at the start-finish line at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Of course, this is where everybody wants to be and cross it first. About a week and a half from right now here as we get things started with opening day of practice here for the Indianapolis 500. I'm just excited, right? I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. Not a cloud in the sky, beautiful morning, beautiful day to get cars on the racetrack. Apart from the race day, I think this is maybe the best day of the year. So looking forward to seeing cars on the racetrack at speed here on the oval. I can't promise to be as efficient, Kevin, as you and Marty were here during the single day test and talk to everybody in one day, but I'm going to try. We have Nate Ryan here with us as well. So we'll be busy down here. We'll try and follow all the stories and try and talk to as many guys as we can. And of course, R.C. Enerson up first here in just a little bit. So we'll get the scoop on him and let you know how everything's going with his rookie orientation.
That's the goal, 34 plus former drivers hanging around. I will say this, though. Let's say 34 through the week. Doesn't have to be all done today because we've got tomorrow.
Yep.
And then our full team will be here on Friday, and we'll have plenty of voices to take you through part of our 60 hours of coverage of the month of May at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with NBC Sports and Peacock leading up to the Indianapolis 500. 11 a.m. airtime on NBC Sunday, May 28th, and back this year, the 2-hour Peacock pre-race special where we'll talk to other drivers, tell you more stories, and let you eavesdrop a little bit on the pre-race festivities. If you've not been to the Indianapolis 500 Hinch, that's what everyone comes for early. It's not just the race, it's the entire day.
There's a reason that there's a lineup outside the gates before that cannon goes off at 6 a.m. and then it's a flood of people coming in. This event is so much more than just the race, as you said, Kevin. And those pre-race festivities, all the tradition, all the pageantry, that is such a huge part of what makes this race so special.
It is opening day today for the 107th Indianapolis 500.
Together with Christmas, the best month of the year.
The month of May at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It's definitely a very tough mental exercise and requires a lot of you as a driver. It's unlike anything else I've ever done.
Simon Pagenaud wins the Indy Grand Prix of Indianapolis in the most phenomenal style.
Yeah! Yeah! Finally, it feels so good.
Alex Palou wins the GMR Grand Prix at Indy.
Yeah, boys. Thank you so much.
Qualifying has always been the most nerve-wracking part of Indianapolis. The adrenaline for that 4 laps, there's nothing like that.
Go on, baby, you're on the call.
The fastest racetrack in the IndyCar series, the most dangerous, and it also has by far the highest reward for winning.
2-time Indy 500 winner, Tacoma Sato. That's what I'm talking about! Woo! You are an Indy 500 champion.
A week and a half away and the preparation officially begins today. Here's what is on tap. Today, the entire field has the track from noon until 6. We'll see the rookie orientation opportunity for R.C. Enerson here in just a few moments. Noon to 6 today tomorrow. And then Friday, it gets very different, Hinch.
Friday is one of my favorite days as a driver. They have to turn up the boost. Fast Friday. You get a bunch of extra horsepower, a ton of extra speed, and that's when focus shifts from race prep to qualifying prep, heading into that most terrifying and exciting weekend you heard the drivers talk about coming up this weekend.
You want to see speed, it is going to be on Friday, and you're going to see big speed again on Saturday morning with that extra horsepower and cool conditions and a draft as well. It's almost impossible to find clean track in a legitimate time, so we might see 235, 236, something like that on Saturday morning. Then qualifying throughout the day on Saturday as well. But this, we're talking practice. We're just talking about practice, and we'll get into qualifying procedures and schedule a little later on in the week.
Absolutely, we will, and we're going to be here for the entirety as well. Yellow flag is out in the stand, which means we are 2 minutes away from the start of the rookie orientation and refreshers course, and that of course means we're going to see the number 50 of R.C. Anderson heading out onto the track as well. There's a few others that have to complete orientation, but everybody else has done their install laps and are now going to head back into the pit lane. So basically, Tom's here as well. Josh is basically around nearly all day. But Tom, you're here, and you're not going to see that much, I'm afraid.
You'd think with the amount of lost running that these guys be keen to get out on the track. I do say, Josh, I think you're using the wrong microphone on our Discord. I don't know if that's
really?
intentional or not, but you sound, you sound very echoey and things.
You're right, it's disconnected. That's why I was... Well, isn't that bizarre? The thing's disconnected, but the... it hasn't. So that's the first time that's ever happened before. The fact that the microphone's disconnected, but not the big machine in front of us. So apologies while we get that sorted as well, because it's not seeming to be working at the moment. So isn't that always the way when you've got to try and sort several different things out at once? Apologies to you two, you're going to lose pictures. Let's go over to NBC while we try and fix this issue.
It's actually the hardest phase of
And one issue fixed. Let's hope the second issue is going to fix itself now as well. And we'll return over as well to the commentary. You can see the pixelated bars on the Convox Discord screen at the moment as we try to get pictures back operational. Here we are, and they've gone again. They come and go as quickly as you please, and you can't seem to find everything going on at the moment as well. But the R.C. Anderson test is about to go out, the rookie orientation program as well. Full cars on the track from 5, as it appears that, you know, guys, this never happened before. RTV pictures have completely died on themselves. That is really odd. Trying everything now to get it back in operation as well. But RTV pictures have completely disintegrated at this current stage in time. So as we try and get those back as well, and we're not seeing several other things, let's have a broader discussion about IndyCar. Just quickly,
We're
mind the
going
back.
to learn about this young driver from Port Richey, Florida, 26 years old. By the way, RC stands for Richard Clayton, both his grandfather's
1 minute to go.
name. He has experience in IndyCar, 5 IndyCar starts, 3 back in 2016, where he was impressive with Dale Coyne Racing, 9th on debut at Watkins Glen, ran at Mid-Ohio and Sonoma, ran a race with Carlin in 2019, in 21, attempted to qualify for the Indianapolis 500 with a new solo effort, Top Gun Racing. It was pieced together, and, you know, frankly, it just wasn't a real fair opportunity, and the car was not prepared the way you would like it to be. He did not qualify. They ran the road course race at Indianapolis, showed some speed in practice. They had a mechanical early on in the race and finished in the back. He has experience up the ladder, won in Indy Lights, finished second in USF 2000 championship with a season-leading 5 wins back in the day. But a lot of experience, but not a lot of seat time in the last few years, other than at Lucas Oil School.
And the green light is on, and we are underway for the rookie orientation program, which lasts for 1 hour and 45 minutes. And we're basically not going to see anybody really circulating out on the track, which is a shame, but that means it's the one and only heading out there as well of R.C. Anderson. So let's see what he's got to give in this session then, as well as finally we will return up to the combox count because we've got that sorted now as well. Guys, with no Formula 1 this weekend, IndyCar takes the priority as well of everybody watching this event as well. Sky are showing the whole thing, by the way, now as well, which is qualifying a lot easier. Opinions on the 500 and opinions on the running order. I'll start with you, Tom. Romain Grosjean, has he got a shot to win the 500 this year, or is it a pipe dream from what we saw previously?
Well, I tipped him earlier on in one of our IndyCar broadcasts, didn't I, for the 500? So I've been backing him all year now. He didn't have a great weekend at Barber. No, not at Barber, sorry. He had a great weekend at Barber. Indy last week, where we were watching. There's so many racing going on that I got confused between all of them. But no, he didn't have a great weekend at the Indy Grand Prix layout. Didn't get that set up right, he said. Was struggling with that throughout the course of the weekend. But the Indy 500 is a different animal. I mean, it's his first Indy 500, if I'm not mistaken. I don't recall him racing last year.
I think he raced last year. I think Kirby mentioned
he raced last year.
Yeah, he raced, but
I
he
think
never was up
21
there.
he didn't race.
Yeah. Didn't race
21 he didn't race.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think at the end of the day, he's got a chance. If he can get all of this practice in, if he gets a fast race car going, he is capable of winning the Indy 500. And I think given his pace this year, it would be almost poetic that he wins the Indy 500 as his first win since 2012.
This would be his second Indy 500.
Thought so,
yes, there we go then.
For Romain Grosjean. Started 9th, finished 31st.
Oof.
Because he had a crash, didn't he? If I'm not mistaken. Or some kind of issue.
Retired from the race early on, if memory serves me correctly. And I'll tell you what though, Josh, how's your new headset working? Because you've got that fixed as well. We need to get it like Tom's got my massive sound guard as well. We need to get you a sound guard sort of with a cable tie on that as well, just so you've got the full sort of ensemble. All problems fixed there?
I hope. I'm not going to mention it anymore because I don't want it to destroy itself and just explode. But I'm hoping it's done as well. Is this how many drivers have we got running? Is it just the
34.
50?
30. The 50's going out. Yeah, that's the only one. R.C. Anderson. He's got to now. For those of you who don't know, he's got to do a total of 4 laps at top speed. For an average, but he also then has to do 11 laps total in this program. So he for the rookies of practice as well, or the refreshers course as they call it as well. He's the only one who has to go through it as well because
what minimum time?
It's got to reach up to top speed, which I think the minimum time is 220. So it at least got to hit over 220 mile an hour is I think the minimum. That's what we've been seeing previously, but. In terms of, they've scrapped what should have actually been in this place because Ryan Hunter-Reay should have been in it, Tony Kanaan should have been in it as well as several others as well, like Benjamin Pedersen as well. But because they did the open test and we've had the rain, they've scrapped the refreshers. So now they've sort of combined it into the refreshers of practice, so the rookies. So that, because of what we lost yesterday. So if you've got previous oval experience and you did the oval test, you're fine. But because R.C. Anderson was a very late entry in the number 50 squad as well, he has to go through and take the opportunity. He has to. So
just like last year, where we had one driver in the rookie orientation, this year, instead of, I can't remember what driver it was last year, but this year it's the R.C. Anderson show then.
Yes, yeah. Happened last year as well, actually. I can't remember who it was, but yeah, you're right. It's just basically going to be R.C. Anderson waiting to go out on the squad as well. There is Mike Cover, the engineer for R.C. Anderson, just prepping. Now, they've got to get up to full speed. They've got to go out there and do their lap times. They've got 1 hour 40 to set these 11 laps in, so they can set the car up. They can, of course, then do some install laps before running the full speed. He has to do 4-lap average of over 220 mile an hour, and then he has to go faster and faster and faster to see what his top speed can be and prove that he can be in top speed compared to what we saw last year in qualifying. So there's actually still a lot of way to go there, of course. Just been told as well that Prince Harry and Meghan have been involved in a near catastrophic car chase involving paparazzi. Is somebody having history repeat themselves? Is that something? Yeah. Was it in Paris by any chance? Pont de l'Arme.
Well, yeah, that's very interesting news. That. But,
yeah. Pont de l'Arme was the tunnel where Princess Diana was killed as well, just in case anybody was wondering. Didn't even have to Google that, I just knew it off the top of my head as well. There's the Indy 500 tyres as well, being prepared as well. No difference of tyres, by the way, this weekend. They are all the same spec. They are all going to be the primary tyres, because you can't run a soft and a hard compound on an oval course. All have to be the same length and the same lot. They're just bolting in some screws. And I'll tell you what, Tom, compared to yesterday where we just had rain dancing for hours and re-showing the GMR Grand Prix, I don't know if I'm less bored today or less bored yesterday, because now I'm just watching the cars getting fired up. Looks like where we are going to have him set some lap times.
Yeah, they don't want to make it sit for a while. Hopefully this isn't just a test firing up, but they've got that little starter drill that goes into the back of the car. The engineer's doing the old fire up as well. And I here am no IndyCar engineer, but if I was RC Enerson as a driver, I'd be thinking right now, I just want to do as many laps as I can.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got an hour and 40 minutes to myself. I don't have to worry about traffic. I don't have to worry about anything else other than that. I'm going to start to see, when I'm in clean air, what can my fuel do? So then I can sort of have a base to build on. And then what are my tyres doing when I'm in clean air? Because obviously your tyre wear in clean air should theoretically be less severe than when you're in the tow. But you can just you can start to assess all of these things, and that can really help as you go on later into the day, where the 50 then pulls out of his pit box and heads down the very long pit lane at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And Josh, we're going to get some running.
We are the first.
Turn one, but not too clear.
We recognize that voice.
Just be careful at turn one. Remember, take the infield section. Go straight out to the track. Usually, for the qualifying, we'll see on Saturday and Sunday, you join the track at the exit of turn one. So on the banky, you just cut across. But in practice, you have to use the infield exit like you would do in the race. Doesn't matter though in qualifying, because you've got to get up to full speed. But here now, you've got to use the infield section until the back straightaway, and you're up to full speed. So the first racing laps of the Indianapolis 500 is go. And let's see if RC Anderson can get up there. We'll have some graphics as well available to see if he does make it up as well. And fingers crossed as well. When we get to qualifying, we'll have our data screen operational, because it will be single lap qualifying, remember, for everybody. They go in a lottery lane system as well. We'll have the ability to take a look and see how they are going. If you're watching on YouTube stream, if you're listening on USON, we've got a car setting lap times for the first time. And I agree with you, Tom, as well, because we lost a lot of time yesterday. We lost the 2 hours of the practice one, then he lost the refreshers, then he lost a total of, what was it, 4 hours as well. He needs to get going as well, and let's have some team communication.
And he won the championship in 11.
Yeah, so there's, we see you've opened it up as well, over 209 miles an hour coming through as well. Josh, he's coming to you. This is crucial times for him now, isn't it? To as Tom said, get some speed out there, get some time, and just catch up on what they've lost. Here it is then, the rookie orientation program. Phase 1, you must do 10 laps between 205 and 210 miles an hour. Phase 2 is 15 laps, average of 210 to 215. Phase 3, 15 laps, which is over 250 mile an hour plus, but he must break the 220 barrier as well as an average time. So Josh, he's on that lap time now, and we'll get the running order as well on the screen.
Yeah, on phase 1 currently as well, but currently averaging around 216 as well. He's in 5th gear going around the banking at Indianapolis as well, but we'll see his speed, I believe, as he comes across the line. Maybe not, but any team communication, or is that graphic being that graphic again?
Graphic being that graphic again. First time then is 211.197 for RC Anderson. That's his fastest time, Tom. as we know now what he's got to do and what he's got to get out there to do, he's going to be pushing like crazy. And that's what, 15, 30, at least 45 laps complete he's got to do. But I would agree with, oh, he's boxing. So that was an install lap, and now he's boxing immediately.
Well, they're fun spookers, aren't they? that is frustrating. But yeah, well, at least he's got a lap in. That's one of the 11 ticked off, only an install lap, so making sure all the car systems are in check. And to be honest with you, again, it is also quite smart, because I think here at the very start of this session, you want to be getting that lap in, because the last thing you want is a car problem.
Absolutely. You don't want that flying up.
Sorry, I thought there was team communication.
There
so yeah, the last thing you want, I'm just going to start talking over it because it clearly isn't working.
Yeah.
Last thing you want is a car problem, and then you lose an hour and a half of running, and you've basically got 3 minutes to set for that, which isn't going to happen.
Yeah, so he's just got to keep going and keep pushing as well. He's broken that barrier, which is great news, but he's still got a lot to do. Initial install laps complete then for RC Enerson in the 50 car. Let's head over to NBC for a second and see if they've got so many pit interviews.
Let's check in again with Dylan.
Well, we caught up with Bill Abel, who just watched his car go out on the racetrack for the first time at speed. So what was that moment like for you?
Pretty cool for me and for the team. It's a big step for us, obviously, and still feels a little bit surreal for me, truthfully. Dream come true for sure to have a car here, and just super excited about it. And doesn't look like RC is going to have any trouble getting through his processes here this morning. I think his first lap was 2:03 and then a 2:11 or something. So, yeah, really, really good.
What has the process been like for you guys? Just kind of take us through and let fans know the process of getting this car a little bit more conformed to the body and everything else you guys went through just to get this car ready to go and to be competitive.
Yeah, well, you know, we got, I think we got the car in our shop back in January, so we started working on it then, taking the car back apart and just going through all the components. We've had a lot of help from a lot of other teams in the NTT IndyCar series to help us with that, which has been really cool. So yeah, just started breaking everything down and taking it apart and rebuilding the car, and you know, putting it back together the proper way to really have a good chance to make something happen. Everything from body fit to underwing development, you know, all the mechanical components have been through, and yeah, it's been a lot of work, and truthfully, we're down to the wire. Obviously, the rain yesterday was sort of good and bad for us. We took advantage of the extra time to get some things finished. We actually rolled through tech yesterday, so that was good to get through, and we actually, you know, made it through pretty well.
We talked earlier on our broadcast just about the crew that you have assembled. A lot of guys that have been around that know their way around this paddock and the IndyCar series. Mike Colliver, with your lead engineer, obviously one of those guys. What has he brought to this group just from a leadership standpoint?
You know, really for us, it starts with John Bruner. He's the one that's made really everything happen for us. And bringing Mike in and everybody else that he's brought in has just been great for the team, and you know, added another level. I won't really even say another level. We were already, with the guys we've had, Greg Cenarius is our crew chief on our Indy Next team, and Greg has essentially built the car. The fine development in the last couple of weeks has been by some of our newer folks, but yeah, Mike and all of the guys that have joined us are just doing a fantastic job. And you know, I think from the initial startup that we made just a few days ago, went really well, and I think, you know, everybody felt comfortable about that, and it was a pretty proud moment for me and the team. Really, it just said a lot about what we've been doing and the development of the car and everything that we've done. It kind of came together in that startup with our Chevy engine, and it went well.
Once you guys get through this ROP program today, what's kind of the next step? What's the goal for you guys here on day one, just to make sure everything goes according to plan for you? Yeah,
you know, really just for us, just get as many laps in as we can, and let RC, you know, get familiar back in the cockpit, which he's, you know, just came out of the box and has already done well. So yeah, just let everything sort of develop from the car all the way through to our guys. You know, this isn't a full-time deal for most of our folks here, so you know, there's a little bit of rust we got to knock out, and so today will give us some opportunity to do that. And just you know, with our fueling, we were just trying to fuel the car, and first time, so you know, some issues there. So we're just trying to figure everything out, and so today that's what we're doing. It's really we hoped to really do this yesterday, but we're okay to do it today, and yeah, just continue to develop, you know, all of our processes and procedures, and get everything fine-tuned for the weekend.
Awesome. Thank you, Bill. Glad to have you here. Bill Abel and Abel Motorsports with RC Anderson behind the wheel. 34 cars. We're going to have some bumping, and these guys feel like they can be ones that do the bumping and lock into the 107th Indianapolis 500.
And Bill is a racer.
Thank you very much, guys, as well with NBC. We're just sort of hanging around for the next 90 minutes, it seems. Oh, my word, isn't it like yesterday as well? Brother JP says, hey, boys, thanks for the coverage. Eddie Gross says, hashtag number 3. So you're obviously chasing down as well with Scotty Mack, Scott McLaughlin. Matt Hatter says, I did want them to race in the rain to give Lando another shot. Completely agree with you. He could have won the race because he's been third every single time we've returned there. Eddie also says, hello everybody as well. But let's just get the thoughts in here. We've got some more rain though, Tom, predicted for Friday. So they get today with sort of extended practice as well. That's from 5 until 11. The same practice for tomorrow. But Friday is going to be more crucial if they lose more time in this practice for Indy, because the day after it's going to be qualifying. So they've really got to get on the edge here.
They do, and you've got to think about that rain to an extent, but you also can't let it affect your run plan too much, because yes, qualifying is important for this race, but if you aren't feeling confident in, if you're not feeling confident in either, you still want to be prioritizing the race at this point, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, that is the one that is contested over 500 miles, and you only need to do 4 laps consecutively in the race, in the qualifying to set your position. So for me, I think they should still here be focusing on the race, and then think about qualifying a little bit later on.
Josh, coming to you on this as well. Bump day on Saturday, which means we're going to have 34 cars. One will not be starting. RC Anderson looks like he's got that pretty much together. Anybody that you're looking at that you've seen across IndyCar this season that you might think, oh, maybe they won't qualify for the 500?
Well, let's have a little look, shall we? Stefan Wilson will probably qualify. He's doing good as well.
He's in the second entry, of course, alongside RC Anderson.
Yeah. Maybe Catherine
Legg.
First Indy 500.
Yeah, that's a possibility as well. Tom, what do you think with Catherine Legg appearing?
I have to admit, I'm not very familiar with her or her career, so as we have also got a car back on track. I'm glad to say, yeah, he's back on track, so that's wonderful. But no, with any new team, you hope that they're able to get out there and do well. So, well, not really much comment on me from that. Definitely one to look out for, but perhaps someone that we're maybe looking, given the fact that they're obviously looking at a new package, maybe a team that you think is going to be fighting more to get into the show.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed that they do get into the show, as RC Anderson's out there now. I believe this is going to be for his proper runs now, guys, in terms of he has to go out there and set as much time as possible and really mean it. So this is going to be pedal to the metal stuff across here as well as the action returns. We're just also hearing some top 10s that have happened over the Indy 500 course as well, over the past 107 events as well that we've been running here as well. It's been some absolutely fantastic stuff. 1 hour 25 minutes left on the clock as well. RC Anderson is building up. Yeah, he's backed up massively, so he's going to box his lap, isn't he? He's not going to go for the 210.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. He's warming up those tyres. It's a relative. Well, in fact, at this stage, it will be a very green track. The rubber from the previous days will have washed away by and large, so he needs to get those tyres up to temperature. At the end of the day, he's also a rookie. It's quite difficult to put your foot down on these circuits, so he just needs to get those tyres up to temperature. And yeah, it will be an ice rink out there. You can see he's practically half throttle through turn 1, gets it nice applied. He's not quite out to the wall, so this is definitely your sort of ease into it. He's going to take a couple of laps here to warm up those primary tyres, which will warm up quite nicely. I think they're slightly different primary tyres to what we see on the non-speedways. But RC Anderson here, this is important for him to not bin it into the wall. So he's going to exercise caution, which is obviously what he's doing right now. And I'm sure he's going to exercise a little bit of tyre warm-up as well, because that is probably the order of the day here.
Cross line then, and we see the cars naturally drifting towards the pit wall because of the way the steering rack is configured as well. Into turn 1 once again then for Enerson, and he takes it smoothly, around about 200 mile an hour, continuing to lift and pause on the throttle. The driver tracker is around about 30 seconds behind what you're seeing on the TV pictures. Don't know why that is as well. I think IndyCar's having a little bit of an issue, or our data services are having the issue as well. We'll try and get that cleared up, but this looks like he's going for that average of 2:10 lap time at the moment, Josh, doesn't he? He's got to be between, what was it, 2.5 and 2:10 mile an hour within 15 laps to prove he can keep average pace.
Yeah, so that's what he will be doing now. And it looks like he's doing it and even going to 2:15 as well.
Average across the line as well. Last lap time was 211.197. Last lap speed as well coming across 205.705. So he's massively below that average. He's got to be between that as well and get to 210 as they continue pushing, because then he's got to get to 215, then 220 as well on these runs. Flying through to the back corner. They know what to do. RC Enerson has the opportunity to do. He's not a complete rookie, of course. He's never started an Indy 500, but back in 2021 he did qualify but got bumped on the last attempt as well. So he's never officially competed laps at the 500, but he has done practice and qualifying. Then on bump day got eliminated. So I suppose it is actually quite harsh, isn't it, Tom, where you go through all the practice sessions as well, getting up to speed, only to get knocked out. So it's like you've wasted a week's attempt. The same happened, of course, to Fernando Alonso back in 2019, mainly because they set the car up in metrics, and they confused it with the Imperials, didn't they? They couldn't get the translation right, so the car setup was massively wrong on the backup.
And they painted it the wrong colour, of course, which was even funnier. But no, that clip's doing the rounds again, isn't it?
Yes.
As it does every month of May. When they roll around to Indianapolis, as the Americans would say. But Enerson is slowly creeping up now. He's finally full throttle through most of the straights. Has just hit 6th gear. He's still backing out of the throttle very early. It's an early turn-in as well into turn 1. I mean, of course, all of these corners are the same. But given the way that your tyres change, literally corner by corner, around this racetrack, you take the turns very differently indeed. It was 2:06 his last lap speed, so obviously not incredible at this stage. He's not half throttle, he's about 90% throttle down the straight, I think. Yeah, back to full throttle now. He's just trying to again get these laps in at a reasonable speed. I wouldn't be surprised, if this wasn't his first main attempt. This is him trying to get used to that car again. Not necessarily get used to that car, get some data so that then they can dial the car up later.
The last couple of corners then, pushing up. And his last lap time was 208.259. He's got 15 laps, of course. So he's got 10 laps to get it up there. He's completed 11. So this is his final run. He's made it to 208, but he has not got it to 210 yet on the average speed. So we still got to push it. If he fails rookie orientation, by the way, he will not be permitted to start going through. Joshua Smith says, I thought RC Enerson was younger than I thought. Didn't think he would be 26 years old as well. He's older than Max Verstappen, which is crazy indeed. Yeah, Max Verstappen's still 25 years old, of course. Turns 26, of course, on the 30th of September later on this year. I should know, I'm only a few years behind him as well as they come through. Boys, that's terrifying. It really is.
Yeah, well, continuing his laps, there is RC Enerson doing 10 laps at an average of 205 to 210 mile per hour in phase 1 as well.
He's got, I think he's got it. 2.7.
Definitely got it.
Let's have a look. We've got the average speed on our computers up here in the commentary box at the moment, and the average speed showing it at 79.327. So that's because he did his first lap time wrong. So that's incorrect. Best speed 211.197. Last speed 208.3. So the average speed, according to our computers, 208.372. So we'll see if that accelerates it together shortly. And he's actually got it. He's only going around it. He's not going that quick through the sector times either, actually, in terms of speed in the corners. So he's still got some time to find, surprisingly. Our driver track is now, by the way, 2 minutes behind. So I don't know what is happening there with the information. We'll get that sorted ASAP as well. Could be an issue with the Wi-Fi, however, because of what's going on as well. We need to get that fixed as well. 2:20.58 to go. 1:19.30 to go. He's got on the lap time speeds. He should be up there soon. Cross the line. What's his average speed here? Not sure. We lost our driver tracker. Connection error. Camera access was denied. That's weird. When it comes to him, Anderson still looking quick as he completes his second lap times. Let's hand over to NBC quickly while we get this issue fixed.
Whether the car is any good?
No, not
okay.
yet.
Okay.
Not yet. RC's not learning a lot right now. Yeah. This is more just an engineering exercise in terms of data gathering. But it's tough. It's really tough as a driver because you know the car can just go down flat to the floor and have a bit of fun. But you've got to show that control. That's part of what they're testing when you're doing your rookie orientation.
Just a couple more laps to go in this first stage, in this first phase. It was interesting. We were both talking to Ryan Hunter-Ray yesterday morning, and he said there have been years from the first run I can tell, I've got a dog. And sometimes I can tell, yeah, this is a rocket ship.
That's true. I mean, once you get through this phase and you get out there in normal conditions and do your first proper run, you can sometimes within a run or two just feel if you've got what the drivers call SCS, slow car syndrome.
Yeah.
And that's when you've got a team that builds 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 cars across a team. It's the same people putting them together. They have tested all the parts. They try to get it as close as possible, but for some reason, putting these cars together, like I said, these Lego sets that are the race cars, sometimes they just fit together better, and sometimes they just fit together worse. And there's no easily identifiable reason as to why 2 cars from the same team can have a mile or a mile and a half an hour difference in speed for the exact same setup. And if you come to the Speedway enough and you do this long enough, you've been on both sides of it. When we were having that conversation with RHR, we've had both of it.
The call to come to the pits, that's because the first phase is complete.
Well, finally he's done it then, Tom, and he's done it. Phase 1 complete between 205 and 210 mile an hour. He has succeeded. I'm just going to reset the cameras here to get everything sorted as well, but he's done it. So we're back up to speed and we're back up to acceleration, and fingers crossed, Tom, he's not going to be that lost when it comes back to the action shortly.
Yeah, he got through phase 1. That's your first tip, and then go through phase 2. Am I correct in saying they are allowed to run past phase 3? They
Yes,
can
they
run
can,
as much as
yeah.
they want here. Yeah, so yeah, doing that phase 1, that's great. 205 to 210 mile an hour. Then he's got to do 15 laps at 210 to 215. So they'll take a moment now, turn up that car. They would be unwise. Interview, I apologise. I'll talk about this afterwards.
Okay, here's Santin Fuji.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So I know the open test here last month, I guess, didn't go quite like you guys planned, but you know how to get around this racetrack and this race. Obviously, you've had top 10s here every time you've raced. So what kind of things do you feel like you've been able to bring to this group to get you guys up to speed in the window you want to be in?
Yeah, one of those things is consistency. I mean, obviously with the open test, we didn't have the set down that we wanted or set up that we wanted going into the second half of the afternoon. Plus, we were in our road course car. So, this is our 500 car just for this race, and will be our backup for the rest of the year. So, it's just one of those things where we just can't make any mistakes this month, and just making sure that these guys take their time. I take my time. Cannon, one of our lead engineers, technical directors, working with Daniele, who's my race engineer, they have a program. We're just going to stick to it, not deviate. Honestly, simple life for the next 2 weeks is kind of how we're going to roll.
That's a good plan. What are these days like for you, these long hours? You guys have 6 hours of on-track options or on-track availability. So for you, the drivers, you come back, you debrief and that kind of thing, but do the days get long after a while?
I mean, it was kind of nice having the rain day yesterday, the extra day off to recover, get these guys really situated, and actually get a little bit of ahead of our program. But, yeah, dude, I'm about to go back to my bus, make myself some lunch, have like a chocolate milk or something and just hang out. I mean, I love running during the 6-hour window, but there's only certain windows that you are going to run in, so you'll probably run from like 12 to 2 and then from like 3 to 5. So past then, it's outside that area, it's not super helpful, and you want to be out there when everybody else is out there. So it's nice. Get a lot of breaks.
Everybody has an agenda and a checklist on these days of things they want to get through. For you personally, as the driver, what's on your checklist? What at the end of today, of day one, what makes it a good day for you?
Yeah, so we're fully focused on the race car today, so you won't see us be trimming at all. We'll have the wickers on the car. We have to step through a couple of damper programs. It's still kind of new for the team. We just want to get it in the window running in traffic. Once we can do that, then we can start running through qualifying. But honestly, for me, I'd rather spend 2 days on the race car and then just focus on a qualifying car for Fast Friday and Saturday. Because I've proven that, and everybody else has proven, it doesn't really matter where you qualify here. So I've never started any better than 15th, and like you said, I've got 4 top 10s. So race car it is.
All right, something I just thought of, and then I'll let you go. You just said you're going to go have chocolate milk. If you win in a week and a half, is that your drink of choice, chocolate milk in Victory Lane?
No, whole milk.
Whole milk, okay.
Yeah, whole milk. I'm a bit lactose intolerant, so yeah, I drink like lactate-free milk back at the bus. So obviously, if I win, I'm definitely getting ready for the stomachache.
All right, thanks, Santino.
So he might be one of those that pours more on himself rather than drink it. There's not a ton actually ingested.
No, that's true. Actually, it's not really what you're craving when you get out of a hot race car after 3.5 hours. More of a water program. But great question, Dylan. I mean, that is one that many drivers have tried to get past the race organizers, is to get chocolate milk in Victory Lane, but
they don't allow it.
It's not on the list.
Yeah.
You get a checklist as a driver at some point during this week where you have to fill out which kind of milk you would like should you find yourself in Victory Lane. Now, I feel like they do actually have a lactose-free one for lactose intolerant drivers.
I think they do.
That's a relatively new thing, but you can get skim milk, you can get whole milk.
But most choose whole because it looks better when you dump it.
Well,
it's thicker.
Most choose it because it's closer to buttermilk, which is what the tradition started with.
Louis Meyer.
And it used to be an option. And in 2014, I want to say, was the first year it was removed as an option. And Ed Carpenter and myself actually both threw a bit of a fit and wrote I think we wrote the Dairy Farmers Association and said, hey, why'd you take away Louis' drink? And the reply was very intelligent, actually. It was what was buttermilk in the 30s when Louis Meyer started this tradition and what is buttermilk today are quite different products. And I promise you, you don't want buttermilk today.
They don't want someone getting sick in Victory Lane.
Right, it'd be a bad look. It doesn't look as good as actual just whole milk. So yeah, it's the right way to do it. That was the right move.
Well, there's my replacement on the Indy 500 broadcast.
That's Asher.
Yeah. Yeah, Louis Meyer actually requested buttermilk because that's what he wanted on a hot day.
What a lunatic.
That was not product placement, and
but
the Dairy Association is thankful to this day.
Absolutely. It took about 20 years for them to jump on the bandwagon and understand the marketing opportunity in it. But yeah, he 3-time winner, Louis Meyer, buttermilk. I respect him for what he's done, but that choice is still very questionable to me. But look what he did. He created one of the coolest traditions, I think, in all of sports. And it's even been voted that. I want to say it was Sports Illustrated did something like how the tradition of the milk in Victory Lane at the Indy 500 is just one of the coolest winning traditions in any sport anywhere in the world. And I couldn't agree more.
That started in 1936. That was the first year of the Borg-Warner Trophy. That's obviously part of the mystique, the wreath. So many other things that make this event so special. We talked about the lead up to the race, and we know the routine. There's some things that are adjusted through the years, but there are things that we know are coming. Back home again in Indiana, taps as R.C. Anderson launches into phase number 2 now to get through rookie orientation.
So now we're getting closer to feeling comfortable in the race car. We're getting up to a speed that the car is a little more happy to be living in at 210 to 215. Again, these are 15 lap phases for 2 and 3, only 10 laps for phase 1. But this is a pretty quick turnaround, so that says not a lot of changes to the car. Download the data, make sure everything felt okay. Driver fit, that's another big part of this thing, Kev, is all the other full season drivers or even the drivers that had the open test opportunity.
Right.
They've sat in the car for hours. They know if there's any hot spots in your seat. The headrest pads are okay. The wheel grips. the angle of the wheel. You know, we talk a lot about how drivers offset their steering wheel on the ovals. Making sure all that stuff is exactly where RC wants it. That is part of what you can also accomplish in these sessions as you're pounding away your laps.
Next run then is in operation, and this one has got to be between 210 and 215 mile per hour on the average run. Do you think you can do it, Tom? They made a few tweaks as well, and they were talking about chocolate milk, but certainly now I want chocolate milk, although Megan did just give me a Mars bar when she watches the box, so I ate that. But what do you think?
I bloody hope you can do it, because otherwise, you know, there's no real point being here. On a note of buttered milk, by the way, I've been on a little Wikipedia rabbit hole about buttermilk and why it's a different product back then than what it is now. So traditional buttermilk used to be the liquid left over from churning butter from cultured or fermented cream, which in itself sounds pretty disgusting. Now there is cultured buttermilk, which is all a bit more factory made, and now there is acidified buttermilk. Basically, it is milk that is made the taste of acid, apparently. Oh. Which is, yeah, it's just very acid milk, which is pretty
nice.
grim. Which is pretty grim. Not what I want after getting out of a race car.
Yeah, I don't really think I want for that. What about you, Josh?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think we'll all agree there. Hard pass, please, from people there, in terms of the action. RC Anderson, though, begins his next runs as they fly through. Discord using so much of the battery power of this computer, by the way, with the trying to get the drive track operation on. I think it's really hating me today as well. So I think just trying to do several other thousand different things as well to make sure it's all okay as well. Racing continues on. Oh, that helped it a little bit as they fly on. So what is RC Anderson's first lap time going to be in this next run? 214 was his last run across the line. Current run is going to be 214. He's remained consistent. That's a surprise. You don't often see that in IndyCar as well, to stay exactly the same time as they begin to fly through. Once again, the driver track is 40 seconds out of sync. We'll figure out why. I think Discord needs a refresh as well in order to use things, because the TV pictures sometimes do that. So after he's done this run, we'll get all that sorted for you as well. So it's coming off a MacBook as well, so maybe we could try and switch to the main computer. I'm not sure. We'll figure things out as well as we go. Might be an option, actually, that. As we fly through. Second lap time on the board, guys, 2:13.827. So he's starting to lose it off, but he's got to get over to 2:15, isn't he, by the end of this? You said it back, yeah.
We'll see if he can do it. He's going noticeably faster now. They've obviously turned the engine up. He's being a lot more, I guess, a lot more aggressive on throttle. He's still backing out of it as he goes down the straight again. Probably just a case of here. He's trying to work on this car and trying to make sure that as well he's putting rubber down, because again, as I said a little bit earlier on today, the track is green at the moment, so you'd expect there not to be a lot of grip for him. And if you drive these cars actually on, you know, a sim, I think the best version of the Indy cars is an R-Factor 2 at the moment. You drive the cars and you drive it on a green circuit, and it's practically impossible. So yeah. I suspect that is amplified here in the real world.
2:13.993 was his last lap time speed, Josh, so he's just inside the average time, but he's going to fall every single lap time he does. We see that in qualifying as well as we head down to Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Former winner. That's right, Ryan Hunter-Reay, 2014 winner of the greatest spectacle in racing, and back after a year away. It'll be your 15th start a week from Sunday. So a new team for you here with Ryan Reinbold, obviously, but a veteran group, guys that obviously know how to prepare a fast car here. But what are you most excited about this month, besides just being back in the car and having a chance to go fast again?
It's just great to be back, and you know, being with this team that focuses on Indy only. There's so many great guys here, and they're hungry for it. You know, it's been an enjoyable experience to this point, even though it's really early days. You know, obviously we're getting out for our first proper official practice laps for the 500, even though we did the open test here. But it's been nice to be a part of a small program like this. The family atmosphere here, and it's good. I'm enjoying myself.
What is different in your role with this group compared to like an Andretti, you know, a big team like that you're used to in the past? What, if anything, changes about what you have to do or what you bring to the table?
I don't know. You know, I wouldn't compare the two in any way. It's just different. You know, I feel like you know, this is something it's important to them that I'm here. It's important to me that I'm working with them and that I'm here. So, you know, having spoken with Dennis from early in the offseason, Dennis Reinbold, you know, I know how much this race means to him, and the preparation, the attention to detail has just been mind-blowing. I mean, they've done a really, really good job. So, you know, when you have those pieces in place, you know, as a driver, you get excited because you know that if you put your best foot forward out there, and we work with the engineering program in the right ways to make a good race car and a good qualifying car, which sometimes with different track temps here and different conditions is a tough one, but we've got all the tools to do it. So now we just need to execute.
Is your excitement level or anticipation to kind of get here and get going even more heightened just since you were away for a year?
Yeah, you know, I've said in the past, it was actually good to take a year off from it after having been at Andretti for 12 years in the same program, to come here and get some perspective. Even though I was still working with Juncos on a consultation role, it was something that I enjoyed, and it gave me some clarity, and it allowed me to come back more focused and re-energized than ever.
I just got something in my ear about the Toronto Maple Leafs. Is that your favorite hockey team? Am I correct in that? Or is that okay, it's Hinch's favorite hockey team. So I'm being told or asked if you want to say something to Hinch about the Leafs.
You know, Hinch, we always go back and forth about this. Like, you know, the last time I think the Panthers beat the Maple Leafs in the series, he had to wear a Florida Panthers hat the whole day. So this time maybe, you know, I'll stick Panther stickers all over his car or something like that. But yeah, we go back and forth on it. It was nice to see the Panthers, you know, kick them out with only one loss. Unfortunately, we went to the only one in South Florida where the Panthers lost, and the Toronto fans were there in full force, I can tell you that.
All right, I know nothing about hockey, so I'm not going to ask you any more hockey questions. Today, for you, day one, opening day here of practice on the Oval, you got the test, obviously, but what's kind of on your agenda or checklist, things that you want to try to get done today?
Well, we lost the day yesterday, right? So you want to kind of get in race work on the earlier side so that you're not trying to play, or you're not in a rush once you get closer to qualifying, you know, for Fast Friday when the boost goes up. So we're trying to get some of the race work out, right? Getting different reads and different downforces, different wing angles, wickers, all these other things. And with that, we have to also go through the mechanical package. We have a lot of different things we want to try on that side of it. So we've got a lot of work to do. It's kind of compacted as well now. It's funny to think we're just getting started, but tomorrow already we're preparing for Fast Friday the next day. So, man, it's we call it the month of May. It's the half week of May right now.
Yeah, it goes by in a hurry. Thank you, Ryan Hunter-Reay in the Dreyer & Reinbold car, one of two for this team this year, and always great to have Captain America back in the pits with us.
And the second one, of course, is R.C. Anderson. He's out on the circuit right now as well. Our driver tracker is slowly catching itself back up as well, so hopefully soon it will be A-OK. And we'll try and get the Discord sorted as well. We think we know what's causing the problem with that as well. But he's out there in the circuit at the moment, boys, and he's closing back up, Tom, to complete the lap time. Best speed, 214.195, so he's inside that window.
He is, and well, he's done well. He's doing well, and I think that's impressive. I think smart again to, after this phase, come back into the pits, rein it back in, put the car up once again. But you know, at the end of the day, I think he's going along nicely. By the way, Josh, it's about to go 4 o'clock, so I might step out of the box. I've got some stuff to go into. What time are we on air to tonight?
Until 11 p.m. Long time.
Okay, I will be back at some point. I'm afraid I don't know when. I need to confirm the schedule with going to the gym and things. But when I get that sorted, I'll tell you when I'll be back.
No worries, sounds good. Thank you, Tom. Take care. See you soon.
Thank you, Josh. See you soon. Bye bye.
And Josh T stays with us in the comms box as well as he goes through.
Unfortunately, not for long.
No, that is true, but don't worry because we'll have NBC
But,
still through. But at least you've got the TV pictures, so I can get this driver tracker back up in sync.
I'll be here until around 4:30.
That's
and
right.
then I'll be back at around 7:07.
No worries, and I can tell you one thing, Omi will be appearing as well, like he always does in the background of things as well, right?
Omi should be here soon as well. Let's where's the TV remote? Ah, yes, I remember. My dog knocked it off my desk after he went to go and get a bacon and cheese turnover.
Okay.
Wrapper. Don't ask.
Don't tell. I think we've fixed the driver tracker situation as well, but they're coming back up into the situation, and I believe RC Anderson has now completed his lap time run. He has done it. His average speed at as well 213 mile an hour, which means he passes the second stage of the testing. So this is the first running of the Indy 500.
So see if you can go over 215.
There you go.
For 2013, it was 2:16. Actually, Josh's fastest lap time. Now he's got to get to phase 3, which is another 15 laps, but to average over 215 miles an hour. He's just done 2:16 over the same distance. I would argue he doesn't need to do phase 3.
Yeah, they have to do them separately though. That's the rules. But he will just get the engine turned up a little bit as well. Maybe a little bit even more. Not put it up to the max though. Not yet anyway.
Yep.
That might be towards the end of the rookie test as well, because he's got another 58 minutes for him to do whatever he wants after he completes the phase 3, which they'll change the tyres and get him out there.
They will indeed. Let's hand over to NBC then, and me and Josh can have a little bit of a break.
They may have already made a change on that front. By the way, worst case scenario, they are cleared to run with the rest of the field. Once you get through the first 2 stages, if the car parked for the next hour, he could still go out and complete phase 3 with the entire group afternoon. Let's check in again with Dylan.
Oh, we found Stephen Wilson, who is down here signing some autographs. A good crowd here on opening day, enjoying the sunshine and race cars on the racetrack. So we're just going to lean in here as Steph signs and get a word with him. So this program this year compared to last year, it probably feels a lot better. Not so much of the 11th hour type thing, getting everything together. But what has the anticipation and the excitement build up been like for you here as we get ready to go?
Yeah, no, it's a lot of anticipation, you know. It's a big build-up compared to last year. A lot more time to think about it. So I'm pretty excited. Just want to get out there and have a good day today. We had a really good open test, so trying to keep that momentum up and keep, hopefully, have a good day today with the number 24 Carekeepers, Cusick Motorsports, Ryan Reinbold, Chevy. So.
We just talked to your teammate Ryan Hunter-Reay. What's it been like for you to get to work with him as a former 500 winner and just obviously veteran of the sport too?
Just trying to soak up all that experience that he has, just an amazing teammate to have. I feel very lucky to have him to learn off of. And, I've been teammates with him before at Andretti, but this time it's a little smaller group. So I've done a lot more time around him, got a lot more time to talk to him and ask him questions and, just trying to be a sponge.
All right, you got a lot of people waiting, so we're going to let you get back to signing some autographs. Steph Wilson, always good to have him with us today. Again, the Ryan Reinbold Cusick Motorsports number 24 for him this month, and see what he can do as we get on track in a little bit.
Definitely a much different situation for Stefan. And like we talk about with this Able Motorsports car, a one-off entry, Ryan Reinbold may only do the Indianapolis 500, but they're involved in other motorsports. They have full-time employees. Their cars are well prepped.
I mean, in a lot of ways, it's a dream scenario because you have a group who's solely focused when it comes to their IndyCar program on the Indy 500. A ton of experience doing it. Sage Karam had a great run with that team last year. Last couple years, he's had a lot of pace. And yeah, this group really knows what they're doing. So it's great to see.
I saw a tweet from Sage. He may be watching today. I want to say hello. We miss you here. He has shown that he's really good at this place. Circumstances sometimes don't allow people that are qualified to be able to attempt to run this race. Takes a lot of effort. But I know he's in that group that's still available. You know, people have asked me, hey, would there be another driver available if somebody had a need? Yeah, there's at least a half a dozen
for sure
that are ready and on standby. I know at least one is here. J.R. Hildebrand tweeted that he took his physical. He is here and ready to help if called upon. Here's what's still coming up today. Starting at noon, we'll see the entire field on track, and that's the schedule. It's simple the rest of the week. Fast Friday with extra horsepower to prepare for qualifying. Don't forget Carb Day coming up. Friday race weekend. The pit stop competition. Big concerts galore.
I love Carb Day.
Brian Adams, right? Brian Adams is the headliner.
Is it?
On Carb Day.
Love it. Canada's pride and joy right there.
And I should know who the other band is because I've heard of them. But I will effort that information via Google in a moment.
See a little bit of a breeze out there today, but not enough to concern anybody, I wouldn't think. Kevin does some fast typing here.
Soul Asylum. Soul Asylum.
Yeah.
And Brian Adams. It's Canadian Day for Inch in the Group.
I already said I love Carb Day. You didn't have to go and tailor it to me and my people, but I'll take it, guys. Thank you. See a fresh set of boots there lined up. Pit stall the number 50. And now it gets fun for RC. Now he knows he's got a fresh set of tires. He can just go out there, run the thing flat out. They'll have a very conservative amount of downforce on the car right now. Make sure they're just sort of taking it safe. We have, as you just saw, tons of hours of practice left, so there's certainly no rush in anything that they're doing.
So now, after the rain out yesterday, it works out that was in their favor. I know from talking to John Bruner yesterday, that was one of the questions I posed, because at one point, once we saw the rain was here, they weren't going to get on track. Once the schedule was condensed, the priority was for the fans to see all of the cars on track. So unfortunately, you're going to have to wait. So I asked him, would you prefer it to rain out for everyone so you're not behind today? And he said, no, actually, I'd still feel a lot better just to get the install lap down so we know the car is prepared. So since that didn't happen, since they had no issues, now it's worked out. Yes, he may have been a little bit restless last night in the team, not knowing 100%, but now they're on even footing other than missing the one-day test in April. That they've got the full 3 days available to practice.
And it was nearly a 2-day test, but it got rained out for the second day. So they're a day ahead of where they should have been in a lot of ways.
There's a man of the people.
Go, some fans from his native Brazil here.
Helio Castroneves, 48 years young, so is Tony Kanaan. If either one wins, they would become the oldest winner of the Indianapolis 500.
Who's the current oldest winner?
Al and Bobby Unser were both 47. So Helio, when he won most recently, was just shy of them. He was 46 the last time he won. We also still have candidates. This is, by the way, the first time that Colton Herta, if he won, would not be the youngest winner ever. How remarkable is that? That he's done 4 Indianapolis 500s. So he finally is now older than Troy Ruttman was when he won at 22 years and 80 days of age in 1952. But that group, still younger than that on race day, includes David Malukas, Christian Lundgaard, and Stingray Robb.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Just barely older, Colton Herta, Rinus VeeKay, Devlin DeFrancesco. So while we watch Helio visit with the fans, let's think again about what is at stake for Helio Castroneves this May.
Very honored to be in this trophy and to be part of history for sure.
Helio Castroneves has won the Indianapolis 500. He has realized the ultimate dream.
this means everything.
Elio Castro-Neves, 2 in a row.
Sometimes you're here for a purpose.
He becomes a 3-time winner of the biggest race in the world.
Maybe I'm here to do something wonders for people that sometimes don't believe in themselves.
Elio Castro-Neves joins the 4-time Winners Club.
I want number 5 as bad as anybody.
Well, let me tell you, it's not the end of it. It's the beginning.
And I believe in magic too. I do.
I joked with Elio after the race last year that went okay, but not well enough. I said, hey, the good thing is out of this is that you don't have to change the marketing campaign for next year. It's still the Drive for 5. You say, oh, yeah, you're right. He's always positive. I don't have to spin anything positive for Elio Castro-Neves.
No, you're absolutely right. And it's funny, man. I've had a lot of people over the years, ask me, they say, look, you see this happy-go-lucky, positive guy on interviews, and when he's at the racetrack. Is it a show? And I can honestly say it is absolutely genuine. That is 100% who Elio Castro-Neves is. He's just a very excited, very exuberant guy. He has a passion for motorsports, nearly unrivaled, and what you see is what you get with him.
Well, they'll all start to find out what they have, and what is that anxiousness like? Maybe it's not as much because you had the test. Do they already have a sense of whether we have something that can compete for a win yet from the one-day test in April?
With Elio?
With anyone, just in general. Do
Yes.
you know if you're a player at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't know if you're totally out of it yet. Even cars that had bad runs at the test. I won't lie to you. It's still tough to find that time, even though they've had 3 weeks since then. If the car was just inherently slow, if it had slow car syndrome, like we talked about earlier, it's often a difficult thing to just find, and it can really make your first day here a little bit nerve-wracking, wondering if that was just an anomaly, if maybe the weather that day didn't suit you guys or something like that. But on the other side, yeah, you definitely know if you've got a rocket, and there are a couple cars that certainly stood out to me, not just on pure pace, but also just comfort and traffic. There was some big aerodynamic changes to the cars this year, adding of downforce, and that's definitely changed the game for some of these cars and some of these teams. So, yeah, lots was learned in that test. RC here gets ready to go out for phase 3. 47 minutes left on the clock. It's not going to take 47 minutes to do 15 laps at 2:15 plus. If the team so chooses, they can continue to run for the rest of that time. This block of time is rookie orientation practice, and they are fully within their rights to keep running if they so choose. That said, they might take that opportunity for that last sort of half hour, go back to the garage, do a set down on the race car, and then get everything prepared to go out for the all-skate at noon when it hits. So it's up to them. We'll see what they decide to do with their remaining time once RC gets these 15 laps in the books.
Here we go.
All clear out, all clear out. Coming to your spotters, 15 laps.
Well, here we go then for RC Ennison. He's going to be heading out onto the circuit. I have fixed Discord. So basically what I've done is I've reduced the bandwidth, and it seems to have made it work because it was running at 180p, and the stream itself isn't 180p, Josh. So everything now sorted. Does it look all right?
It's a little bit blurry, but I won't have to use it. It's fine.
Give me a second. I think I know why that is.
Like, it's quite blurry.
Again, as I said, internet. Hang on.
Yeah.
Off. On. Oh, now look, as soon as I come back to the box, it all starts going wrong again up here. Isn't that just always the way? Okay.
Well, shortly, Josh,
I'll just take it off. Go on.
I will have a capture card.
Yeah, that might help actually with things.
Which might help.
Yeah, you can stream the things I can't.
Yeah.
As it comes through then. So, RC Ennison then must now do 15 laps out of 200. Oh, I haven't changed the cameras over. He now must do it at over 200 mile an hour. 2:15 is the max time, isn't it, Josh? To see him coming through.
Yeah.
Easily possible. Easily for him to do this. He was 2:16 on his last runs.
Yeah, it definitely is. He'll do this very easily as well. Just no mistakes needed. He's at 220.
Ooh.
Hitting 220 there, and even 223 I saw flash up for a tiniest millisecond as well before he went back down to, there it is again, 224 as he goes across the line. 226 I even saw as he goes into turn 1. So he is really pushing.
First
Is
average
R.T. Anderson.
First average lap time, by the way, is 216.683 miles per hour. So that's one run down. Let's see what he does on run number 2. We'll get the stopwatch on him as well up here in the comms box to see what he's running at compared to the rest of the field. So he's in there to the last 2 corners. He's looking quite good on this speed as well. Fingers crossed. This will be for run number lap 3 to start. Are you ready as he comes across the line? His last lap time, 2:17.537. So he's going amazingly quick once again. Now, the timing screens are showing him at 41.373 seconds. Let's see what my stopwatch is going to indicate him as up here in the commentary box as he rounds turn 1 and 2 and onto the back straightaway, Josh. Looks okay to me.
Yeah, looks really good indeed. Still keeping above the 215, which is good. Still hitting the 220 quite often as well. He's got this car good setup, gets as low as he can. Exiting turn 3 there. Now into turn 4. Off the exit of turn 4, down the straight. Still in 5th gear. That's the good gear around IMS across the yard of bricks. And the time is
41.4. In fact, do you know how good my reactions are? I'll put it up into the camera as well. My stopwatch clocked it as 41.47. Now take a look at what the computer actually clocked it at. 41.373 was the best. Last lap time though, 41.481. So round about the same. Yeah, it's round about the same. So he is doing 41s out there as well. There's then going to be another run. He's clocked up 40 laps there on the circuit right now as well as he comes across the line. This time around does a, not telling us, 217.172. So he's slightly down,
so
Josh.
he's got it.
Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah, but he's still got it. It has to be over 215, which he has currently got as well. So I think he'll be good for phase 3, and then he'll either be able to use that last half an hour to take it back to the garage, as NBC was saying, or get as many laps as they want in after they've done this.
We heard from Kevin Lee saying that now he's completed the opening 2 stages of this phase practice. He is now eligible to run with everybody else. That's true. Still going to make it past this. And yeah, then run as much as possible. Last lap time, 2:17.086. The average is still there, Josh. He's going to have it.
Yeah, just a couple of laps remaining, I think, as well, that he has to do. It's been a really good run for R.C. Anderson as well. He's been keeping it very consistent across his laps. I've been keeping an eye on the mile per hour, and he's keeping it very consistent as he goes around the banking once more.
Just a quick reminder as well for Matthew Owens, who's listening in as well on Mixlr, and of course is our commentator. The slowest from the April test session, of course, on the open day was 220.109 mile per hour. That was the slowest car, so 215 should easily be done. And right now he is doing 216.98. His fastest lap time was a 217.531. So Matthew says 215 should easily be done. So now just the question is he going to be the slowest? And he's boxing, Josh. He's boxed. But has he done the 15 laps? I'm not entirely sure he has.
Yeah, we'll have to get the confirmation on our screen as soon as we see it. The pit box looking a little bit concerned there.
Yeah.
As well, we'll have to see if we get any team communication as well. See what NBC and their pit reporters give us.
This is actually a pretty perfect day to go fast at the speedway. Maybe a little more track temp.
Into pit. That's all the team radio say.
Visit too. So if you're in the neighborhood, hey, we've still got more than 6.5 hours available to you. Tickets available at the door. Come out and join us. Should be similar weather tomorrow. Friday looks great. What I've heard is that the chance of rain is probably even after we're done. It's in the evening, late afternoon at earliest, so we're going to get going on Fast Friday, and it will be intense, preparing for qualifying. There's certainly a new dynamic this year. There were 33.
Yeah, he has not completed the 15 laps, Josh. No way. So he's done 5 and then boxed. So he's got up there, but he's still got things to do. Right. Okay, let's head back down to NBC quickly as we're under the RC Anderson into the pit lane. I know Josh is leaving soon, so that's what it is.
I almost guarantee it. There will be a surprise that we would not consider right now that at some point this weekend are going to be really concerned.
Yeah, I guarantee you there's a surprise on the back row. You know, if you, it's like you say, it has to go perfect for everyone to make it in. One little issue, even for one of the full season cars, one of the contenders, could see them being that 34th car and out. It has happened here time and time again. It's what makes this race so special. Nothing is guaranteed here. And at the same time, you often see drivers that you wouldn't expect on the back row fighting in that LCQ, that last chance qualifying. As we see some cars getting warmed up.
Boy, has that car been strong the last 3 years with, I won't say nothing to show for it, but not the big prize. And you look over, yes, he's a winner, and that can never be taken away, and every driver should be somewhat satisfied with that. But Scott Dixon could easily be a 3 or a 4-time winner of this race.
Yeah, I mean, over the last 3 years, you know, he's led over 200 laps here at the Speedway. Just remarkable pace. He's been on pole the last 2 years. And then back in, I mean, he's had a few more. 2008, he was on the pole. 2015, 2017, you know, 5-time pole winner, over 665 laps led at the Speedway in total. And as you say, the last 3 years, pretty dominant, in a great position to win. And for various reasons, it hasn't worked out. And I got to say, the Chip Ganassi Racing Squad looks strong in the open test.
Oh boy!
And after the performance last year, you got to think they're the favorites coming into the 500. As difficult as it is to predict favorites in IndyCar in general, especially here at the Speedway, if I'm a betting man, I'm looking at one of those Chip Ganassi Racing entries for early odds.
I got the question for my radio show. We'll go ahead and do plugs. We'll plug everybody's podcast.
Yeah.
Trackside on 93.5, 107.5 The Fan in Indianapolis, and archived on the website every night at 7 in May, Tuesdays through the rest of the year. You can also listen to the Hinch and Rossi podcast via the same channels as well. But I got the question, would you take the Ganassi cars or the field? And in those kind of questions, I almost always take the numbers.
Right.
But boy, I think I might have to take one of those 4 cars if I had to pick somebody.
I mean, you look at last year, they had 5 drivers in the top 12 in qualifying. And Alex Palou and Scott Dixon dominated the first half of the race, and with problems hitting both of those entries, they still had Marcus Ericsson and Tony Kanaan right in the mix. And Marcus was up there the whole day, as was Tony. So, you know, even when a few of their drivers hit bad luck, the rest of them were all there. I've not seen a team bring that level of consistently quick cars in quite some time. I want to say Andretti Autosport 2014 was the last time we've seen a performance quite like that. That many cars running up front at the end. Ryan Hunter-Reay obviously winning that one. But that was an impressive month of May for that group. And I think last year's month of May for Ganassi was right on par.
And Tony Kanaan was one of those drivers. Finished 3rd last year with Ganassi. Now he is with Arrow McLaren. We talked about Elio could become the oldest. So could Kanaan, but he's already got one Indianapolis 500 win.
This is your dream. This is where you want to be.
Tony Kanaan has got to be the sentimental favorite. Everyone knows how much he has sacrificed to be here now in his 12th try. He has come so close.
So we're going to a restart with 2 to go. I was starting second, and I told Jimmy Vasser, my team owner, I said,
I'm going to go for it. It's going to be all or nothing.
the way the race was playing out, he didn't want to be the leader on the last lap. I said, I don't care. I'm going to take the lead.
3 wide. Who will make the pass? Going to be Kanaan.
That's what I did, and a crash happened behind. We ran out of time, and I won the race, so it was the right choice. A very special day for my life. A long life promise I made my dad before he passed away, the night before he passed away, that one day I was going to win that race for him when I was 13 years old. So, I mean, if you guys look at that footage, I crossed our finish line and I was pointing it up saying, you know, this is for you. A lot of emotions, a lot of things went through my head, and the best day of my life.
No doubt one of the most popular Indy 500 victories. Tony Kanaan, such a staple at this event, entering what is apparently his last month of May. And here, during the month of May, we will be covering it on Peacock. More than 60 hours of coverage. And back this year, the Indy 500 pre-race show, starting at 9 a.m. before the big show kicks off on NBC. Lots of action, lots of coverage for everyone at home. Excited to be a part of it. And this young fan is excited to be here at the Speedway today. Very, very wisely covering her eyes up when she does it to not get the leftover grass.
What a visual. And fans are making their way in. This is like bonus coverage. Generally speaking, you've got a sweet ticket for the day. Practice starts at noon. Gates didn't open, by the way, until 10. So that's why you didn't see a whole lot of people here, because they weren't allowed in unless you were credentialed until 10 a.m. So fans are just starting to gather. Is that in turn 1 down there, I'm wondering? I'm sorry, that's turn 3. So the turn 4 area, oval turn 4, which is turn 1 of the road course, they've raised the level of the mounds, right, where you see turns 1, 2, 3.
I'm just going to minimize this for a second, because I know that shortly Josh has to leave the commentary box as well. So just take a quick look at it as well. We've got a little bit of information, actually.
Not anymore.
Say again? Not anymore.
Not
You're staying.
anymore.
You're
No.
staying. You're staying in the com box.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, well, we have 32 minutes to go of this session. We've switched over to my iPhone to give us the lap tracker.
Hopefully, I don't sound too bad.
What are you on?
I'm on my laptop speaker.
Oh, why? What's happened?
Well, I'm having to use my main laptop for what I'm doing at 5 PM, my radio show. So I'm having to use something else, which I could use my lapel. That's what it is.
Oh, well, I'll leave you to find that out as well, and we'll hand back over to NBC. Just want to give you this quick news as well. We've got 32 minutes left of this rookie orientation session, but Matthew Owens, again, lead commentator on USRN's coverage of IndyCar this season as well, and we'll be taking you through some of it, well, take you through qualifying some of it, and then of course the Indy 500 here on USRN as well. Those who are on JB Motorsport shall have myself taking you through, sort of like we do every Indy 500 as well. We sort of do a bit of both for the streaming as well. Matthew Owens has said the 15 laps does not have to be consecutive, it just has to be completed inside the 40 minutes remaining in the session. So thank you for that, Matthew. So they've got time to get the car set up and get it back out there as well. We'll head back over to NBC as well on Peacock's commentary team, and then when he comes out, we'll take over commentary. Let's have a word down there as well with the pits.
This is Jacob Abel. We talked to Bill Abel earlier here, of course, with Abel Motorsports on the RC Enerson car. So you're just here kind of observing this and checking things out, but a pretty good behind-the-scenes look, obviously, and an up-close personal look at kind of how to run a program and be an IndyCar driver. So what's this whole experience, kind of the build-up to the month of May, been like for you personally?
Yeah, the whole past month has been really cool. I think it's something that honestly most drivers don't really get to see, is the team literally getting built, the car getting built, all of that. So it's definitely given me a new respect for everything. I mean, just looking at it now, it's a little bit of a relief for everyone that we're just out here and, the car is running and everything's going pretty well. So, and then also, I mean, it's really cool to see how this rookie orientation process goes from the inside, because hopefully it's something I'll have to do one day. But yeah, really cool and cool for RC.
Talk to folks, too, about your Indy next season thus far. I've only had 3 races, but how are things going for you?
Yeah, it's been pretty strong. We started out the year with a podium, a lot of laps led there in St. Pete. Took a little bit of a step back through Barber and Indy road course here, but the field is super deep, super competitive this year. So I think it's going to be all about consistency and getting the good results when you can.
I'll ask you kind of just a big picture question, and even to just kind of speak on behalf of the team. But what are you looking forward to most about just kind of watching this and observing this this whole process throughout the month?
Yeah, it's cool. I've been telling everyone, I've been coming to these practice days for 4 or 5 years now, and I'm usually just wandering up and down pit lane. So to finally have a little bit of a home here is super nice. So yeah, just kind of soaking everything in, just kind of being a sponge this month and really just absorbing everything I can and trying to learn as much as possible.
All right, yeah, keep your eye on Jacob Abel, folks. He's an Indy Next driver, and as he said, hopefully we'll see him here on the big track in an IndyCar here in a couple of years. But RC Enerson, I think, just about ready to go back out onto the speedway.
And Jacob is from Louisville, but he lives in Indianapolis now. He is a student at Butler University in Indianapolis, the alma mater of longtime IndyCar driver and now also a team owner, Ed Carpenter. Working on a marketing degree, which comes in quite handy if you want to become a racing driver.
That is definitely something that you should have a good understanding of. It's either mechanical engineering or a marketing degree. If you're going to go to school while being a driver and pursuing a career in motorsports, those are the 2 you'd want to have a look at.
So, heading back out on the track, once again is going to be RC Enerson as well. Now he's completed laps at the moment. He's on 5. Now he's got to continue phase 3. He's got 10 laps to go on that as well. The party's just beginning here. Joshua Smith says, "Are we going to Le Mans in just 2 weeks' time for the 100th anniversary of the race? We're going for the whole atmosphere of the scrutineering, test day, race week, and everything. So excited. My parents even brought me hospitality for Thursday qualifying, so I'm highly excited to get out to France now and start getting some autographs. Fantastic. It's on the bucket list for us to do Le Mans once as well, broadcasting, but because we broadcast the whole 24 hours, tell you what though, Joshua Smith, what's come for the commentary? Stickers on in the background as well. We'll be commentating on the Indy 500 all 24 hours. We'll be live as well this season, across as well all of practice and qualifying like we do every year. But I would love to do Le Mans, but at the moment it's impossible because 24 hours with battery packs, that would be insane. Data and everything to get right, so we can't do it all just yet, but hopefully one day maybe that'll be something I have to join the Radio Le Mans team for, and we can do like a crossover event as well, all in positions. But Josh, they're out on the track and we're going to have cars circulating because we've got RC Enerson now out there pushing pedal to the metal.
This isn't too bad. I've tried to fix it.
It's fine.
But
it's fine.
Hopefully it sounds good. But we'll have to deal with this until around 7:30. But yeah, he is back out on track. This isn't the first time I've actually commentated and done a radio show at the same time, so hopefully it'll all go well. But back out on track, continuing his phase 3.
Yeah, no worries at all. You focus on your radio show, obviously, and I'll just talk along. It's fine as well. We'll have NBC and IndyCar Radio, all sorts as well, at IndyCars for this 500. As now, IndyCar takes our main priority this weekend with the cancellation of the Formula One Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. So disappointment about that. I'll tell you what, Josh's new headset, new ear cups, I forgot actually how worn his old headset must have actually been. Looks great as they come back in as well. So, got to complete the remaining lap times then to qualify to go through. He's done phase 1 and phase 2, which means he's allowed to take part in the upcoming practice session following this. And across the line, RC Enerson does a 2:17.812, fastest time he's done so far today as well. as he continues to push. And push he must as well, with the best speed times in this session being allowed. And coming around now to mini sector as well, looking even quicker, his first sector time. And he's into the box.
All clear. Coming to you, pit box.
All clear coming into you for pit box as well. So RC Anderson dives back in after setting the fastest time he's done today with 2:17.812. He's decided to come into the pit lane and abandon that qualifying run as well. So that's our talking stopping once again. I'll hand back over to NBC. We must get TweetDeck operational as well. Right, let's head back over to NBC. So, not sure where Kevin Lee and James Hinchcliffe is at the moment as well, and where they've disappeared to. As RC Anderson comes in as well, and we'll get a complete changeover. I actually don't know where they've disappeared to. They've stopped commentating, which is difficult for me and Josh to keep going with it all.
So a stop midway through phase 3 for RC Enerson to make some adjustments and continue to work on the program. Let's check in with Dylan.
So they just came in this time because they told RC they didn't have telemetry. So I think that was they didn't have telemetry back at the pit box. So they're working to try and get that sorted out, or if not, it was maybe telemetry on the dash. So just as we talked about, just kind of some teething pains, if you will, with a new team, a new operation, and that's what this process is for, just to get all the bugs sorted out and everything before you really open it up here with everybody at noon. And their plan is to roll pretty much right back onto the speedway when the track opens at noon. So didn't know if they were going to go back to the garage and kind of reset or anything, but if they are able to get this done here in the next 23 and a half minutes or so, this rookie orientation process done, they'll be ready to go again here in just a little bit. So busy day for these guys, just trying to get everything sorted and make sure when it's all swim, if you will, here in just a little while, that they're ready to go and have everything buttoned up.
And as mentioned, they are eligible to participate with the entire crowd, so they do not have to get these final, whatever it is, 8 or 9 laps completed here before 12 o'clock. They're eligible to compete with everyone else. So we will continue to keep one eye on the racetrack, and if and when Enerson goes back out in the next few minutes, you will see it in what we call the 2-box, a little picture-in-picture. But in the meantime, we continue to highlight the top 10 Indianapolis 500s as voted by some esteemed journalists and then some others like me that were available to choose and try to rank the previous 106 Indianapolis 500s. Let's now look back to number 8 and the closest finish ever. Let's go back and revisit 1992.
Race day morning mirrored Christmas morning as a brutal wind and cold temperatures threw a wrench into race strategy.
It was brutal. I mean, it was probably like 40-some degrees, and this is in the end of May, and it was just overcast, and it was ugly.
A car is off the track. The pole setter, the pole car, Roberto Guerrero, has spun off the track.
From that point on, this is going to be a strange day.
And the green flag is out. The race is on, and Eddie Cheever jumps into the lead as they head for 1. Michael passing on the inside. Michael Andretti in the short shootout left with Florio right behind. Exit Andretti family reunion in turn 2.
The Cheever sandwich propelled Michael from 6th to 1st. Ford held on to the top 4 spots.
That was literally, in my whole career, the easiest race I've ever driven. I mean, the car was so dominant. I think my quickest lap was 5 miles per hour quicker than anybody else's quickest lap.
Cautions bred more cautions as tires fell victim to Mother Nature's cold spell.
And a crash in turn 4, Bob. Yes, it involves Mario Andretti.
The restarts were a problem getting back up to speed. And the track was a junkyard. You did not get offline. I mean, I was very... It was like being in a sailboat where the storm was out.
The race is on once again. Here comes Michael Andretti headed for turn number 1 and another crash in turn 4. Bob Lamy. Yes, we've got a spin, and Brian Bonner, the car number is 39.
By midway, nearly half the field had been eliminated. The 500 had become a race of attrition. Michael Andretti was one of the few survivors.
And Michael Andretti goes around Al Jr. down the main straightaway. Once he gets clear sailing, Bob, he is tongue the cat.
That was just just cruising. The whole day I'm just looking in my mirror waiting for somebody to race me, you know, and there was nobody. You know, nobody could touch us. And I'm saving and I'm still running away, you know, and it's like, God, this is too good to be true.
Every time we complete a lap under green, we breathe a sigh of relief. Another crash in turn number 2. Jeff Andretti came through 2, out of shape, a half spin. Another car involved to the inside. Gary Bettenhausen apparently got some debris.
And I wasn't getting any report, none at all. And then I see him towing the car away, and I saw there's nothing. In front of the car's gone. I didn't even know if he was alive at that point. I was not getting I had no report. I'm like, oh, God. So that, from then on, just was on my mind the rest of the way. And I was thinking, I gotta win. I gotta get this over with. I gotta win it, and I gotta get to the hospital.
It was Michael's day. Michael could pull away at will. It was pretty much a race for second place. And me and Scott Goodyear were having a great race.
We got to get in front of Scott because when Michael breaks, I want to be leading. Al drove very hard for a long period of time and finally worked his way around Scott.
They are side by side. Al Jr. down on the low side. He's got the position. He gets by Scott Goodyear. It may not be enough, but at least Al Jr. now holds second position in this race.
Andretti's lead grew to 30 seconds. His first Indy victory was within reach.
I was coming up to lap Al Unser Sr., and he was running third, and he was running the Buick. And I started to smell something. And I thought, oh, it must be the Buick. It might be the Buick because they weren't very reliable at that time. So I'm like, I got to pass him because I can just see him blowing a motor around this thing. So I go and I pass him, and right as soon as I pass him, the engine just died. It just died. I'm like, no.
Is he slowing down? Michael Andretti, the leader, is slowing down, coming down the back straightaway. Unbelievable luck for the Andrettis.
One of the Speedway's most masterful performances ended in turn 3. Andretti's expired Ford ironically finished an unlucky 13th.
Of my career, that was the worst day of my career, for sure.
Andretti's bad luck brought out the yellow and bunched up the field. A new battle was brewing between leader Al Unser Jr. and underdog Scott Goodyear.
All right, we're about to go green once again and settle this thing. The running of the 500-mile race for 1992. He's close to within 2 car lengths. Goodyear within 2 car lengths and 1. Can he get him? Can he get him?
I think most everybody had kind of a strange sense of confidence that because of what happened in '89, Scott was not going to get around now.
No, he is closed up. He's about 3 car lengths behind him, and he's making a move with a short shoot. It's like a sprint car race, nose to tail, into turn 2. About 3, 4, maybe 5 car lengths now, off the corner, down the backstretch. It's a shootout for the Indianapolis 500.
And then the last couple laps, it started getting loose. And then it finally stepped out on me in turn 4, coming for the checkered.
Keep those cameras ready. We can have a photo finish. Al Unser Jr. has the lead. 1 more turn to go. Here they come. Coming to the finish line. Bob Jenkins, who's going to win it?
And I knew that I had a bit of a run on him. And I went to the right. He went to the right. I went to the left. He was sort of watching in his mirrors, and we certainly had the momentum coming up to the finish line.
I came off at turn 4, and I saw the run that Scott had on me. And my first thought right away was, oh, I've blown another one.
Goodyear makes a move. Little Al wins by just a few tenths of a second. Perhaps the closest finish in the history of the Indianapolis 500.
Unser Jr. edged Goodyear by 43 thousandths of a second, the closest finish in 500 history.
I think it was the first time I actually did breathe because, you know, I had the family tradition, all the pressures that my family has at that place. It was a great moment. My dreams, the goals, everything were instantly finished. I mean, it was done.
Little Al became the first son of a 500 winner to visit Victory Lane.
There sounds like there's some tears in your voice right now. Well, you just don't know what Indy means.
Yeah, let me raise your arm up.
I was probably as happy as I was when I won the race the first time because my son won it. Because now you know what it's like.
No, we do not know what it is like, and we never will, because that feeling that you get to see your own son win the 500 is a very rare thing indeed. So, the last runs are underway. Josh is, I believe, are you doing a radio show now, or are you preparing for it? Not if you're doing a radio show. No, he's not doing a radio show. That's good then. Omi's joined the commentary box as well, so we'll get that.
Starts at 5.
Starts at 5. Hello to Omi. How are you doing?
Hello. Yeah, I'm doing well.
We've got cars on the track, Omi. We get to talk about them. R.C. Anderson doing the run before the first official practice gets underway. Finally, by the way, we've finally got things to talk about, because yesterday we were just sat around doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to rain again, but luckily it's not, and I don't get predictions right, so maybe it's better for me to say it's going to rain tomorrow and then it's dry tomorrow as well. So yeah, great to see cars on the circuit after a complete washout yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fun to see. We have more to talk about in general, so this is going to be exciting then.
Indeed, we'll get more things to talk about over the next 15 minutes, because we'll see R.C. Anderson completing his lap times. Then he's just controlling the cross line now. His fastest time is fastest speed. We've got to get into the month of May with speeds as well, isn't it? 217.812 miles per hour as well. He's got to keep running that. He's got a few more laps to do. I think he's got about 9 laps left on his run in the third phase of this session, so he should be able to box now. There's no other chance because there's so little time left in this session, 13 minutes. He's good, and it takes 41 seconds per lap here, plus ins and outs. He's now got no opportunity to push it. Have you been watching much, Omi, this first hour or so? Have you been busy?
I haven't actually got any time to watch any of it. Mostly I've been looking at F1 news, and I've just been in bed all day, really.
Sounds good. What's your take then on Emilia Romagna as well? The correct decision, I think, to cancel the race, but surprised it's come this early on the Wednesday before.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be a bit later, but it's better for us, I guess, as we now know we have a bit of a... it's a bit less busy because we were going to have F1, F2 and F3, so it is the correct decision. Obviously, still I think a lot of people will be disappointed, but still the correct decision has been made, and I'm happy it is early rather than we go into Friday 15 minutes before the session, all of us start the stream for F1 and then we find out it's cancelled.
Yeah, Australia 2020 vibes as well, when we were all stood in the commentary box going, are we live? Or do we not go? What do we do? And then we never ended up going live as well because it all got cancelled due to COVID. At that time as well, it was me standing in the commentary box, it was Megan as well, we're both with our headsets on. And it was before the time we were doing YouTube Live, we were recording them, and it was like, well, what do we do? Do we film a pre-show? Do we not? And yeah, it all got very weird. So a special show, by the way, aired earlier on. It was as soon as we got the news, we went on air and discussed the flooding situation as well. And I brought you the official report. The race has been cancelled, so round 6 of the championship for Formula 1 will now be the Monaco Grand Prix. Whether or not they put in Emilia Romagna at any other part on the calendar is yet to be remained. I'm told they are looking at the first weekend of August, the 4th, 5th and 6th of August, a week after the Grand Prix in Belgium, to have that race. And then when I said about it as well, journalists started talking about it as well, so there's sources there, so fingers crossed. But right now the relief efforts as well for the emergency services in the Emilia-Romagna region in Bologna as well, all our thoughts are with them as well, and the friends and family of the 3 people who have sadly been killed in the flooding as well. Racing really does take a step back in world matters as well. So Formula 1 finally doing the correct decision. Here in Indy, we had a washout yesterday, which is why if you're just tuning in, we're on air 2 hours early than anticipated, as we have to get the install laps in, as well as the rookie orientation for R.C. Anderson to get it sorted as well. He's back into the pit lane. His time then 2:17.518 was his last lap speed. Best speed is a 2:17.812. I think he's got 2 more laps to run, so we'll hand back over to NBC during the non-car parts of this segment because we're all trying to save our voices for the session. Omi, how long are you around for in this one?
I should be around all day actually from now.
Oh wow, brilliant. Okay. That helps. Jess, by the way, won't be joining us today or tomorrow. She's on vocal rest because she has a cold. But hopefully she'll be joining us for a few sessions this weekend. By the way, Josh, I don't know if you knew this, but at one point we thought that the situation was going to be that the track has gone yellow, by the way. So the track now has been checkered. RC Anderson has completed his total times, so the track is now closed. We were apparently, as Josh Smith puts it, it would have been more than impossible to fit F1, F2, F3 and Super Cup into 2 days if they just did it on Sunday. Very difficult to do, but 100% to cancel. Let's up with Catherine Legg. Get back to you on the point.
Decade away, so got through the test. It's our opening day. We're doing the deal now. What emotions are you feeling as you strap in?
All of them.
Everyone.
Every single one. No, it's finally get going. Rain day today. I'm kind of just working through everything in my mind, trying not to think about it and the enormity that the month of May actually is. So we just work down through the test items and hopefully we've got a good car heading into qualifying.
We talked a lot about the Rahal cars at the GP this past week and how strong of a showing it was just for the entire group. Have you been into those good vibes in this kind of pit area and garage as we make the transition to the oval side of things?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's definitely a positive attitude. There is nobody who wants it more on the grid than this team. And I bounds and strides forward. I know that none of them mates from a road course, but hopefully positive momentum's coming our way.
To have you back, Catherine Legg in the Rahal number 44.
Speedway, full time in the Tech Sports Car Championship. That's the end of this session. Well done by RC Enerson and Able Motorsports. I believe he still has one more lap to officially complete, but he is cleared for the field, so he'll be back out afternoon. This is a regularly scheduled track inspection before the full field takes to the track in less than 10 minutes. Opening going to be here at noon, 6 hours of open track time for the field of 34.
And we hope we'll be back with you on YouTube as well. We have a few technical issues at the end of the session because the rejig of the systems has triggered a little bit of an error. I'm here, Brad. Don't worry, we're just to NBC there. I'm here. Having a few technical issues with YouTube and USA as the switchover has an issue between the two systems because the time needs to refresh themselves. While we try and fix it, get it going, we're going to go to ads here on YouTube. We'll be back in a few moments. Don't go anywhere when the session starts as well. You sound like I didn't hear you. Yeah, no problem with our microphones. We'll be back shortly after the break. And you are back with us, hopefully now completely sorted and fixed as well, and hopefully I no longer sound like an alien now that we've got a microphone inserted as well. Welcome back to full coverage here of the Indianapolis 500 in 2023. 5 minutes and 17 seconds until the green light goes on for the next session. Alongside me in the commentary area here as well in the box, it's Josh T. Alongside me as well is Omi. Gentlemen, welcome. Let's start with you, Omi. The anticipation is through the roof, to put it one way, about this session, but 6 hours is about to get underway. Are you looking forward to it? You ready for the Indy 500?
Yeah, I am. It's going to be great and really looking forward to it. So I was just having a look actually at the F1 weather now for Monaco because that's where all of the attention turns to, and it basically says rain everywhere. So still, until now, I'll say this again, until we get onto the formation lap, and if it's raining, then that's the only time I'll believe it. But here we go. Here come the hopes once again of a wet race. But let's see. Let's hope this time though it doesn't rain that much that we aren't able to race. But yeah, really. But anyway, back over to Indy. Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to this. I think it's going to be great. And yeah, great to see that we've been able to get the sessions going, and hopefully we're going to be able to remain this way for the next few days as well.
And Josh T is with us as well, as expected, and as always, up here in the commentary box. I don't know what's happening with these leads at the moment as well. We're trying to figure out exactly what's been going on. I think there's too much concession and gain on this bus mixer, so hopefully we'll be A-OK shortly. But hello, Josh. All set then, all ready to go? Hopefully it's going to be a very... I don't want to say interesting weekend, but it's going to be a very close one as well when it goes to qualifying, of course, on Saturday and Sunday.
Well, I mean, that is my phrase, Josh. So I will take that back from you. But yeah, it's going to be a good week. We've still got a couple of days of the week as well, but of course qualifying at the weekend as well.
Yeah, and Josh isn't going to be with us too much as well. There's a month until the race, too long to predict. Why is there no pictures? In terms of us three standing together in the commentary box? Well, there can be as well. Look, if I press this button here, you can see me waving, but currently the headset microphone, I've been told, isn't set up yet. So I'm on the radio mic, one of the boom ones that Josh has got hold of as well. So we're just waiting for the action to get going. The driver track will kick in as well. We're 2 minutes away until we get forward. Don't worry, Brad will be there in just a second. I've been told that when practice resumes, I'll have a headset to actually work into. But yeah, so 6 hours then. That's how long you're going to be steering at our mugs as well. We'll have interviews throughout as well, everywhere. Those of you listening on US Around via the Mixlr app, good evening to you. We've had the 2 hours of the rookie orientation practice and the initial opening laps. Now it is time for all of the action to finally begin, and the proper running order as well for the Indy 500, and we're all getting ready for what hopefully is going to be a very interesting session. 2 minutes to go until all that kicks off. A reminder that the fastest time we saw as well was over 230 miles an hour on the open test. That's the last time everyone's been out there in full running because of the washout we had yesterday. We'll have a couple of images of pictures as well throughout the session as well in terms of everything and what's happening on the circuit. We'll be able to show you, but live coverage in 90 seconds time as well for round 6 of the 2023 IndyCar Series. It's the Indianapolis 500 for the 107th running. And this is now officially, by the way, practice 1 was the install laps, practice 2 was the rookie orientation. This is now going to be practice 3. So so they've actually combined 3 practice sessions together, Romy, which I did not think was going to be there. Josh Smith says, wow, 6 hours, you could fit a 6-hour WEC race in that. Insane. You absolutely could, but it's going to be a bit of endurance there as well to compensate on that. But yes, Omi, they really have sort of gone out there 6 hours a day now for today, tomorrow and Friday, so it's all go now.
Yep, all going, and I mean, it would have caused even more chaos if today was also had disruptive running. So thank God that we haven't had more rain, and it's dry, but yeah, so quite busy, yeah. But a lot of action and entertainment for us.
We're about to get going then. We're going to be reintroduced as well by the wonderful NBC. It's the month of May, and for the first time, green flag, away we go! Practice is underway with cars venturing out onto the circuit. It's been too long, with sessions delayed and cancelled, install laps completed 2 hours ago, but now this is it, right here, right now, 6 hours. This is the start of practice. Hello everyone, I'm Joshua Birch. I'm Sam in the comment box is Omi as well. Josh T, as you can see, is currently doing a radio show, so he's between everywhere at the moment as well. I believe he's on a vocal break at the moment where he's going to be playing songs over there. Hello. We're go. Cars on the track. Yesterday must have been but a dream. We are go, and we are running now for 6 hours of practice. Happy time is here in May.
Yeah, it really, really is. But Will Power also on board as well. 3 wide already as we go across the yard of bricks as well. Yeah, all of the Penske's there.
Photo opportunity being taken up as well. Cars starting to venture on the circuit. We'll get that driver tracker increased in a moment as well. But Omi, coming to you. We've been waiting around yesterday, and now it's all go. And the Penske's doing their usual 3x3 across the line for photos. It came wrong though a couple of years ago with Herta coming on the back of it and hitting the wall and causing some drama on the opening day of the practice. So Omi, coming to you then. Month of May, all go. Session is underway. Happy time of the year for you. We just get to watch cars go around in a circle. Brad says the same thing. Why do they need to practice a circle? It's a lot more than that, isn't it? It's more of an oblong shape, but we're ready. We are go for the oval of the 500.
Yeah, we absolutely are. My first, I guess my first Indy 500 as well. So excited, looking forward to this, and yeah, I don't really even know what to really expect of this. So, is there anything you'd like to tell me as before we get into it fully?
It's going to be utter chaos. I think that's
going to be exciting then.
Yeah, I think that's about it, isn't it, Josh? This
Expect the unexpected.
That too. It's going to be absolutely chaotic. So we're massively looking forward to this. And basically, if you think someone's going to start on pole position, think again. It 9 times out of 10 changes quite quickly as well, and we're often left with a bit of egg on our face thinking, oh well, I predicted you for pick a winner, you haven't turned up, so life's going to be just a little bit harder as well with things. So we've got the driver tracker at least sorted a little bit as they come into fruition here as well, as just drag that back up as well to switch over as well on the main cameras. Everyone's now anticipating the same thing. We're going to see loads of action, loads of drama as well. But my personal prediction for this, everyone, what a load of interesting racing we're going to see. Because they've lost a day of running. Ergo, Omi, they've got to really push hard to see what they're going to have here.
Yep. It kind of makes it even a bit more exciting for us on here in the second day. More running. The team's obviously doing so. Yeah, but it's just lovely to see cars on the racetrack. While yesterday we were all having to replay races of the IndyCar, MotoGP, and all of that. So excited to be able to, have cars on the circuit and have Indy 500 go.
A few questions coming in from the chat as well. Where are we? Will you be doing the football instead of the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix? Believe it or not, we've got IndyCar to do, and also the British Touring Car Championship. Let's hear from R.C. Ellison then, down there with NBC. He's just in the opening laps.
Last time you guys went through this a couple of years ago, but how good does it feel just to be back and be up to speed and be up to speed right away at that matter?
Yeah, I mean, this one was definitely a lot smoother, but a lot more preparation behind it, so we were well prepared. And it's great to be back here. I mean, it took a first few laps to figure things out and get the feeling back in the car. Definitely felt a little alien, but I mean, right after first 5 laps, it's right back where we started. Felt like I'd never been out of the car that long, so it's really good to see the speed in the car too.
You guys just went back to the garage and you said, we're not quite ready to go out and race in traffic or run in traffic yet. I want to make sure we get this car ready for qualifying. So the next couple of days, what is that just going to kind of be your guys' focus, just single car run, just to try to make sure the balance is good for this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we're bringing it back. I mean, you run different gearing, very wide range for the different speeds you're running for rookie orientation. So we go back, get that sorted. I'm guessing probably somewhere in an hour or so, but we'll be back out here. But yes, the priority is qualifying. We can always worry about running in traffic a little later, but obviously let's get the get the speed in the car, get comfortable, make sure the balance is there, and if all things go well, we know where our speed's at, then go run in traffic.
So it's great to have you here, R.C. Anderson, the Able Motorsports Group, working their way through, as we said, that ROP program and up to speed, and they'll be on the track here in just a little while as well with the rest of the group.
Thank you, Dylan. Now this right here is what we came for. 225 or thereabouts miles per hour just to get things started at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and 3 heavy favorites. 3 of the 4 Ganassi cars right there running in a line.
Yeah, and the 4th is a 2-time winner in Takuma Sato, who's not on track with these 3 right now. So a stacked lineup for Chip Ganassi Racing this year in the 500. But what I love about this, Kev, is we're 6 and a bit minutes into this session, and we're already seeing teams going out and doing group traffic running. Normally this stage of the day, this stage of the week, you're a little more focused on single car runs, not necessarily for the sake of practicing qualifying, but for the sake of testing certain components, getting some aero data, things like that, as Scott Dixon uses that 2-car draft from his teammates to jump up to a 228.9 less than 10 minutes into this first session. But I think so much was learned at that open test from those single car runs that the Ganassi squad's got a good sense of where their cars are to each other. So let's just go out and let's get to work. We lost the day yesterday to rain. Let's start working on these race cars.
So I don't want to jump too far ahead of ourselves, but last year, Scott Dixon put up the fastest pole time ever. Not the fastest lap ever. Because of the circumstances of qualifying, the track record was not eligible for the pole from Ari Leyendyk. So we look back to last year, fastest speed on day 1, 227.1 miles per hour by Scott Dixon, and 7 minutes in, he's almost 2 miles per hour faster. I'm not saying we're going to be faster, but that's starting off the trend in a nice direction.
Yeah, there's certainly not a whole lot we can look into that for what the ultimate single car pace is going to be. You know, there's not a ton of development that's happening on these race cars
back here, Phil.
right now, year to year. So there's not a lot that you'd expect to change from a speed standpoint. The bigger thing that affects it, I think, at this stage is really just conditions. And right now, with an ambient temperature of 66, but a track temperature just a few degrees shy of 100, 96 degrees track time, that is almost perfect conditions for speed. As we look at some funky new colors on the number 20 Bittenile Chevy for Ed Carpenter Racing.
I like that. That's a different scheme.
That's a good looking car.
That's fantastic. I want to see what the other Bittenile cars look like, because all are branded. The 20, the 21 for Rinus VeeKay, and now the 33. It does still take you a moment, and Indianapolis 500 fans are going to see the 20 and think Ed Carpenter, but that's been Connor Daly.
Yep, as they come through. Just catching with some cheap chat here, guys, as I was called in for assistance as well from the main house. Just when we're going through. Brad says, Josh, I'm going to the Spanish Grand Prix in 2 weeks. Do you think I've wasted my money? No. That circuit is amazing. I went there in 2019, as I always say, for testing for Formula One. The view you get is stunning. That circuit is brilliant. Brilliant hospitality, brilliant food, brilliant views around the circuit as well. Now with the removal of the last chicane, we're going to see some action as well. Honestly, absolutely top dollar. Also, be warned, hot during the day, cold during the night. So do go in shorts and t-shirt, but take a long sleeve like t-shirty thing as well for the night, so you're not too cold. Josh says, like you would expect Monaco or Le Mans to get more practice than Indy, it's crazy that Indy get 24 hours of practice before qualifying. It is absolutely as well, but it's because it's Indianapolis is the most dangerous race on the planet. You've got to go over 230 miles an hour for the entirety of the race. And one mistake and you get fired into a wall. So you've got to find it pitch perfect, got to make sure the cars are set up correctly. Indianapolis is definitely the most dangerous race on the planet. Josh Smith, maybe do commentary on the support races for BTCC as well as the BTCC main races. Something we're looking into, but it's getting quite difficult as well to do more than, because then I'm not there. Because quite often we struggle to do 3 touring car races. Like for this weekend, Josh, if you have a second, that's what I was going to tell you as well. Was for this weekend, the rumour was that Formula 1, we're going to do a Saturday-Sunday event, with Saturday being a practice and a qualifying for F1 and practice and qualifying for the support races. Sunday would then have everything thrown in as well for F2, F3, Porsche Super Cups and the F1 races, all thrown in on one day. So I wouldn't have been able to do the British Touring Cars at all. So Jess was actually going to step in and do the Touring Cars, leading the coverage. But now I don't need to. So Jess hopefully will do something this year as well. But she's also on vocal rest. So that was the plan. Jess was going to be alongside you in the box for Touring Cars.
Yeah, well, it's hard to do the BTCC support races as well, because A, you've got to get all of the permissions and all the legal stuff, which I won't go into. But also, it clashes with everything. Of course, all of the other series we do as well, so it's very, very hard to.
Maybe one day we can just get like a timing screen set up with a timing screen and driver tracker.
I'm happy to.
Yeah. And then just, you know...
Yeah, I'm happy to stream one if needed.
Yeah, so like we do with the touring cars for the practice sessions of British Touring Cars, we'll just get the driver tracker, timing screen, and throw on the circuit commentary as well. Maybe that's something we can look at for next season as well for the support races, but it does take an awful lot to get things sorted as well. Team communication?
Ready.
No team communication. That graphic just keeps popping up but not being used properly as well, which gets really annoying as well. Hub and Dick, nice to see you in the chat again. Well, I think all the practice time mostly goes back to when cars were built and trimmed specifically for this event. Like a lot of traditions, it just kind of stuck. Absolutely as well. I mean, you saw a couple of years ago, the Daytona 500 only had a qualifying session, no practice time as well during the events of COVID as well, so it wasn't needed to do all of it at one time. But yeah, with IndyCar, I reckon we'd get away with at least 2 days of practice. That's 12 hours before going into qualifying as well. But it's the month of May. It sticks to it all as well, and whether you like it or not, love it or loathe it, I love it personally, but broadcasting it all for the first time live this year. We usually do qualifying live and the race live, obviously. We never usually do practice, but this year, throwing out a Hail Mary, or Hail Mullen as now a motorsport expression, we're doing the whole thing live. 5 hours, 47 minutes to go. Omi, how many 500s have you seen before as well? Because I know you used to watch IndyCar live as well, but have you ever managed to catch up with the 500?
No.
No, never?
Not at all.
Oh, wow. Next Sunday's going to be fun then. What are you making of the track?
I mean, from what I can tell and what I can see is that it is going to be chaos during the Indy 500, and I guess we're not going to get bored at all. It's just going to be super exciting, and I'm really looking forward to this because, for example, if I was not doing this, then my weekend would have actually been so boring as well. Because obviously now no F1, F2 and F3, because that's the only series I actually really properly follow. So yeah, happy that the Indy 500 is going on, and well, I'll also try pop in for the British Touring Cars as well, so that's going to be exciting as well.
And Nick Homewood rejoins us in the commentary team for that this weekend as well, and with Omi in the background, even more perfect as well, a touring car team. There's the 28, and it's not Ryan Hunter-Ray, that is Romain Grosjean. Ryan Hunter-Ray is racing here this weekend, but he's in a different number and a different car, which everybody is a bit awkward with as well. He is running under, if we're just trying to find him on the timing screen actually, Ryan Hunter-Ray is running with 23, and he's currently P10 for Jaya and Ryan Bold Racing. He's done a total of, trying to see it on my timing screen now, 222.891 mile an hour. Scott Dixon is currently the fastest though, if we take a look at the full times on our page. Hopefully it's not too bad with the speeds. Yeah, it's kind of about okay. I'll fix that in a second. It's Scott Dixon on a 229.174 mile per hour lap as well. Right, hello boys, says Astral. Nice to see cars on track. Absolutely it is, as well as our driver track is also. Has it caught up fully? Oh yes it has, brilliant. Let's go over to NBC to take a look at Venus VK run.
Second year in a row, Venus VK started up front, but it all went wrong right after the first pit stop.
Yeah, such a shame right here in front of Scott Dixon. Scott doing a great job, and Marcus Ericsson behind him, the eventual winner, doing a great job avoiding the accident, but a tough break for the young Dutchman. Been so quick all month in qualifying trim and race trim. he was really one of the guys to watch. And very early in the race, it all sort of came unraveled. Big surprise.
I saw Connor Daly this morning again, and I said, just real quick, he was heading somewhere else. Was the car good in the test? And he was, oh yeah, we are good. They come back with the same level of confidence that they've had. I saw Matt Barnes, one of the engineers, the lead engineer with the program, and he said, yep, we're still where we want to be. Now, a lot of other people, I think, are where they want to be, so, you know, you're still looking at, we know our McLaren is good. We know Ganassi is good. The big question still remains Penske.
Right.
I know they think they're better, but they have not been good enough the last 3 years. They've not been what Penske has generally brought.
And it's been one of the big question marks because, you know, this team right here that Rinus VeeKay drives for at Carpenter Racing, consistently the fastest Chevy-powered team in qualifying trim especially. And you think, what does Penske not know that the Ed Carpenter group knows? They just have these tricks from decades of experience here at the Speedway. But the ability to consistently bring these cars that especially shine in qualifying when teams like Penske can't replicate that kind of speed. So it has been a bit of a mystery, and it's going to be interesting to see if, you know, we talked to Joseph Newgarden at the start of the year, and he said there's been a lot of work that went into it this winter, as it does every winter. But he's cautiously optimistic that there's some good gains that they found.
Let's look at Kyle Kirkwood in a new situation at Indy this year after running as a rookie with A.J. Foyt Racing. He's already won a race with Andretti Autosport. Want to clarify one thing, too, when we were talking about fastest first-day speeds, kind of looking at the note I was handed and started thinking about that. So where we're at now, there are only 4 first-day top speeds quicker than this. So I'm not saying that this is the 5th fastest first speed ever. I feel quite certain that when Tony Stewart did 2:36 in 1996, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th and so forth were faster than this. But as far as the best speed of the day, this is the 5th best speed of the day that we have ever seen at the Indianapolis 500. Only 19 with power in the current era. 96, 95, 92 is what we're talking about. Kyle Kirkwood dipping down. He will come in just moments.
Second Indy 500 for the young driver from Florida. Finished 17th last year with A.J. Foyt Racing. As now we look at a couple interesting liveried cars. That's Graham Rahal peeling off down there in front. I believe that was Santino Ferrucci behind him.
It was.
263 career starts for Graham Rahal. I don't know if you've been watching 100 Days to Indy on the CW, but the episode featuring Graham I thought was hilarious. A lot of good insight and honest intel from Graham on being a driver at this stage of his career. Not sure what he's up to right now. You just see him coasting, looking in his mirror. You do have the ability to dive to the access road here if you don't want to stay on the racetrack. That's exactly what Graham does. It's weird because he sort of moved down off of 3 as if he was going to pit.
Still clear behind you, Graham. Still clear behind.
He's keeping his wheels below the white line.
Couple coming at speed outside. All good here. All good.
All good to what is the question?
Yeah, he's not trying to pick up pace.
No. Peeling in this time.
But now I'm really curious.
Yeah, because it wasn't like it was a slowdown test. Sometimes you'll hit a speed and then lift off the throttle, let it coast for a little bit, get a sense of some drag numbers. Sometimes you'll get a speed limiter to set it at a given speed, 200 miles an hour usually, something like that, just to get some steady state testing from the aero side. But that was neither of those things. So we'll, I imagine our Dylan Welsh is down there
Here we are, Graham.
hounding the Rahal guys now to try to figure out what it was.
We'll give Dylan a minute because
a
I'm
long-
hoping he took a little break there. He's the only pit reporter for a while, so take your time. Take your time, Dylan. We got all
I'm gonna
day.
walk over there.
Oh,
though. I heard my call to action, so I finished my lunch and I'm gonna walk over there to figure out what's going on.
No,
So
you
as someone
have
who's
dessert.
done
Have dessert first,
someone
then
who has
get over
done
there.
your job, feel free to pace yourself. It can wait. The world is not going to end if we don't find out immediately what's going on there. We'll spread things out as we watch Will Power.
They're by 20.
In that Verizon car, and his teammate Scott McLaughlin in the yellow Submarine Pennzoil car right behind him.
That's a cool livery. I've always loved that livery here. I remember when they first brought it back with Elio a bunch of years ago. It is a sharp-looking car.
Goes back to Mears. Rutherford had a similar paint scheme as well. A lot of history behind that. I know Elio felt very strongly about driving
Big
that,
gap
and
all the way
McLaughlin does
around.
too. McLaughlin may have only been in America for the last few years, but he knows the history of this sport. The first time I met Scott McLaughlin at Circuit of the Americas when he came and tested the car and was, by the way, so impressive.
Third
In a session where he was
fastest,
third
yeah.
fastest
Testing the
there,
car,
it was
yeah.
okay. We know what Team Penske is talking about, and that's before it was confirmed that he was going to do anything, but you could tell he's been paying attention to IndyCar. He knew the sport. He's a fan. He relishes this opportunity and loves this race.
Really does, as we get to see coming through then here at the moment. I just need to refresh at the moment, I think, on the Discord stream because something's holding it up. So I apologise for lots of pictures at the moment. We'll get them back to you shortly on the Discord call. We have 5 hours, 37 minutes to go. Dixon still top, 229.174 mile an hour. Palou second. McLaughlin. Hunter Ray moves up to fourth. I think as well, Omi, this is looking quite good as we now see Palou go fourth. And best 4-lap average speed, which is the qualifying, puts Dixon P1. It's looking good as well, Bob Newgarden. The sheer commitment to try and do this is outstanding, isn't it?
Yeah, great commitment by all of the drivers to race around this oval. So yeah, very brave by the drivers, and that's why it's so rewarding if you do win it. And one of the biggest motorsport events that take place in the year. So I think every driver wants to win it, but obviously most of us want Grosjean to win it. But it's better if we don't actually say that, because then he won't win. So
yeah, curse opposite.
yeah, we love doing that, and especially you, because we saw what you did with Miller. You cursed this whole weekend, didn't you?
It was not my fault. I promise you that. It was not my fault to curse Jack Miller in the MotoGP. Oh, maybe it was my fault a little bit, but Newgarden's coming across the line and sticks at the moment. Look, we saw it yesterday in the sprint race as well when we aired it on JB Motorsports as well. I did, and on USON actually, if you're listening, I did say, okay, maybe it was my fault a little bit as well, but yeah. At least Josh held me accountable for that, didn't you?
Oh, it was definitely your fault.
See, everyone's going for it now. Everyone's still living. A little bit of a trick of the trade here, which is what IndyCar commentary is always supposed to be about. I've come in and I've been away because I've got a coffee cup. But can anyone guess what is inside my coffee cup? As well up here in the commentary box. Anyone have a guess?
Chicken stock cube in hot water.
Yeah, he's right. I was hoping for a little bit more. Yeah? Alright, never mind. Yes, it is a chicken stock cube in water because it helps with the voice as well. Surprisingly, it's like chicken soup, but yeah. Well, you have chicken broth in ramen as well, so may as well. JB is wasted now, lol. Washed now, lol. Yeah. All coming through. Yeah, my fault. The Jack Miller fans have been after me as well all day long as well, telling me not to do something. I go and do it anyway. One more with Pato O'Ward though, Amy, as we look back at the others in there as well. We're just listening to him and the McLaren. Beautiful livery, akin back to the Marlboros we saw of McLaren's in the 1980s as well, but instead of the red, they've put papaya orange, and we've checked it is the correct shade of papaya orange as well.
Yeah, so yeah, we're currently just watching in as well with Pato O'Ward, but Yeah, so, okay, Josh, other than Grosjean, who would you like to curse for the Indy 500?
Oh, curse? I think McLaughlin's a shout to win it in the number 3. I think this man here, Pato O'Ward, has got a best shot. Second last year. Almost won it. And I think he could win it this year as well. So I'll definitely put Pato O'Ward as my early pick a winner. Go on, Josh.
Well, Megan's going to be in the commentary box, so there is absolutely no way that Scott McLaughlin is going to win.
That's true, I forgot about that. Every time McLaughlin's in a race and Megan's in the commentary box, he always crashes out. But yeah, Megan will be with us for the Indy 500 commentary. She's not with it. I've just looked down the side of... We've had work done in this commentary box. I've just looked down the side. The amount of cobwebs that have now appeared behind one of the monitors is unbelievable. So we'll get that sorted out. Yes, Megan will be with us for the Indy 500, but she's not going to be with us this weekend. She wasn't with us for Formula 1 anyway. But now she takes a complete break as O'Ward closes in. O'Ward, though, worryingly, is in 23rd position, which is nowhere near where I expected him to be. So there's still a lot of time to be there. Let's have a look. As they said in commentary there, they had to put a stop to that. Well, hang on a minute. This is what Neil Wooding has said as well, who's the director. Oh, we've got birds on the track. 2 mad buys. Nearly getting run over at the top. One for sorrow, one for joy. I don't think either of them are going to be bouncing for joy at the moment as well. Cars are coming into pit lane though as well. Coming out of the track, I believe. I know Benjamin Pedros and Pato O'Ward have come in to the pit lane. Rossi, Daly and Kanan still circulating among others as well here in the commentary. Bear with me, guys. I'm just going to rejig the timing monitor because something's going on with it at the moment. As you can see now, we're just going to be hurrying up on speed, so the car's maybe a little bit distorted. Just look at that. The driver tracker catches up on time because for some reason Discord is taking all the CPU power despite not actually being told to. On board with Alexander Rossi then across the lap time in the Arrow McLaren number 7 as he battles his way in towards turn number 1. He is pushing hard and fast as well and looking quite strong as we look at Brian Barnhart now, the strategist for Alexander Rossi. Brian's been around IndyCar for absolutely ages, decades upon decades as well. As we listen now into turn 3 and 4 for Rossi. Takes the ultimate low line and only 2 accidents last year in practice, so that's going to be close to call. Just quickly, that 3 wide shot, do you remember we saw with the Penske's at the start of the show, guys? And how it was also said that they weren't allowed to do that anymore. Neil Wooding said, as they said in commentary, though they had put a stop to that after the near miss previously in 21 or 22, they should have stopped it, but Penske have done it anyway. And I suppose, with Penske owning the series, they can do what they like. So they've done it. They did 3 wide. Cars coming down pit lane then. A few of them are out there on the circuit as well, still circulating, doing some lap times. It's Dixon the fastest at the moment though. It's better opening up the main tower at the moment. So we can have a sit down and talk because during these sessions you don't always need to see our faces because it's not like a practice session for F1 or anything like that. With it being a speed run in this early stage, it's always better, I suppose, to take a look at the timing towers and see their best speeds as well. So that's what we've got up here in the commentary box. Dixon's a 229.174 as well, so that's looking quite close there. Also, we need to find a way to have a camera set up in the commentary box for me as well, which is at a lower angle than what is currently on the TV. I suppose because there's nothing else on this weekend, I could move it, ideally. Maybe that could become an option. I could move the com cam for the practice sessions for 6 hours, then move it back afterwards. We'll take a look. But NBC have got some news and some interviews coming up as well, so I'll hand back over to Kevin Lee.
Available in the U.S. in 15 states, mostly in the Midwest, and also California starting in September. So that's now the branding and the marketing behind one of the championship contenders and the most recent Indianapolis 500 winner. And there's the 1969 Indianapolis 500 winner, Mario Andretti, who has been one of the greatest ambassadors, I'm not going to say for this sport, I'm just going to say one of the greatest ambassadors for anyone representing anything for well over half a century.
Absolutely. Living legend. Saw him at dinner last night, still telling stories of driving the two-seater 10-tenths. I mean, he still gets in and wheels it. That guy just loves driving quickly. And he does it better than most have ever done it.
It's so special to see the history all come together this month of May. Now Mario, we are fortunate to see virtually every weekend. And as you said, still in the race car getting after it. But others that we don't see that often, you will see back here in the month of May. Just keep your eyes peeled if you can.
Yeah, everyone turns up at the month of May as well. Everybody always pops in and just says howdy or ta-da or bye-bye or whatever as well. But it's always nice to see them, and they're always very much appreciated when they turn up as well. Our timing tower has had a freeze on it as well, actually, where we didn't have it. So just sort that out ASAP as well in terms of all the action that we're seeing here as well. Once again, look, and we've got disconnection as well. So let's hand back over to NBC while we get our timing towers back.
He's not allowed to say, no one's allowed to comment on it, but his contract is up at the end of this season with Chip Ganassi Racing, and all believe that he's headed to Arrow McLaren, but that cannot be confirmed until September. But he seemed relaxed. The team understands where they're at, and they understand we've got the services of one of the greatest current drivers, and we're going to make use of it. And they're in the mix for a championship and an Indy 500 win.
And we talk about his win last weekend, how dominant it was, and his previous win and how dominant it was. It's an incredible margin of victory. Interesting tire strategies playing out last week, Kev. We're not quite sure whether it was going to be the primaries or the alternates. But this guy won by a pretty crushing margin. Not quite as big as the 32nd win he had over Joseph in Laguna at the end of last season. But those two wins are both in the top 5 of the biggest winning margins in the DW12 era of IndyCar racing. 2 more of them belong to Alexander Rossi, and then Scott Dixon has one to himself. But he's got the 1st and 5th on the list of all time, as Marshall Pruitt reported in an article that he put up earlier this week.
And you talk about the strategy on Saturday. Palou starting 3rd was the only one of the top 7 qualifiers to start on the alternates, the Reds, and then he was the only one that didn't go back. He didn't use another set after that. The only one finishing in the top 6 to use just one set of Reds. It's been what we call a red race. This was a black race. There's more tire deck this year.
And already, guys, you know, we've talked a little bit about, we haven't touched too much on yet, the extra aerodynamic parts that IndyCar has allowed for 2023 can add somewhere in the range of 300 to 400 pounds of downforce, depending on which engineer you're talking to. And the drivers after the test were incredibly complimentary of those changes. And even right now, just running so early, the track still, you know, not a lot of Firestone rubber down yet compared to where we're going to be come Friday, come Monday after qualifying, come carb day. And look at how close they're able to follow in the corners. That is a great sign of things to come when it comes to the quality of racing that we're going to see on Memorial Day. Scott Dixon right in the wheel tracks of Ed Carpenter. Does he have enough to make it? Oh yeah, that's Ed lifting off. That's Ed saying, you know what? I've done my part. I've led up front. I've towed you around. Now you lead up front and tow me around. And there is an etiquette to that, Kev. There is a little bit of give and take that has to happen here in practice. You got to spend your time leading the pack, even though you really want to be spending time in traffic, in dirty air, working on your race car. Scott cycles to the front and then comes right in the pits. It's going to remember that one later in the month.
Colton Herta in the Gainbridge car. And Colton came into last year's Indianapolis 500 weekend thinking this might be someone who can win the race. But but it all went awry on carb day. Last practice, heavy hit, launch. I remember the radio call, upside down on his lid, I'm okay, or something to that effect. But the car was not. And then it was an evil car on race day.
And that's just the problem, you know, we've already talked about the amount of effort and preparation that goes into these 500 cars. So to ruin one just 2 days before the race, have to go to your backup that's received almost none of that same treatment. I know one of the conversations that happened over the offseason within the Andretti Autosport camp was, okay, maybe what we need to do here is actually have our backup cars prepared to the exact same standard as our primary cars. We don't want our drivers to feel like they can't push for risk of ruining their race car. That's the only good car they've got. We want them to know that if something does happen, whether it's their fault or not, or mechanical failure, whatever it is, that no matter what they're strapping into on race day, it's going to be absolutely up to par. So a big effort was put in from this group over the offseason to make sure that each and every piece of equipment, component that could go on the racetrack, primary car, backup car, whatever, is going to be to the same standards.
And on that front, I was talking with Alex Palou after the test, the Long Beach weekend, and some teams at the test ran their specially prepared super speedway car that does nothing but run the Indy 500. Others transformed their road course car to speedway configuration, and the Ganassis were one of those that ran road course cars. And Palou, who was smoking fast last year, said, this road course car, I think, felt better than last year's super speedway car. It's not what we're planning on running in the Indy 500, but I'm thinking about maybe asking for this. He said, I probably won't, but it's good to know if something is wrong. If you feel like you've got slow car syndrome, or you do have a crash, I know the other one is just as good.
And look, there could be a situation where we get to, midday tomorrow, and they've had, 10, 11 hours running this car in traffic, seeing the speed of it, and they make that decision. You know what? We felt more competitive. Our relative competitiveness to the field was better with that other car. They're more than capable and willing to switch back. That is a small price to pay to get that car swapped back over if that's what they think, and that's what Palou thinks is going to give him the best chance of winning this race.
Here's David Malukas. In that group that would be the youngest to ever win the Indianapolis 500 at still 21 years old, from the Chicago, Illinois area, preparing for his second Indianapolis 500. He was the top finishing rookie last year, and that was a point of discussion. He didn't win Rookie of the Year. Jimmy Johnson received a lot more attention, qualified better, was a big story, fast in practices. Jimmy won it. Malukas started 13th, finished 16th in a very solid rookie run.
Well, we've got our problems fixed as well up here in the commentary box for the time being as well, after the CPU decided it's not liking what we're doing as well. Oh look, Discord helper render. Yeah, I turned that off, and it's using 51% of the CPU. Now 61%. Tell you what, that's an Josh. Find out why have we got this. I turned it off, and it's still on, and I can't stop it.
That is very annoying, but can I just point out something real quick?
Yes, of course you can.
Okay, so, on the Andretti pit wall, I saw something.
What did you see on the Andretti pit wall?
Andretti pit wall use Elgato Stream Decks to control their things.
Oh!
They use this to control everything.
The Stream Deck that you yourself use up in the commentary box.
Yes.
Fantastic.
I thought they would have had something like, not like a Stream Deck, but what the F1 pit walls have, which they probably do. But that's probably to control all their data screens. But yeah, that was pretty cool.
Probably is to control one thing ahead of the rest. So yeah. Well, that's something new. Let's never animate stickers. Let's see if that shuts up in terms of trying to find things as well as they come through. So, save some changes obviously. So Seems to be working okay for now. No, it doesn't, because we're ages behind now as well on the overall of the tracker. So Discord is crashing on me up here. Let's go over back to NBC while we try and fix out these basic issues that should never happen. And NBC themselves have disappeared.
Callum Ilott on track now. We'll hear from Dylan in a moment. By the way, his teammate Augustine Canapino, which is going to be a process for Augustine, but he's only hit 206 miles per hour. You never know. They could just be simply shaking things down at this point.
9 laps in for Callum Ilott, his last lap was a 2:10.9.
That's concerning.
Is very, very concerning at this stage for a driver that's been here before. That's, you know, they were there at the test. I know they had their issues at the test, but to be 10 laps into your runs today and only be a 2:15 top speed, or fastest speed, I should say, and then a 2:10. I mean, I was watching it fall. It was a 2:13, then it was a 2:12, then it was a 2:10. That's very concerning for this group.
The fact that he did a run in his pitting and did not get above 210 miles per hour.
That's very Meanwhile, his teammate here, Augustine Canapino, had his first taste of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the open test and had very wide eyes, I think, after that first run. Getting used to the speed here after he did his rookie orientation. And he's just sort of creeping up on it now. He's 8 laps in, bottom of the charts right now. 33 of the 33 cars that have run at a 2:13.5, which was his last lap. So let's see if he can do any better. Flat out there. Yeah, let's ride on board here. See if we can get a full lap. Take a look at that throttle. Or not. But he does jump up. That's a 2:19.0. So now he's 4 miles an hour clear of his teammate. And he looks pretty comfortably flat through the corners we followed him on. So would love to know what the data trace, the throttle trace of Callum Ilott looks like right now, but certainly that driver is not thrilled with what's happening with that race car.
Yeah, and Canapino's car was okay at the test. So the fact that he's up to speed there. Well, this is a story to watch, and you know, we talked earlier, there are 34 for 33 spots, and there are those that you look at coming in that you might wonder about, but it's often someone that has an issue. For example, a smaller team, a younger driver, if there is a crash, especially by tomorrow or Friday, and the car's rebuilt, not the same, put them high on the list. And if someone has to miss a significant time like this, unfortunately, Callum Ilott right now is very high on that list of those in peril to be the one of 34 not making the race coming up this weekend. Early days, but that's what we watch for in practice. When there is bumping, you're analyzing, speculating. Never fun when you're the one being speculated about. I feel that, and I don't enjoy that part of it, but that's the job. We gotta tell people what we think we're seeing.
Numbers don't lie.
Yeah.
And one of the other things that you look at is the no-tow reports. Obviously, right now, the speeds on the pylon all involving a tow, but here you go. Take a look at the no-tow speeds right now. It's an Andretti Autosport 124. Kyle Kirkwood leading that charge with a 221.6. You see there, Colton Herta, good step, half mile an hour down on his teammate. Another half mile an hour down on Devlin DiFrancesco and Joseph Newgarden. But that's promising early on for the Andretti Autosport squad. Not sure if Romain Grosjean's even managed to do any laps. That's a problem. It's not everyone's done a lap that's considered no-tow. A no-tow speed is usually any lap that the car completes with no cars less than 8 seconds in front of them. And that filter can be adjusted. Sometimes it's 11 seconds. Sometimes it's 6 seconds. It sort of depends what you're looking for specifically. Normally the number is about 8. So with no car within 8 seconds, Kyle Kirkwood doing a 221.2. That's it's a pretty stout time and pretty comparable to what we saw from some of the Penske's at the open test as well.
Here's a look at Ed Carpenter's pit Nile car. We've seen the other two teammates, so all three distinguishable. Commentators, spotters, fans enjoy that. There's an awful lot of experience right there in that camera shot.
Copy.
This would be Ed Carpenter's 20th Indianapolis 500. He has started on the pole 3 times. How many other front row starts? I know he started second 1 other time, 2 other times. Started 4th the last 2 years, finished second in 2018. This is why Ed Carpenter still does it, and it's why Scott Dixon still does it too. A win in 2008 and so many that could have been. Let's just watch.
51 there on the bottom there coming out.
See, this is interesting. Scott Dixon came off of turn 2 and for the entire back straight pulled the clutch and just let the car coast. That's important information that the teams are using to kind of get a sense of the drag, the friction in the car. Getting some of those rolling pulls down the back straight can be very interesting when you're making changes to components to try to reduce friction. So there's a chance they had a part on the car they were trying. They'd already done one of these, or this is a baseline test, and now they'll put on a new component, do that same test again, and see if the rate of deceleration is the same, whether it's worse, whether it's better. And that kind of helps you get all the right bits and pieces together when you're especially going for your qualifying car. You want to bolt on the absolute best of everything, the best uprights that roll the freest, the gearbox that turns the easiest. We talk a lot about the aerodynamics, but there's a lot of mechanical components that you try to reduce rolling friction in to make these cars go faster.
Here's a look at Callum Ilot's car, the 77 Juncos Hollinger Racing Chevrolet. Dylan Welch is nearby.
Well, and Kevin, it's not good news. What you guys kind of surmised about the issues they had during testing, that's the issue again. So I talked to Steve Barker and asked him simply if it was the same issue, and he just nodded his head yes. So not sure what the plan is for now as Callum sits here, obviously, but they've got some figuring out to do for sure on this 77 car probably before they continue. Also, we saw Graham Rahal going slowly a little while ago, talked to Derek Davidson, his strategist. They were just cooling the motor down, cooling the engine down, and everything else on that car. So nothing to be concerned about as you see Graham back on the racetrack there. Oh boy, that was a big moment.
I'd be concerned about that if I'm Graham Rahal. Wow. Thanks for that update, Dylan, on Graham Rahal before. Just
Yeah, big moment there for Graham Rahal, riding with him now. Just coming out of turn 3 and ever so slightly kisses the wall with the front 2 sides of the car. So Rahal definitely under a little bit of a worry there as we come through.
But I can promise you that you just listen to it. I mean, that's a good old whack of that car.
Did he say he was looking down? He did.
Why would he be looking down in the middle of the corner?
Looking down at his
dash. Yeah,
data. Yeah, middle of the corner is not the spot to do that.
I mean, I guess at that point you're sort of unwinding. You think you're clear, and it's maybe just easy to get a bit distracted. But that was a near miss. That was a lucky escape. That could have been a whole lot worse. We've seen this year with some updated suspension components that IndyCar has brought. They've actually, this is going to sound bad, but I promise you it's good. They've intentionally weakened some components in the steering arms to prevent certain injuries with drivers' hands when there's contact, ripping the wheel out of the driver's hand. So there's actually a part that's made a little bit weaker so that it does break in a proper contact incident. But you can see he didn't even wipe the Firestone off the tire. Oh, he hit more with the rear.
There you go.
That's why. But yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, back in Texas, sometimes when cars got up into the wall, that front suspension, the steering arm would break, and it would actually force the driver to lose a bit of control from the car and veer it to the inside wall. So a lucky break there.
That there is nothing broke.
That's exactly right. A lucky not break there, I guess, is maybe the better way to put it. Graham swiftly stepping out of the car and taking a breather.
Just kind of looking at laps completed so far. Rinus VeeKay has already gotten 30 in, so that's pretty much a full stint On the light end, Marco Andretti has done only 7. The 2 Juncos Hollinger cars have done only 9. And there is Callum Ilott back out to give it another go. Not saying these are necessarily related, but I also know that the team has been without the technical director on site. He's working remotely. Yves Tarrant has not been fully available. They brought in Will Phillips, who's worked with the series before. He's recently been with AJ Foyt Racing, sometimes full-time, sometimes one-off, but Will is working as a consultant on the program. Dylan mentioned Steve Barker, who's the engineer on this car. Vince Kramer's been around forever. He's the team manager for them, or one of the team managers.
Yeah, a lot of capable people for sure, but this is such a difficult situation for a driver. You know, Callum had this test. It was a very scary test. He was very unhappy with what the car was doing. Then you got to sit for 3 weeks and think about it, ruminate on it. You come back here hoping that the team's found something. They pulled this car completely apart. They took it to get flex tested. They measured every piece, every part on the car, and you hope that it comes back together, unloads here for opening day of practice, and everything's just okay. And when it's not, the team's going to sit there and try to throw changes at it. But as the driver, I got to tell you, sitting in that cockpit after a run or two, having that exact same feeling after 3 weeks where the team had to try to solve the issue, you're very not confident in the sense that, okay, well, you're telling me that a 10-minute change here on pit lane is going to make the difference after 3 weeks, yielded the exact same result, and his first flying lap is his best, but still down at 2:15.7. So I really do feel for Callum Ilott. This is not a fun situation to be in.
It is better, though. So that's the first flying lap, and I would imagine he's going to be really tentative. If there's a 2:22 available, I'm going to say you're going about 2:15 at this point to feel it out. And I would say you could argue that they were impacted the most by that second day being rained out. They desperately wanted to diagnose to see, is it a chassis problem? Can we sort through this? So the second day not happening likely impacted them. Kyle Kirkwood fastest on his own today. We saw his on board for just a moment, and he's now 5th quick overall, just shy of 2:25. Scott Dixon put that time up in the first 10 minutes, 2:29.174, faster than any speed we saw last year up until Fast Friday.
Kirkwood actually used the draft off Callum Ilott right here to get that top 5 time. His second lap was again another 2:15.7. He's about to clock the line here, and it's at 2:15.5. So this is really not looking great for Callum Ilott. On the opposite end of that is this man here, Scott Dixon, for whom things are looking quite strong indeed.
So we've got everything finally set up, finally here. Astral Police says, Callum is such a stand-up guy. I hope he can have a better car in years to come as well. I just heard Josh saying about talking down the screen. Josh, are you busy? Can you hear me? He's just getting his mic plugged back on now as well.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I think it's your side that's causing. I'm on the Discord on the web now, and it seems to be working. Yeah. So the app is like massively buggy for some reason. So I think it's your side with something as well.
Let me have a look at something.
Yeah, I think the auto enhancing that lot is on. So Omi, by the way, I apologise at the moment that the screen's a bit mushed. Is it okay for you?
Well, I can hear you perfectly. If you're talking about the screen share,
yes.
Yeah, it looks okay, but luckily I'm actually downstairs, and that's what I have
right.
on my Sky currently.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, let's go down there and hear from Graham Rails talking to NBC.
No, it was just a head-up rear moment. To be honest, the car's good. I was looking up at the flags and down to figure out what way I wanted to go with the tools and just didn't leave enough margin. So, like first run, I thought we were okay. Obviously, pace. It's hard to say. We're doing like these minor Q sims, not fully trimmed, but a little bit. And, it's hard to say where we're at. But, yeah, no, it's just, to be honest with you, it's just a rookie move. I mean, the car's fine, and it's certainly, you know, like the first run balance was actually really good. So I think we'll be all right.
Explain to people watching at home. I mean, a lap here is busy, right? You're not just driving. Like, you are constantly working both ends of the racetrack, right, to try and get the car good at both ends.
Yeah, and I think for us, you know, we have to maximize speed in every capacity. So we're looking at, obviously, the fast jacker everybody's using, you know, when to use it, how to use it. It's not the easiest thing to figure out in the car, so that's why, honestly, I was looking up at the flags over 4, just to understand end-to-end and corner to corner if I have to move the jacker, what way I want it to go, all of those sorts of things. And so there's a lot happening. I mean, it's you know, it's a shame to brush like that simply because it was actually a pretty clear gap, which we really wanted. But we're okay. All 4 cars doing the same thing. My setup's quite a bit different than the others just for today to see if it's directionally a positive or not. First run, I think my balance was better than the rest, but we'll see how the rest of this goes.
Last thing, I saw you talking with Christian, with Lundgaard, your teammate. What was his feedback? What did you guys discuss?
Yeah, we're just talking speed. I mean, I know he thought his car was fairly pointy the first run, which concerned him. My car was pretty stuck, frankly. You know, so just going through that sort of stuff. Again, different setups, so a little bit hard to say in that regard. But, you know, we're also talking just speed numbers, you know, where he thinks he is versus where I think we are. And so trying to understand that.
Thank you, Graham.
Graham Rahal there talking with the team. The wind picking up a little bit, but there's no sign of any rain coming in for today as well. There's the brush of the wall that he had a few moments ago. The first one to touch the wall in the build-up to this year's Indianapolis 500. Scott McLaughlin out there on the track too, circulating. He's on a no-tow run, 221.537 mile per hour, ranked first in terms of fast lap speed with the tows. We've got Dixon 229.174. Josh is back crystal clear. Hopefully that's all fixed everything now as well. Oh, and then it starts jumping a little bit, but now, yeah. So what is going on with the systems today? It's like everything's just going end all over. So yeah, everything's not really working out the way we want it to. With the Discord, yeah, it's hardware acceleration that's costing me, and I think it's affecting everybody else as well. Oh, you're back. There we go. As it comes through. If anyone knows how to fix a Discord lagginess, let us know. I don't know if Josh is on a different laptop or the same laptop as normal. That's the question. So, as he's busy doing radio shows as well, but still.
Different. I can come back around 7:10 if you want. Or
2 seconds.
I don't like the way, like, initially it wants to...
If you want to disappear and come back at 7:10, that'll be fine. It might save the systems if it's on the, because I think it's on the different laptop that's costing the timing graphics to go bye-bye as well.
I mean, I can go on my phone. That would help.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, because then you can just turn off the cams. Yeah. Okay, that'll be fine. So Dixon.
Or I can go voice only.
Go voice only. Yeah. We're in voice only anyway at the moment. It makes more sense at the moment.
I'll be back.
Everyone listening on USRN and JV Motorsports must be thinking, what are we doing? But cars are in the pit lane. Santino Ferrucci and David Malukas, the only two out there on the circuit at the moment, as we throw back over to NBC with 5 hours to go here in the first official practice session of the weekend, because yesterday got rained out.
It's making sure that the rear feels secure on entry, but that doesn't cause the front to just push on exit. So having that balance of not being too loose on entry, not having too much push on exit is kind of the dream goal here, but it is definitely a difficult thing to accomplish.
As we see Santino Ferrucci, the AJ Foyt Racing famous number 14, to finish up the story on Catherine. I think my opinion and others was, if the cars are not good, if they're struggling, that's going to be a challenge for someone who hasn't done it for 10 years. If the cars are good, I have no doubt. Catherine Legg is a quality race car driver that is still driving at a high level in sports cars. And so I think this is really promising, that she sounds confident, she sounds comfortable, she knows what she wants, in the car. And yes, there's a tow, but she's already put up a representative speed in the early going. So I would say so far, so good for Catherine Legg.
Catherine Legg back in the pit
Look
lane.
at the Hendrickson car for Legg, and Rahal Letterman Lannigan does such a solid job with all the different array of partners. Elfskin, I think they just brought on a couple of days ago. She got some national television exposure for them with some appearances.
Entertainment Tonight, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so. David Malukas back on track in that HMD trucking number 18. Dale Coyne Racing with HMD car. And Dylan has another guest, a very fast one.
That's right, fastest guy on the track right now at over 229 miles an hour. So that's a big number on day one. I mean, does the car feel like it's got really that much speed in it?
Yeah, probably a little unexpected, to be honest. I think, we did like a 28, then a 29. Yeah, it's good to see that, the PNC Bank number 9, it pulls up strong. So just trying to get through the test plan here. Definitely a few different things that we need to kind of get through, and we went through that first set of tires now, so we'll go back and try and evaluate, and then maybe try and come back out around 2 o'clock for a group run here and see what we can do.
Is the loss of yesterday, you obviously want as much track time as you can get, but is it as big a deal maybe as we would think it would be, or are you okay here with just 2 days?
I think with the tire allotment that you get to, you kind of, if it was all of the days were fine, you'd be pretty low key. This just kind of compresses a little bit, which is kind of nice, so you can actually get into a bit of a flow and a bit of a rhythm. So yeah, it's no effect. I think if you lost another day, then it'd get tricky between qual and race stuff. But right now, I think it's comfortable and a good compromise for everyone.
All right, Scott Dixon fast so far, and as he said, he'll be back out in just a little bit.
Is indeed going to be out there on the circuit soon as well, as the action continues to fly as well. And a continued run as well around everything in the Indianapolis 500. Oh, there goes our timing screens as well as they come through.
Anyway.
Right, fingers crossed. This might work now. As we listen on board with Jack Harvey flying out there on the circuit right now. This is the car buzzing around as well at full speed.
Out of turn 4. On the right-hand side, you're going to see a few lights light up. There you go. And you saw his hand make a little movement. I think they've got triggers behind the steering wheel. Because watch as he heads into turn 1, the left side lights are going to come on. There you go. After he makes a little adjustment, you see a movement out of his index finger. Again, coming out of 2. Watch his right hand. Watch his index finger. Then you'll see those 3 lights come on right there. So that's what he's doing, is it's what we call fast jacking. So essentially the weight jacker on the right rear corner of the car that either raises or lowers the right height of the right rear to put weight either on the left front or right front of the car to affect the handling. When the rear goes down, you're putting right front weight in the car, but it lowers the rear. That's essentially lowering the rear wing a little bit more out of the air, of the cleaner air higher up above the car. The lower you can get that wing, the more it's already taken over by the dirty air. It doesn't slow the car down as much. So what these cars are doing is when you're on the straightaways, you lower the right height and the right rear by going full right on the weight jacker, trying to get that rear low, a little bit less drag, and then before the corner, knock it back to the left, set it to where you need it for the corner, the rear pops back up, and the handling's right. But as Graham said, there's a lot going on, a lot you have to consider. It's a mentally very trying exercise for these drivers, trying to keep up with all that while computing what kind of changes you want to make otherwise, watching your line, all while doing a qualifying sim. And I think that's what we just watched Jack Harvey do. So these drivers definitely earning their money.
Really good stuff there. Let's hear from the second fastest driver now with Dylan.
That is Alex Below, of course, winner last weekend here at the road course. So we just talked to your teammate. He said he's pretty comfortable, pretty fast. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, so far. I mean, we've done only like 3-4 runs, trying to make sure that everything works. And yeah, the car is pretty fast so far. We need to obviously check a lot of stuff, try and find some more speed like everybody, but it's a good start so far.
What are these days like when you're just kind of trying to find, you know, hundredths of a second, right? We always talk about how close IndyCar racing is, but these days where it's so spread out, how do you kind of evaluate progress and successful changes and that sort of thing?
I mean, today maybe it's a bit different just because we lost all yesterday, and we still have some new parts from IndyCar to evaluate here at the IMS. So yeah, we'll get through that big stuff today in the next 2 or 3 hours, and then just try and adjust the car a little bit for confidence, especially in traffic. And then I guess on Friday we'll think about qualifying.
Do you adjust? So that's interesting. Do you adjust for confidence or comfort? Well, I mean, is there a difference, right? Because I think you have to be comfortable to be confident, but sometimes you're not going to be comfortable to go fast here. Is that right?
Yeah, but I mean, you need to be comfortable. Otherwise, it doesn't. Yeah, it's going to be a long day. So we try and make it comfortable first, and then the engineers will worry about getting some more speed.
All right, Alex Below second right now.
So that's interesting. He mentioned we'll start working on qualifying on Friday. Graham Rahal said we did a little bit of a mini qualifying sim. In my conversations with some drivers, they've talked about maybe doing more qualifying sims earlier in the week than in previous years because we think it's going to be better with more downforce options, but it is challenging to pass. This is not like the DW12 era from, 2012 to 2018 or 19, where it was just passing back and forth. Track position is important. They want to qualify up near the front. How do you manage that process, and what can you learn when you don't have the ultimate horsepower in these first 3 days?
Yeah, it's a little bit tougher for sure. But one of the other things that I think is making the emphasis on more qualifying runs earlier in the week more prevalent is these additional aerodynamic components. They're adding downforce, which often does come with a drag penalty, which you don't want in qualifying. But now you have so many more combinations to try. So before you had a certain amount of front wing, a certain amount of rear wing, like front wing options with wickers and things like that. But now with these additional components, you just want to try every configuration to see if there is that sweet spot between downforce and drag that works for qualifying. So I think what you'll see a lot of teams do is you'll spend a chunk of the first part of the day, call it noon to 3, maybe a little more geared towards qualifying, even though you don't have that horsepower we're going to have in qualifying. You can still learn a little bit about the balance, and like I said, some of those aero configurations. Then by the afternoon, the late afternoon, maybe transition more to a race program, because a lot of cars, by the time we hit sort of 4 o'clock, really start getting out there for group running, and it's impossible to run by yourself and get any kind of meaningful qualifying information anyway. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's what a lot of teams are sort of focused on right now. A little more single car stuff for the moment. This afternoon, later this afternoon, get more into some of that group running.
Let's ride on board for a moment with Will Power in the Verizon car.
And we got a yellow. Yellow has come out on the track. And I believe this is for a mandatory inspection of the circuit. And that's the reason for the yellow.
For debris on the racetrack.
Ah.
So track inspection will happen now. Usually that's caused by a tire that was noticed to be cut or damaged back in pit lane.
So we got debris, yeah. Caution's out there for the first time.
Every time a car comes and stops in the box, the engineers will take a look at it. Often Firestone engineers will come around
there,
and they actually see
big bit
right
of debris
there,
as well.
Debris.
Huge.
So luckily that one not coming from a cut tire. That's just coming from one of the spotters, one of the officials around the racetrack.
Looked at it and gone, oh,
See
hello.
exactly what that is.
It looks like a sensor almost in the middle of the track, but the yellow has come out to bring a stop to the
Sometimes
session.
tools get left in the side pods, or brake fans get left in brake ducts. There are all sorts of things that can happen. It's not often you see components just straight up falling off of the car. Hard to see, though. Hard to see what that is.
Yeah,
it looks like a
spring
of some kind.
It's a
but no,
spring.
it's-
A
look at
gear?
the zoom in on this.
Looks like a gear, maybe. Very unusual.
Oh, that looks like a bit of hose, maybe.
Yes, it's
that
a
might
hose.
be a bit of hose
Yeah.
from a driver's
Drinks tube or
helmet
something.
hose.
Yeah, it's a little hose.
You can see that helmet hose there.
So, we're under caution here for the Indy 500 practice, as there is a suspicious hose, we think, that is on the track surface, which has brought out the yellow. I've uninstalled and reinstalled Discord, so hopefully it's going to be a little bit easier, but something's telling me it's not going to be, because it's freezing like crazy. So they'll go pick that up, and then we'll have our track inspection as always. Omi, let's hear from you for a second, because I know Josh is busy with it all, but just a little bit of a hose on the track there. It's easy to bring out yellow, but very bizarre to see it, I suppose.
Yep. Also, okay, well, you wouldn't have got to hear it because I think you were not in the call at the time.
Yeah,
but
it's all been
I
going on.
basically moved my headset away from my ears a bit, so I turned it up to max because my ears started hurting.
Oh,
Then
right.
Josh shouted, "Caution, caution!" So I basically just jumped up as soon as you did that because I left the volume too high. So yeah, but yeah, we do have a caution a bit. Obviously, as I don't really watch it much, a bit rare. But yeah, we do need a caution for it because it still does affect everything. So yeah, we do have a caution for it.
Sounds like a you problem, Omi.
It's going to pit road.
Did this month and the start of this kind of process feel like this year, just having one under your belt? Was it different, less nerves maybe than last year?
Well, it's different because these guys have worked so hard over the off season to come up with some really cool setups that it's kind of like just big packages that you throw out the car, which is something I've never done before. And it's cool to see how it's kind of equating, and then also working with teammates where we're able to branch off and do separate things to try and make one car good is also a different philosophy that I haven't been used to. So it's been enjoyable. It's been a smooth process thus far. Car feels fast. I think all of us have pretty good cars here, and Andretti's always been pretty good here. So yeah, we're just ticking along right now. Glad the weather is good today. Obviously, that puts a damper on some things, and if you miss a day, but today's going pretty good.
You guys all, I know, work well together throughout the year at every other racetrack, but here, when you're at the same place for 2 weeks effectively, and there is so much on track time, are the teammate relationships and dynamics even that much more important and that much more intensive as far as when and how much and how often you guys communicate?
Well, it's definitely important to, I'd say it's not as important for the racing aspect of things as it is for the understanding of what each driver likes and how it's going to benefit you or not benefit you, right? So it's important to know what other guys like and to not lead yourself astray trying to follow their setup or something, because it's just something that they feel comfortable with. Fortunately for us, none of us drivers can need to drive something differently from each other, so I think that helps us massively. We've got kind of 6 cars under the same umbrella, and we're all able to branch off and do things that we know are going to help each other if we find something. So that's what we're doing here.
Last thing, and I'll let you debrief. What's the balance for you guys as far as qualifying focused runs here versus race traffic runs? Are you guys mixing it up? Have you tried one or the other yet, or where are you at there?
Seemingly everyone right now is working, or most of the people are working on quali stuff right now. As we have a lot of tires, just go through some tires, get some quali sims in, which we just did now, and then we'll start getting into some race running, I think, this afternoon as the track rubber's in and people start working on that more solely.
All right, there's our answer, guys. Kyle Kirkwood, thank you very much.
And I will tell you that Kyle is one of those that a few weeks ago said, I think we want to start working on qualifying earlier rather than later. And he sees a lot of people, or believes a lot of people are doing that at this point.
I think it's a good point. I was thinking about this earlier with the washout yesterday. He said we have a lot of tires, and that's why they have a lot of tires. You know, when you come here, Firestone gives you a set amount for the month, and teams reverse engineer from the race backwards how many tires they need and when, as we see the green flag wave. So you set aside, call it 10 sets of tires for the race. You know, based on the qualifying format, you'll need whatever it is this year. Call it 5 sets for qualifying, maybe a few sets for qualifying practice. Then you know you're going to want to do 5 qualifying sims on Fast Friday, and then you have 3 full days of practice before that. So you reverse engineer how many tires you get for each day. By having a complete washout, I would imagine most teams had 3 sets, maybe 4 sets planned for yesterday's first day of running. You now get all of those today, so why not? Why not take some downforce off, throw a new set of stickers on, and let people do some qualifying simulations?
Right, I have returned to the conference box. I'll be standing up for a second as well. We've moved over to Discord on the web to make sure, and I've finally got the cameras all set up for that as well. So we moved over to the Discord on the web. It's smoothed everything out, so we've got an alternative for this weekend. Josh, you're doing a radio show, so hopefully all's going well there, I know.
Yep, hello.
Hello. How's it going, your radio show?
It's good, and one thing that we need to do is we need to get you partnered with the radio station.
Yeah, that sounds good when I've got the time. I'd love to have some of that. Okay, Omi, coming to you. What are you making of the session so far then, now that we can actually see it clearly as well in HD? Session's going quite well. Everyone's just calming down out there and just getting some extra laps in. 4 hours to go, and from now, everything's going to go crystal clear.
Yeah, we haven't had any rain to interfere today, so it's just all been running, and all of the teams out there. And it's lovely to see the cars out here on the oval. And after yesterday, a waste of time, today we have finally got a lot of running, and all of the teams taking advantage of the running, and all of them out there. But yeah, been pretty calm as expected. We haven't seen any major moments except a bit of debris and a caution for that. But other than that, it's been pretty calm, and the teams are getting the running they need.
Indeed, there's several cars now just been in and out on the pit lane as well, as you can continue viewing. I'm going to step out the box for a few moments. Megan's going to make sure everything goes well, but we'll hand over to NBC. Kevin Lee?
I just enjoy that sound, so I thought we'd listen to that a bit.
Be ready.
So Ericsson done with this run. Benjamin Peterson, one of the 4 rookies in the 55 Sexton Properties entry for AJ Foyt Racing. So he's got Texas Motor Speedway out of the way. That's his experience. This is not the first super speedway. How much of that prepares you for this?
A little bit, certainly, but it's not necessarily an apples-to-apples comparison. Texas is a very unique track. High bank, D-shape oval, mile and a half. And it honestly feels a lot more frantic in a lot of ways at Texas because it's such a shorter lap, yet the speeds are comparable. That said, the banking there really gives you a feeling in the car.
Oh, what a great scene.
That
AJ
doesn't, yeah, look at him.
I heard he was here this weekend. I did not see him. I talked with Larry Foyt for a little while. And we all know it's been a difficult off season, including the loss of his wife, Lucy. So we are happy for AJ Foyt in his happy place to be here in Indianapolis in May.
One of the greatest to ever do it. And the guy with 9 lives, I mean, it's incredible some of the things that this man has survived over the years. In the car and out of the car, to be honest. Maybe more near-death experiences outside of the car. But yeah, just going back to your point, about how the Speedway at Texas compares here. The banking at Texas gives you a feeling of the car stuck into the racetrack. You get a lot more vertical load. Here with that less banking, the car really feels like it's skating on top of the track a lot more. You don't get that sort of warm, fuzzy feeling through the seat of your pants that the banking in Texas gives you. You never quite know what the car's doing here, and getting that perfect setup. That line is a little bit finer with less banking, less room for margin.
Check out those results. Did you make a note of that for how Pato O'Ward has done here? And then what I'll also add in, remember his first time here, he didn't make the race.
You know what? I forgot about that. That is a good point. But since that, 3 races, all in the top 6, 6th, 4th, and 2nd in 2021 and 22.
And I remember that year as we see another rookie, Stingray Robb. We talk about, well, who's going to be in peril? My memory says that Pato O'Ward had a crash that year, and that set them back. And it's just, especially as a rookie driver, it is difficult to recover when you have a crash. You lose some confidence, and maybe more than that, you lose the optimal race car.
And I want to say that was
that with Carlin?
Was that a Carlin? Yeah, it was a Carlin entry. That was during a partial season that he was doing. He started the season off with Carlin. Let's take a look back. 2019 in the wheel track, Savelio Castroneves there. And yeah, big turn 2 crash.
How about the tape room right on that?
That was very impressive.
We didn't coordinate that, and they found it. Well done, fellas. And ladies.
Of course. Well done, team. Well done, team.
Team is the better word.
Yeah, look at that. So you see how the car flies over, starts to roll when it gets on, when it hits sideways like that, once it gets a little bit of yaw in it. There's a new addition to the cars this year. There's a wicker they've placed along the side of the car. It goes pretty much, runs the entire length of the nose, across the side pods, all the way up to the wheel ramps.
There it is.
See it there. It's covered in the livery, but it's this section right here. It's that lip there. And that was put in this year. That's new this year for exactly that purpose. It's to try to stop the car from rolling over when it gets into those sideways situations. It disturbs the air. It destroys the lift when it gets into full yaw like that, and it's supposed to just keep the car on the ground. So again, just another example of IndyCar continuously pushing safety, making these cars better and safer for the drivers. Has really no effect on the car in a straight line. It went into the wind tunnel, negligible effect on drag or downforce, and definitely a huge effect on how it sort of messes up and dirties the air, so to speak, to prevent that lift if you do get sideways. So another great thing to see on these race cars.
Thank you for joining us for opening day at the Indianapolis 500. James Hinchcliffe, Kevin Lee, Dylan Welch has been with us. And there you see Nate Ryan from NBCSports.com joining us with a special guest.
I'm here with Connor Daly, Kevin. And Connor, you were speaking this morning about you guys had a great open test, a lot of enthusiasm coming in here. How has it been so far today?
Well, I mean, we've only run one set of tires, so the funny thing about this place is really every day has a different characteristic to it. I would say, what we felt at the open test, definitely a little bit different today.
But I mean, we just run through things, right? Like we have a lot of things to try. You know, all three cars have a lot of things to try. You know, something that Renus liked right out the gate. You know, we didn't have on yet, so we're going to go try that now. So yeah, there's just a lot to be done. I mean, every day of practice here means so much because there's so much you can try, and there's so much that might help. I mean, millimeter perfect on different things here and there could totally change your day. So it seems a little greasy today because of the heat. But you know, it's always hot on race day, so that's good.
And especially this year, Connor, so many things to try with the aero changes. You were telling us earlier there are myriad combinations that you can have. Is it just going to be the next 3 days just figuring out what works, what doesn't? You might not even have landed anywhere near where you might be for Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, what could be annoying is that all the aero that we went through at the open test might be entirely different this week. So, you know, we might even try to rerun through some of those things that we thought we eliminated at the test as like, all right, we probably don't like those. But you just never know. So we'll see what happens. But I mean, as always, I think we're comfortable here. I think all three cars, you know, we'll have speed. It just depends on the day. And then these days are always, you know, whoever gets that best toe, which I tell you what, Scott Dix is pretty good at it, but he's also going to be probably the fastest car all month long. I'd say that right now. So, you know, we'll see if we can beat him come qualifying weekend.
But at least you know you feel like you're going to be in the ballpark. I know the Ed Carpenter racing cars, you were telling us earlier today, you guys have just been slow. How good does it feel to be out here and know that this is your bread and butter, the ovals?
Well, it's nice for sure. And I think, you know, these cars here can't change a ton. So thankfully, and the surface hasn't changed a ton, so it'll be good. I think we're just gonna work through these days, try to progress the way we need to, get in traffic, also try to run by ourselves. Just kind of every day, we're gonna do a bit of both, and just try to work our way forward slowly but surely.
All right, the thoughts of Connor Daly. Let's go over to Dylan Welch.
And we've caught up with Marcus Ericsson, of course, defending winner of the Indianapolis 500. Have to imagine it feels good to be back here in oval trim, making laps on the oval, given what took place here last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's always special coming here and driving on the speedway, but obviously being here as a defending winner, it's even more special. So yeah, I really enjoy it. It's great to see so many fans here already. Yesterday with the bad weather, and you know today, so it's great to be back.
The Ganassi cars look strong on the timing sheet. Do they feel that strong? Does your car feel that good?
Yeah, car feels really good. You know, we've built on that baseline that we had last year, and we were, you know, the team to beat last year, and we feel like we're even stronger this year. So early signs is good for sure.
That's bad news for everybody else, I think, if you guys are better than you were last year.
Yeah, but you know, I'm sure everyone else has improved as well. You know, so the competition is going to be tougher than ever. So we need to, you know, keep our heads down and try and always improve. That's the name of the game in IndyCar. So that's what we're doing. It's a long week, so we need to, you know, get through everything we want to get through, but definitely a good start.
What are you guys working on today? More qualifying or more race type running?
No, we're on race trim and race focus today, and then probably all day tomorrow. Maybe end of day tomorrow we're going to look at some qualifying stuff, but then obviously from Friday onwards is all focused on qualifying. But today and most of tomorrow is going to be still just race stuff for us.
All right, thank you, Marcus. All good down here in the CGR pit, guys.
It is all good. They're faster than everybody else, and they're in race trim, and at least a significant amount of others are trying a little bit of qualifying setup. There's Brad Goldburn. If you watched Unleashing the Dragon, you got a little bit of the emotion of Brad, and Brad surprised me with that. We had talked about his history off air a few times before. Brad went to the same high school that I did, near the racetrack, Ben Davis High School, and I remember him telling me the story of how he ended up at Ben Davis, and it had to do with, you know, some challenges. His father died when he was young, and when I was chatting with him during a rain delay or something last year during a practice session, he really got emotional. It was a happy, feel-good interview, and started talking about what the Indy 500 meant to him, and he got into that as well, telling the story of him talking to Marcus on the cool-down lap last year after winning the race.
Yeah, that was one of the cool moments for me, you know, hearing it live as Brad said it when we were calling the race last year, and then again, you know, watching the interview in Unleashing the Dragon. Just he gets on the radio and says, think of all the people that got you to this point. And it's such a cool reminder. You know, a lot of people look at motorsports as an individual sport, but I think all drivers know it's a team sport. They know the team around them supports them in ways that without them, the driver wouldn't be able to even get a car to the racetrack. But so much further than that, so much further beyond that, is how much of a team sport is when it comes to the support of family and supporters and friends
in your junior career, coming up, getting started, you couldn't do it without a tremendous amount of support. And I think that's the point that Brad was trying to drive home in that moment, and credit to him. It was a really, really cool interview. And if you haven't watched Unleashing the Dragon, you can check it out on NBCSports.com or Motorsports on NBC's YouTube page.
Benjamin Peterson is on the track for AJ Foyt Racing. He is the lone car on the 2.5-mile oval, so a good opportunity for them to test some raw speed if they want while we continue to watch him. We're also celebrating the history of this race and highlighting the top 10 list that is being unveiled through NBCSports.com and the Motorsports on NBC YouTube channels. Let's take a look at number 7 and another 4-time winner.
Earlier, but I saw it during the Open Championship in late April.
Off the track. Danny Sullivan's car is rolling. Here comes the field. The green flag is out. 500 is underway.
Mears got the jump on Legends Road, but the Andretti's were charging hard.
Great battle for second spot, Larry. They're side by side coming down the back straightaway. Michael on the inside. Rick on the outside. Michael's got him. Oh, boy, did they just get around. Rick Mears staying high. Gets around Michael, but they're still at it going to 4. It is Michael on the inside. Mears on the outside. Mears has got him. Mears begins to pull away as they go down the main straightaway. A great battle for second position. Now Michael makes another move, looking to the inside. They're wheel to wheel as they head for turn 1, and Michael has got him.
And by lap 12, father and son were 1-2.
Oh, we got a crash at 1. We got a major crash at 1. The car is in at least 2-3 pieces. Well, it looks like A.J. Foyt was involved. When we saw him go by here very slow, it looked as if the left front wing was gone. It looks like A.J.'s going to park it because he was waving to the crowd.
Debris from the incident damaged car 14, signaling the end of Foyt's legendary Indy career.
And here's the green flag at drag race to turn 1 again. Oh, they are side by side, and Michael's got him. Michael first, Mario second, Al under third.
The Greens severed any family ties as Michael built up a big lead over his father.
I was just about ready to put Rick Mears down a lap. I was literally 1 lap away from doing that, and I got a flat tire. And so I had to pit early. And so that is what really changed the complexion of the race.
Danny Sullivan's engine has gone here on the main straightaway.
The late yellow allowed Michael to make his final stop, giving the lead to Mears.
Here we go. The field comes off the 4th turn. The green flag waves. Here's the final 13 laps of the race.
I remember I knew I had to get him on the lead, so and I knew John was there, so I knew we could trust him. And when we were coming up, I had a good run on Rick, and all of a sudden John pulled up high. And I thought, beautiful.
Rick Mears is slow right now, about 7 car lengths behind. Michael Andretti trying to get his first Indianapolis 500 win.
You know, when we got to turn 1, I just got upside and you can go, but you're going to take the long one. And which he did, and he went on around. So, you know, putting our head down and try to get back.
And I thought at that point, I think we're going to win the race because Rick didn't have anything for me all day long. So you wonder why would he have something for me now? And then going around in the very next lap and going to the straightaway, I saw Rick had a big run and really hit that speed.
Now Mears goes to the outside and Rick may have it. They move into the sunset. Rick Mears takes the lead.
And so, you know, and he could have moved more and tried to block me, but to his credit, he didn't. You know, and he's a racer. He kind of took the middle of the road, you know, and I really had to left the top door open.
Andretti is one of the toughest drivers, you know,
on the grid, on the track, and to see him make that move was outstanding. But that's Rick Mears.
As Mears began to pull away, Michael watched his dreams of an Indy win disappear.
I was really puzzled and really disappointed because I knew the race was over. Because I knew that was as fast as I could go, wide open, and he was just inching away from me. And I can't believe I'm losing another one.
Mario Andretti is slowing down in turn number 3.
I knew he was just trying to get another yellow to give Michael another shot at me. Because Michael's always good on a restart, so it was a little unnerving at first. I never believed in brake checking guys. That just messes up the rest of the field. It's not the right thing to do. But I wasn't going to let him go clean. So what I did was I'd act like I was going to go. I'd pick up the pace and then level off. So when I saw the nose of his car drop, I knew he was off the throttle and on the brake, and that's when I let him go. So it kind of helped give me a little extra shot and made sure he didn't have the momentum to catch me.
The green flag is out. Rick Mears has a good jump. He separates himself from Michael Andretti by 10 car lengths.
We went into that race with the same game plan we always did, but that was of the 4 wins, that was the only one that worked out. 2, having the shootout at the end that you always plan for. And that's the fun part. That's what you do it for, to have that battle game.
Rick Mears becomes the 3rd 4-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, winning the Diamond Jubilee edition, the 75th running of this great speed classic.
First one will always have its place. But to me, each win got progressively better. For the simple fact of looking back, I learned to realize more what Indy meant to win.
Love these pieces that you can see and read about from NBC Sports. And a new one unveiled again on Friday on NBCSports.com/Indy500. Great stuff. Now we have a little more activity. We saw Will Power jump up there to second quick to split those Ganassis. 226, 866 miles per hour, back on board the Verizon Chevrolet.
What's also interesting about Will Power right now is he and his teammate Scott McLaughlin have jumped to the top of the non-tow speeds as well. A 221.8 for Will and a 221.5 for Scott McLaughlin. So the Penske's have shown up now, showing some single car pace, showing they can run in a draft as McLaughlin goes, oh yeah, there's a no-tow speech right there.
So that's encouraging. And honestly, my biggest question coming into this month is what will Team Penske have? Since the aero screen, they've been okay, but they've not really been contenders to win. From talking with Joseph Newgarden, he said, you know what? Didn't really show in qualifying last year, but we were better. And I agree with that because Newgarden went out and qualified in the middle of the day, the worst possible conditions with the draw. I'm going to say it was 2:30 somewhere in the afternoon, and didn't make it into the Fast 12. But they still weren't great. So what are they this year? So far, so good?
I mean, they had the quickest time at the test. They're a 1-2 in the no-tow right now. We know that quite a few cars have tried qualifying-ish sims. Now, that said, you have no idea what level of downforce they went to. Not everyone's going to take a proper swing at it and peel everything off. So it's a little bit tough to tell at this point, but still promising.
So let's hear what Will Power had to say. This is from what we've mentioned, the piece, and this is actually all the Penske drivers from Unleashing the Dragon, available on NBC Sports, Motorsports on NBC YouTube page, addressing the speed questions over the last years.
Since 19 was our last win, and we have lacked sense.
You know, we've been working incredibly hard to figure out why. Why do we not have the speed that we expect to have?
From 21 to 22, we gained maybe a half a mile an hour. And we thought that could be a good gain. But everyone else stepped up as well, so we were still behind.
A lot of small details to get right. At that speed, the air, the way the car's built, everything really matters.
So it can be frustrating. As a driver, if everything isn't perfect and where it needs to be, sometimes you can't make up the difference. And at Indy, you can't force that. You have to have the team working perfectly.
You know, Ganassi were very fast, and I was certainly pretty disappointed with our pace, as everyone was.
one of the things that Joseph said there that is just so true is you can't force it. This is not one of those racetracks where if the car's a little bit off, you can kind of just throw it. We talk about it a lot. Throw a car on your back, stand up in the seat, get up on the wheel, whatever term you want to use.
That's road course racing, right? Where
yes,
maybe the driver can extract a little bit more.
For sure. And there's certainly some racecraft things at certain ovals that you can maybe pull out at an Iowa or something like that, even if your car's not 100%.
Short oval, yeah.
Here at the Speedway, it really is everyone has to do their job perfectly, from the mechanics bolting the cars together to the engineers setting it up to the crew going over the wall for the changes to the driver behind the wheel, and any one of those, call it 30 people that it takes to do that, doesn't do their job, and it's not gonna be your day on Sunday.
Now here's the other discussion point as we ride the custom entertainment on board and the people ready on board with Jack Harvey, with Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan. So it's one thing to be fast today and tomorrow, and at times Penske in the last few years has showed pace in this configuration, but it's a different scenario when they turn up the horsepower. I have seen this. In some years, some cars are better in this horsepower configuration. Some find an advantage or not as good when they turn it up. We're really not going to know anything maybe on Friday, but really on Saturday in qualifying.
Yeah, Friday you'll get a sense of it, for sure. But you're absolutely right. It does seem like, certainly the last few years, when we get to Fast Friday, when that boost gets turned up all through qualifying weekend, the Hondas seem to have a little bit of an edge over the Chevys. I think that's something that we can say just based on the numbers. Come race day, when everything's back to race boost, I would say it's incredibly even between the two manufacturers. But that's kind of to the point we were talking about earlier. That's why the qualifying performance from Ed Carpenter Racing has always been so impressive. Because even in years where it seemed like maybe the Hondas had a slight advantage in that particular boost configuration, those ECR cars are always up there, and sometimes the only Chevys that make it into, whether it was the Fast 9 or now the Fast 12, it's a bit mystifying. But you're right. Come race day, I think it's a different deal, and that form that you see from some of those teams throughout practice week is a lot closer. But if you've qualified in the teens, low 20s, man, that makes your day a whole lot harder on Sunday.
I love the look of that race car, that number 6 Aero McLaren of Felix Rosenqvist. We talk about that all for our slightly different, specific reasons, celebrating the 60th anniversary of McLaren.
Yeah, I think this one's by far the best looking of these new liveries. Felix already has a pole on the season at the other super speedway that we've been to, Texas Motor Speedway. You see him use his thumb there to do a couple quick clicks.
Looks like he's getting back up to speed. I'm back in the comm box, and hopefully the team are as well. Josh will be with us shortly as well. I'll give Omi some time as Rosenqvist on his lap time. Hello, Omi. We've moved the comm cam, so that's what's taking a couple more minutes as well in order for me to actually sit down for the next God knows how many hours, 4 hours as well, so I can be comfortable up here in the comms box. How are you?
Good, you?
Yes, not too bad, not too bad. How are you, Josh? All good?
Yeah, all good.
Fantastic, Dawsey.
16 and a half minutes, and I'll be back to normal, which is good.
Fantastic. We shall wait that long then, as Rosenqvist continue to push massively. Team communication there from Rosenqvist actually coming through. Hopefully shortly as well, we're going to have the ability to listen into some spotters radios. We're just waiting for the lead to turn up. And it's just been handed to me. Perfect. Thank you very much as well. So we now have the ability as well, because we're going to use, because Megan's not commentating, we can use her bus mixer headset as part of the stream, which means we are going to hear some driver spotters now as well. No radios out here on the track as well, which is jolly exciting to me as we come up there. We've got 4 hours 15 to go. Billy Vincent, the strategist, as well as watching on for Felix Rosenqvist. Now, who do we want to hear to? Should we hear at the moment live audio? Not really available for a lot of them actually. I'm trying to get that operational, but there's no audio coming through. Got the radio network though. Is that working? Oh, someone's talking on the radio, but we can't hear it. All right, well, that was worth a go. As we go side by side across the line then as well. 2 by 2 as things currently stand. And that was Rosenquist and Rob, who are currently watching on a tow lap together as well. Rosenquist running in 6th position for Aaron McLaren. Stingray Rob running 13th for Dale Coyne Racing as well. Just double checking actually, because our timing monitor is showing that Rosenquist in the pit lane as things currently stand as well. But Omi, what have you been making then of the session so far?
I believe it's the 18th Malukas.
Ah, lovely. Thank you. Yes, I can see it on my driver tracker now. 18 of the 51. So it's the 51 of Stingray Rob and the 18 of Maluka circulating together. Coming to you then, Omi, what are you making of your first IndyCar practice? Because yesterday we were just sitting around waiting for everything to get going, and today everything's gone bam, and it's all started now. So what are you making of it?
Hello, yes. I've pretty much really enjoyed this. And yeah, I've also been running around for a bit, so you're lucky I actually came to the mic at this exact time. Because I wouldn't have actually heard. I just heard my name, so quickly ran over. But really enjoyed this. And yeah, it's kind of getting us set up for a great Indy 500, getting me excited with every session that happens. Obviously, yesterday didn't really bring anything, but today I really enjoyed it, and I'm really looking forward to the next few days as well.
Are you on your normal setup or a different setup?
Well, I'm running around a bit, so I've gone a bit different.
Ah, I thought so, because we could hear a difference. Okay, let's hear from Christian Lundgaard.
It's early days. Right now we're just getting used to it. As the track heat up, I feel like we're struggling a bit more, but I feel like everyone would, just because of the track.
We've gone yellow. So Josh, if you could get your camera on for a second, because there's a yellow flag out there on the circuit, and I need to switch back up to main cameras. Thank you. So we've got a caution out on the track, and we are not being told why as of yet. We understand it could be for debris once again, because we're not seeing anything.
I don't think Rob has his front winger fully attached. I saw it a bit iffy.
Ah, so it's could be Stingray Rob then that's caused this problem. Let's hear from Christian Lundgaard, then we'll get a confirmation as we go yellow on the track.
Be able to tell if that's made a difference or not.
Right now, I think it's too early because we haven't done a debrief. I don't really think any of us have properly spoken together yet with any sort of evidence of data yet. So once we go back now, I think we'll have a better idea of where we are with the 4th car. But she's doing an awesome job. I was there at the test at Texas when she did her first test this year, and she was straight on pace. So I can only say I'm proud of her, because it takes some balls to go those speeds out there.
No doubt. And obviously good run for you guys last week at the GP. Good run all around for all the Rahal cars. Is that's still evident? That good mojo, good vibes, good confidence from everybody? Are you feeling that? Lots different obviously from last weekend, but the good runs always help.
No, of course. I think the momentum is on our side, but again, the ovals are completely different. Nothing really relates from last week and going into this week. The atmosphere within the crew and the team in general is awesome.
Caution, debris,
we're all very happy. We're highly motivated, and now we've proven that we can do it. So I think that's all it took for us to really, keep digging. Now we've sort of had our hard work rewarded, so we now need to keep digging.
All right, more hard work to come here for the Rahal guys, and Christian will go back to the garage with his 45 car.
So we're under caution because we have actually got some debris out on the circuit as well here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So that has now been picked up, and we are, I would say, nearly ready to get going for a restart procedure as well. Just making sure that everything's okay here up in the comments box. As I said, we've shifted over to a Chrome version of Discord to help with the lag issues that we've been having. Green flag is back out. The session is back underway. Pit Road's got something.
Yeah, Kevin Durrell lot of teams, I think, that are interested in Marcus Ericsson's services beyond 2023. Beyond the teams he's with right now, Chip Ganassi Racing, he has yet to receive an offer on an extension from Chip Ganassi Racing. Marcus Ericsson told us today, but he said his phone has been ringing quite a bit in the last few months, and he's been listening. He's not allowed to talk to other teams yet, but he is listening and believes that there is interest out there that if Chip Ganassi Racing wasn't to re-sign him, he definitely could land somewhere else in IndyCar. And he made a point of this, Kevin, after winning the Indy 500 last year. One of the first things Marcus Ericsson said when he walked into the media center was, "Not bad for a pay driver." And the reason behind that quip was Marcus Ericsson always has been attached to corporate sponsorship when he's had rides in IndyCar and Formula One, and he feels like, rightfully so, winning the Indy 500 now means that he should be paid like a Scott Dixon, like a Joseph Newgarden. He should not have to bring sponsorship to drive for a powerhouse full-time team here in the IndyCar series. So he has made that point, and he says he is not stressed about the future. He would like to have the deal done by now, but he's just waiting to see what Chip Ganassi Racing brings to the table. But if that weren't to work out, I think Marcus Ericsson feels like there are a lot of other teams out there that he could go to.
That's very interesting indeed as well in terms of where Marcus Ericsson could go as well. And it's a bit of a difficult one as well. It's even for Romain Grosjean. Omi, coming to you, because I know Josh is still working on his radio show as well. Unless he's back up to normal. I don't know, because he's put a laptop on now. So we'll see in a second. But yeah, Omi, coming to you if you're running around. What do you think of Marcus Ericsson? Is he a racing driver that deserves to be paid more? Or is he a racing driver who is sort of in and around okay, not fantastic? He won the 500, of course, but everyone's been always saying it's like he wasn't that great in Formula One. But was that more the car he was racing in Formula One, or is it his talent overall? Yeah, okay, Obi's running around, so I'll throw it to you, Josh. No, Josh is doing something as well. Oh, it's the way he's laughing on his radio stream. I can see him. You can see him as well on the TV pictures as well. Will Power coming into turn 1 and 2 as well. Let's take a listen. Full throttle in as well, really going quite... Hello. Yeah, what do you think then with Romain Grosjean and Marcus Ericsson especially? Is Ericsson a driver that deserves a bigger seat? He's at, of course, a big seat already with Chip Ganassi.
Yeah, both two drivers which definitely deserve a spot in IndyCar. Definitely they're in a good team, but they could also be in another seat which would maybe get them better results and more consistent results, even though Romain Grosjean is getting consistent results every single race. Mostly, might I add, if Scott McLaughlin isn't around. Cough, cough, St. Pete.
Yeah, I think we'll all agree with that one as well. He's definitely been around and getting better results unless he's been shoved into a wall, which is what we've seen several times this year. Just taking the cushion off the back of my chair.
A little bit like what's happening with Larson and Chastain right now in NASCAR, you could kind of say.
Yes, I suppose, yes, but with Ross Chastain and Larson as well, they are just getting ridiculous with each other as well. And in fact, I think I also read something as well that Chastain has been now going to be having a word by his team as well. Someone told me, I think it was Ben or Kobe, one of the two, that says that because he's hitting other Chevrolets, the Chevy aren't happy. I can't quite remember actually, but yeah, so Ross Chastain's eager to be crashing into other people might end shortly as well. We have 4 hours to go in this session. Astral says absolutely signed that man yesterday. Yeah, says Astral. Yeah, get him in there, get him on the seat, get him on the panel as well. Teams in IndyCar can be real small operations, unlike F1. Yeah, small knitted communities like Ed Carpenter Racing as well, who have entered 20. Now this is Ed Carpenter's 20th Indianapolis 500. Compare that to Chip Ganassi, Penske have done over 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 of them as well since the sport was created back in the 1950s. So yeah, it really is getting close. And of course, Indianapolis 500 has been around for 107 as well, but a little bit more than that. We celebrated the centenary as well, but it did stop during the Second World War, like many sports did. Like this year, it's also the 100th running of the Le Mans 24-hour race, but again, it stopped during the war as well, so it didn't get held as well. But because it started in 1911, didn't happen for a few years, did it? On and off the 500. And then
No,
comes
it
in more.
didn't.
Yeah.
But you will be happy to know, Josh, or maybe a bit like, really? We'll pause that as we're going down pit road.
It's hard to tell, right? Everybody's doing different things.
It's very hard to tell.
No,
I mean,
Lucas.
we're kind of just getting started, but this morning we were definitely on the spicy side of things. You know, we put extra downforce in it to make sure, and yeah, we were having a lot of moments, a lot of oversteer moments, a lot of wake-up calls. So I didn't eat my morning cup of coffee this morning, but so we kind of dialed it back a little bit, something to work off of, and now we're going to go do a set down, come back, and be in a much better position for the rest of the afternoon.
How much more in control, even mentally, do you feel just having 1 month of May under your belt last year and coming into it now as your second time here?
Oh, it's massive. It's night and day. You know, we can start this month straight into doing changes that we want. I don't have to, you know, spend, I don't know how many days it took me, you know, last year to feel comfortable with the car and go, you know, those high speeds side by side with others. So, you know, it's very big, and of course, you know, the success that we've had on ovals has also helped. So it's looking very good for us.
What about here too? You have a new teammate, obviously, with Stingray this year. Last year you had Takuma, who, you know, obviously a winner here, just a veteran of the sport. Has that made your role as kind of the veteran of the team at 2 years? Has that kind of taken on an increased role here during the time we've been here?
Yeah, it's weird to say that I am somehow a veteran, you know, all of a sudden, but I'm still calling myself Little Dave, you know. But, you know, I mean, there's definitely a little bit of changes, but I'm trying to help Stingray as much as possible. The good thing is our driving styles are, you know, very alike, very similar. So we're looking past that previous footage that we have of Takuma last season. I'm trying to explain to him everything that he told me, the knowledge that I learned, and just trying to be open book. Just so, you know, the quicker he's up to speed, the better we're going to be able to do with, you know, working different setups and both of us advancing on the top of the grid.
What else do you want to accomplish here the rest of this afternoon? Anything that's specifically on the list?
I mean, so this morning we kind of worked on trying to find a car to where we can work off of. We did a little bit of traffic running then. But I think for the rest of the afternoon, it's going to be trying to find, you know, pace on our own, trying to help a little bit on qualifying. And I think right at the end, maybe the last set or two, if people are ready to play, I'm excited to go on some traffic running.
All right. Thanks, David.
Josh, please. Oh no, if you're free of that is as well, don't you going around if you're not. But
I'm done now on that side, just playing all of the fun stuff like ads and stuff like that. But yeah, so you might be happy about this, or you might be a bit like, am I really gonna have to cope with Josh for that long? But this will hopefully, if I don't fall asleep, be my first whole 24 hours of Le Mans.
Really? Yeah.
Yes.
Whole 24?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. My big advice, well, you get the opportunity, don't you? What else on that weekend? Yeah. Everyone asking where Austin Canipo is. Okay, we'll take a look on the driver tracker. I'll scroll down for you to show the rest of the results pages as well, from downwards to 34. Agustin Canipo is 32nd at the moment for Young Cross Racing. Top speed 220.415, as you can see on the timing tower up here in the comms box as well. Just actually want to put that in a window projection so I can see it. Yeah, there he is, look down there in 32nd position. As things currently stand, only driver on the track right now is the 30 of Jack Harvey. He's 16th in that running order as things stand. In fact, I think we should do actually a quick 1 to 10 of things as well, and hopefully I'm pressing the right button here. Here we go. So we've opened up the full timing tower, and this is how they run. For everyone watching on YouTube and listening in on USRN as well, this is how they stand after the first 2 hours of running. It is Scott Dixon the fastest on 229.174 miles per hour. Will Power is second, Alex Palou third, Scott McLaughlin is fourth, David Malukas fifth, Ryan Hunter-Ray is sixth, Marcus Ericsson seventh, Kyle Kirkwood eighth, Ed Carpenter is ninth, and Joseph Newgarden rounds out the top 10. Further down, Venus VK is 11th, with Felix Rosenquist in 12th position. 13th for Stingray Robb. 14th for Alexander Rossi. 15th is Catherine Legg. 16th and out on the track right now, the only one is Jack Harvey. 17th for Santino Ferrucci. 18th for Simon Pagino. 19th for Benjamin Pedersen. And 20th for Stefan Wilson. Tony Kanaan is 21st. Devlin Di Francesco 22nd. Connor Daly is 23rd. And 24th for Colton Herter. Scroll down the rest of the board as well. You will see Helio Castroneves is 25th. 26th for Graham Rahal, 27th Pato O'Ward, 28th Christian Lundgaard, 29th Takuma Sato, 30th for Marco Andretti, 31st for Romain Grosjean, 32nd for Augustin Canapo as well, 33rd is Callum Ilott, and 34th is RC Enerson as well. Reminder, only 33 cars can enter this race. Go. We must always think that we are going to have the possibility of a bump day with somebody not starting the grid. It's a damn pit road with McLaren's.
The day that we got a couple weeks ago, I feel like some guys are saying it does a lot. They don't really do much. Considering that we're going from the same car to the same car, from one year to another, and I think it'll be very similar to last year. You can obviously be a little bit more creative with what you choose to do. If you do the barge boards or the strakes or none of them or just one and not the other. So I think in that sense it gives you a bit more variety, but in actual terms of how much addition we've gotten for traffic running, it's very minimal if we got any.
Okay, so it might not have a big impact on the racing. Well, you finished second in this race last year. And obviously we're fast. Will other teams have more of an opportunity to catch up because there are those setup combinations, or do you feel like it stays the same, you keep your edge?
I think it'll still stay to where, if you got a pretty solid car, you're fine behind 1, 2, 3 cars maybe. You can have the best car out of the 33 cars, and if you're behind 10 cars, every single car is going to feel worse. So you just try and make your car to feel the less amount of bad. You're going so fast, man, that it's very obviously aero sensitive, and when you're behind 10 cars, doesn't matter if you add a little wing here, a little wing there, it's not going to do anything. At least with the configuration of the aero kit that we have right now. It might do a little bit of a difference when you're behind 1 car or 2 cars, but obviously in the race you never know if you're going to be behind 10 or you're going to be behind 1.
All right, there you have it, a detailed analysis from Pato O'Ward on what you might see in the Indy 500 this year.
Good stuff.
Joshua Smith has tweeted in as well, which I find absolutely fantastic, because I think Josh is having some camera problems, so we'll stay on the battle screen for now as well. He put the... oh, here he is. Hello. Get your opinion on this then as well, Josh. Joshua Smith has tweeted in, the closest finished 0.0026 seconds was the Freedom 100 in 2013. One of my favourite races I watched that year. Peter Dempsey won ahead of Chavez, Karam and Munoz as well. It's a shame Peter never got to race in the Indy 500 as well. And I completely agree with you. Absolute disappointment he never got to race, and an absolute tragedy as well that the likes of Chavez, Karam and Munoz did, and Peter Dempsey never did. As well, but just getting your thoughts on this, Josh. Well, it's very rare we have close finishes in the 500 these days, because usually there's a late race caution or something along those lines. But we actually had one last year, didn't we, where we had a red flag late on, then we had a green flag finish, and it was extremely close, coming as well at the front for, I'm trying to remember, it was Marcus Ericsson and Pato O'Ward in second, and they were battling out to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it really, really was. As I should be back to normal now, which is all good that side. But yeah, and I think that's the first ever tweeting using the hashtag JB Motorsport.
Yes, I think it is. I've got it open. It's all right. That's the first ever tweeting. Well, we're getting popular. That's why people are watching us with the popularity of things. I had to keep up. How was the radio then? Did it all go well?
All went well. Yep. And all good, but yeah, back on tomorrow, so I have no idea what we're going to do there. Yeah.
We'll figure it out as well. I've tweeted Matthew Owens as well. And Matthew, if you're listening and you want to hop in the box anytime, more than welcome. We're in Combox 1 in the Discord channel. You know where it is. So, yeah, want to hear from you before the end of the day. 3 hours to go. Well, 4 hours to go, actually. 3:55 left on the clock, as you can see up here in the comms box. And that is an awful long way to get ready as well. Catherine Legg's 15th fastest as well, as White Foster said, already up to speed. We hear from a man who took a pole position, or set a second place here once before as well.
Try to improve on here this next time out.
Just taking our time with everything. Wanted to make sure the car is exactly how we wanted it. Went back, set it down, and made sure everything was right. So now we're going to get into a little bit more running with everybody else. Should have the teammates coming out following soon. But yeah, besides that, it doesn't look like there's a lot of guys out there to play with, but we'll try to find some people and figure out the race car.
We've obviously had a lot of talk about the aero configurations and different things you can do. Were you able to learn anything there in that first run about what maybe works and what doesn't for your car?
I mean, we were just kind of comparing all the other cars and seeing how everybody looks compared to each other, trying to figure out different little things with obviously the aero and whatnot. That'll become more of a play later in the week here. But yeah, for right now, we're kind of going back to our baseline of what we ended on the test, and then we'll try to build it up from there.
Were you happy with the baseline at the test?
Very, so hopefully it stays the same.
All right, Colton Herta getting ready to climb aboard the Gamebridge 26 and go do some running with his teammates here in just a moment.
There's a look at laps run already. Rossi and Rinus VeeKay, who we're seeing right now, are a quarter of a way through an Indianapolis 500 with a few longer pit stops. A little better chance to catch your breath than 200 miles with 5, 6, or 7, 8-second breaks. Last year, I was just looking at it last year, and we've always kind of said, oh, you got to have 6 flawless pit stops, maybe 7. Last year, everybody up front got it done in 5. The yellows came at the perfect time to get it done on the minimal number of stops.
Yeah, as little time as you can spend on pit lane, that's always a bonus. But yeah, great to hear that the Andretti cars are all coming out to do a bit of a group run. I know he said there aren't many cars out there right now, and he's right. This is your only car on track at the moment, Felix Rosenqvist. But I was just looking up and down the order at the Andretti cars. You know, Herta's in 26th. We see Kirkwood, he's up in 8th, but then Andretti and Grosjean, 30th and 31st, they only have 7 and 10 laps to their names. I looked into that. Apparently, they started all the cars with the exact same setup for the sake of doing these car compares, as they often do. They'll send every car out with identical configurations just to see what the inherent speed is in each car combo. And Marco Andretti apparently had to sort of sacrifice for that session. He really didn't want to use that setup. That's not the setup he prefers. He knew that from the test, so he went out for the sake of the car compare, immediately went back to the garage after his run and started disassembling and reassembling the car the way that he wanted it to go back out for these group runs here in a little bit. So that's why only 7 laps run for the 98. I'm not sure if maybe a similar story for Grosjean in the 28. But it's just one of those things you got to do here at the Speedway.
Hold track to yourself here, bud.
So an opportunity for Felix Rosenqvist to take a look on his own. So a little more than 2 hours into the official session. We had a couple of hours of rookie orientation before that. So we're, what, 4 hours or so into the 8-hour broadcast?
Yeah, 4 hours and 8 minutes to be precise into it, as well as the action continues to close up. I've got loads of mice everywhere, and when I mean mice, I mean like, well, you know, these type, the clicker ones. As well, I've got a Bluetooth.
The computer one.
That's the one. I've got a wired one that's going to the mainstream PC, and then the wireless one for the laptop. But I need to get the wireless set up where I can just press the button and switch between the different settings, so I can control both of them, because it's getting really hard to control and fix the streams when it's not operational at the moment. So where have you disappeared to anyway? For those of you who are watching on JB Motorsports, we can't see Josh at the moment.
I'm here.
Oh,
Unpopular opinion.
yes.
Or debatable, very controversial, pineapple's good on pizza.
I'm glad you're hiding. Fans in attendance writing out as well. So signs on the shirts, and hopefully all going to be okay. My voice is starting to go, you know. You can feel it. Nursing this illness is going to be a lot across the weekend. As we see, only driver out there is Felix Rosenquist right now. As we see him circulating in the back half of the track as well. Doing quite a lot of speed as well. Top speed's looking quite strong as well. In fact, I'm just thinking, is it possible to get that open so we can take a look at his lap speed? Visual leaderboard now. Trying to get the difference in gap. But I need to select him. Where is he on the board? Who am I looking for as well? I don't think it's Matt anymore. I think he's going into the pit lane. 20's out there on the circuit now as well. As we take a look back. No Felix Rosenquist. Let's listen in.
From Värnamo, Sweden, and I'm a badass skier. First concert was Madonna, I think. With my mom. Best subject in school, believe it or not, was math. I did have a job outside of racing. I was like a janitor. Wouldn't say I was a very good janitor, but had a lot of keys. My biggest pet peeve is when you exit an airplane and people are like walking slow in that tunnel and you're trying to like pass left and right and you like eventually just like squeeze yourself on the side. Like typical Swedish dish is meatballs, mashed potatoes, and lingonberries and the brown sauce, whatever it's called in English.
Have you ever eaten that at IKEA?
I have eaten that at IKEA, yes. I'm guilty.
Getting to know Felix Rosenquist, and we'll get to know many more if you're with us, part of our 60 hours of coverage on Peacock and NBC Sports throughout the month of May. Back on track with Joseph Newgarden, Team Penske. And the number 2 Chevrolet with Shell powering Progress. Can you watch it on board and tell whether the car feels good?
I can't tell you if it feels good. I can tell you with some very broad strokes, kind of what the handling is doing.
It's probably got to be extreme, the way you can really notice, right? You can definitely tell when it's bad.
Yes, you can tell there's a big issue, certainly.
Yeah.
But the more minute details are kind of tougher to pick apart from an onboard. It looks pretty good. The big thing that tells me that it's pretty good is he's not making any adjustments. Hasn't touched his bars, hasn't touched the weight jacker. Line looks good. He's able to unwind the wheel when he wants to. He's sort of driving out to the wall. The car's not driving him out to the wall. So it doesn't look like he's battling a huge understeer situation.
Let me ask you this. Do other drivers, whenever we pop up an onboard and leave it for a while, do you want to see that?
Absolutely. You are looking at this anytime there's an onboard. You're going back through replays of sessions on Peacock to see this sort of stuff. And, you know, not just really so much during qualifying sims, but also a lot during the race running as well. Getting a sense of where you are positioning your car, how you're moving around in traffic. There's a lot that can be learned from onboards. So yeah, the smart guys are definitely tuning in on Peacock to watch these onboard runs.
Just listening to the engine. Riding so hard is the number 2, Joseph Newgarden. Down the back straightaway. It's just singing beautifully, isn't it, Josh? It's a beautiful Penske as he backs off to come into the pit lane. Really beautiful car. And Penske never really have much luck here, do they? They haven't won since the captain took over. I think Power won in 2018, one of the two. Pagano won in 19, I know that. But yeah, it's a very difficult job. Out of your interest then, you said you were going to do the Le Mans 24-hour. We're covering that live, but the whole 24 hours live, are you insane? I do it every year, but it's like, you do not know how...
The answer is...
Go on.
Yes, I'm insane.
But you get sleep deprived. You literally just want to bed. Go on.
Haven't you learnt that already, that I am insane, Josh?
Yes, but we're all insane, that's why we do what we do. But seriously, the entire... Yeah, even Astro saying JT the entire 24 hours.
Why not?
Well, here's the thing. I do the entire 24 hours, but I disappear because last year there was F1 at the same time, so I had to disappear for a few hours. This year I'll be missing for 45 minutes because of MotoGP as well. So it's like that. But seriously, the whole lot. It's risky.
If I can
Looks like you're frozen on our side.
If I can do it, I can do it. If I can't do it, I can't do it. If you throw down to me and I don't respond, I'm probably sleeping.
I'll tell you one thing though, Omi, what are you going to be doing? Omi, I'm going to let you give you a 5-second warning that I'm going to come through to you. What are you doing at the Le Mans 24 hour in 2 weeks' time? Oh, 3 weeks actually.
Runs to microphone.
I think he's got his on. He's got his on like ear. Oh, got a yellow flag.
Oh,
caution.
We're under caution.
Yeah, well, it's a different, isn't it? It's just, it's not like if a full course caution comes out, that's a red flag, session stop. So now it's just a yellow. So there's a yellow flag out. We understand it's track inspection again.
No issue, just debris brings us to a pause.
It's debris on the track, so something else has fallen off on the front of these drivers as well, which means everyone's going to come into the pit lane. There was only the 23 and the 15 out there as well, so it was Ryan Hudson-Ray and Graham Rahal, which were the drivers out on the circuit. No video feed in Discord. WTF is this? Magnus? Discord feed? What? I have no idea.
I'm guessing that's mentioning about the TV pictures for the commentators.
Oh, we've got it.
Yeah. IndyCarLive.com also, that's official.
Yeah, we need to get...
That's good.
If you could grab that URL and stick it in there, that'd be very handy as well. For all the practice sessions as well. IndyCarLive.com.
The only reason that it's in the commentators' Discord chat is so that we're watching the same pictures so we can bring you the commentary.
Yeah. Hopefully there'll be a way soon the way we can just put it there, but you're getting awful lots of troubles.
Yes.
But there's ways around it that we can figure out as well. We just need more equipment, really. More TV screens is needed, but yellow flag is out. The session is suspended. Let's go down to NBC while we wait for the debris to be recovered and the green flag to come back out.
In my mind, I don't think you're giving away your competitive edge.
I think that's true.
All right, let's hear from Dylan again.
Well, it's funny you guys played that radio because I was actually going to just ask Hinch, as we see the flags blowing here, what this does to the balance of these race cars and how these guys, have to adjust. We heard Graham talking about earlier how you have to work the bars, how you have to always be adjusting the in-cockpit tools, and have heard a lot of guys talking about this win here in the last few minutes. So what do you have to do? How much more difficult does it make it to make a lap around here?
Yeah, I mean, the more the win, the more the work, really, for the driver. And as Graham was saying that, Dylan, I was looking out the window here at the windsocks and looking at our screens here. It's only a 2-mile-an-hour wind. That is not really something that you feel in the race car. I think that Graham was thinking or feeling maybe more of just the inherent setup of the car. That flag certainly looks like it's more than a 2-mile-an-hour wind, but as I look at the pagoda sock there, that's not blowing too hard. That's a pretty okay amount of wind to be dealing with, but the direction and the severity of the wind has a huge impact on the handling characteristics of these race cars, whether it's a tailwind into 1 or a tailwind into 3, a headwind down one of the short chutes. We see every direction here at the Speedway, and it totally changes the racetrack each direction that it blows. So you've got to be very heads up. That was part of what the issue was with Graham when he brushed the wall earlier in the day. He was looking up at the windsock, he was looking down at his dash, all sorts of things you have to consider when you're lapping the Speedway at 230 plus miles an hour.
A very quick yellow for debris, and we are back to green, and that's the Dreyer and Reinbold Cusick Motorsports entry for Stephen Wilson, the Carekeeper Chevrolet.
Great to see Steph back up there. He was in the top 10 on the no-toe times for quite a while there. He's 21st overall on fast laps pace.
He was really quick at the open test.
He
Late
was.
in the session, he was top 5. He ended up somewhere in that neighborhood.
Also just looked very comfortable in traffic. He looks very at ease back behind the wheel. Not a full-time competitor in IndyCar. Making another start here at Indy. One of the questions that's come in from Twitter was about the differences in steering wheels. As we go to all these different onboards, you can see some different steering wheel setups, and the rules in IndyCar are quite open on that. You can have any steering wheel you want. You can custom make one. You can piece one together from existing parts, or you can have the Cosworth wheel that is on offer from the company that does the electronics on the car. That is what we see on the cars of Pato Award, for example, where you see custom wheels on places like Penske Racing and Andretti Autosport, and then certain cars in the McLaren organization in Ganassi, they use an existing wheel base with their own dash on it and layout with electronics, so it's a pretty customizable bit. Some drivers use molded grips to have a good handle on the car. Some drivers just use stock grips. It really is still a personal preference thing here, as we see Ryan Hunter-Reay and his teammate Stephen Wilson. You heard Ryan come on the radio there saying, is that Wilson? I'm not sure he loved that little, oh, it's Di Francesco in front of him, sorry. It looks a lot like Steph Wilson's car. So Ryan will be happy to know that that wasn't his teammate sort of racing him into turn 3 there.
There's the man in black, as he's kind of joked about himself with the plain black fire suit and race car at the moment. I like the green highlights up top to make it easy to distinguish. We see this sometimes, a fairly blank race car. Now you will see DryerandReinbold.com, Dennis Reinbold's local dealership, highlighted on the race car.
What's that wheel? Way too much understeer.
Big understeer for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Point being that they've got room for partners to add, and we often see teams add partners throughout the month of May, because I think this is going to be a pretty quick race car, and Ryan Hunter-Reay has already gotten it done before. This was one of the most memorable final few laps of the Indianapolis 500.
Such an incredible pass there by Ryan Hunter-Reay on Elio Castroneves into turn 3. Sealed the deal for him. So decisive, so risky, basically turning in from the white line, but a very well-deserved victory for the man they dubbed Captain America. 2012 IndyCar champion, 2014 Indy 500 winner. Was with the Andretti Autosport organization for 12 years. Wasn't at the 500 last year in a driving capacity. He was here in a consulting and coaching capacity. And now back behind the wheel with Dreyer Reinbold Racing, as we see a few of the Andretti Autosport cars duking it out.
Yeah, we like.
Well, a few questions as I just activate the camera again. Didn't realise it was turned off, actually. Is it going to load in, or is it going to be a pain? There we go. Josh, got questions coming in as well. Upright Fossil saying, what's the deal with the big names at the bottom? Issues or just Indy? And Astro said, many working on their cars, not on the track at the moment. I think it's safe to say it's just because it's literally the first practice session they've been able to get on track. It is practice 3, but the first 2 got cancelled.
First all-field practice as well, and I think what Upright Fossil is talking about there is maybe the pits, the entered / left the pits, and just the race control messages with that as well. But yeah, Astral, true. Many working on their cars, not on the track at the moment. But that caution, that last caution there was for debris in the north short chute. So that's where that
turn 3
debris
intro,
was as well. So yeah.
So that's the turn 3 pit entry. That where the north chute is, I believe. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on. I'm sure Matthew Owens will tell us exactly the same part of the track when he's listening in as well. Probably send me a text message as well, as he has been throughout the day so far. 3 hours, 36 minutes to go then of this first test of the day. It's getting quite chilly now in the commentary box. It may be soundproofed now, but air can still circulate and get cold when the temperature drops. And what temperature is it now in the UK? It's where Roman Grosjean does a new personal best at 40.446. And that is 222.519 mile per hour as well to go up into 21st position. So great job there from Grosjean. Simon Pagenaud has come out of the pit lane, so we're now seeing more cars come out onto the track, more drivers coming to play as well as we continue pushing. I don't know if anybody else is turning up in the commentary box, Josh, though. I know Jess is on bed rest, Ed's busy. Don't know where Richie is in terms of things.
Tom is
Tom's
joining for the last hour.
Yeah, Tom's coming back. Matthew's coming in as well.
I'm also back.
Point. Hello, Amy. Hello. Question.
You have returned.
I have.
A question I threw to you, Omi, was what are you making of your first Indy 500 then, now that you're up here watching it in the practice? What are you making of everything from a sort of an inside but also outsider perspective?
Well, yeah, I've enjoyed it. Great to see running and a bit more different. It kind of feels like a bit of F1 testing to me, but so yeah. And we're going to get used to all of the IndyCar formats because I really haven't watched really any of the qualifyings at all. I mean, I did tune in actually last time out to the qualifying, which was on Friday.
Yes,
I think.
Yeah.
If I'm getting my days right, yeah.
You're right.
So yeah, but I only tuned into the last part of it actually. So it's going to be exciting to learn a bit of the formats for practice and quali because I really haven't watched a full one. But yeah, first practice, and I've enjoyed it. I've done 2 races, as you probably would know, but yeah, I really enjoyed it and kind of getting more into IndyCar now.
Yep, one of the commentary folks, one of the pit lane, and hopefully you'll be around as well for the month of May, as this is only the first positioning as well as we get into the week. Team communication. That's right, Matt Grosjean being told that we're going to box this lap. He's got Herta just in front of him as well, and this is Grosjean. What's wrong with that? He's not. I think he's just testing the cushion between the side because he was pushing the helmet left to right, left to right, left to right. So it doesn't look too great there. Grosjean's committed to the pit lane. Yeah, Roman's into the pit road. So's Herta, actually. They've both come in together, actually, on the back half of the track. Go on, Josh.
Yeah, that was Herta as well. But, yep, a couple of drivers coming into the pit lane, a couple of drivers going out of the pit lane, but NBC just circling what Romain Grosjean was testing out as well. But Colton Herta coming down to pit lane speed. This is Ericsson and Palou side by side, going into turn 1 as well with 3 hours, 33 minutes left.
It's worse than a Formula 1 testing day because that is 2 sets of 4 hours. This is 6 hours in bulk as well. With not many team members to fill in.
I'm fine, I'm here for the ride.
I think we all are, just sort of watching on and hoping everything goes together. One thing I'm impressed about there is my iPhone as well. 82% of battery power. It's been on air for the past 4 hours as well as it's done the opening stage.
I wish my phone was like that.
It is saying charging though, which is great, but it's because the iPad, we were a bit risky with it. We didn't want to lose that on the oval runs. Dixon's still fastest. Malukas has jumped up into second position on the best 4-lap average, 2:23.687. That is brilliant from David Malukas in the average time. I mean, overall on single pace, he's still down the order in 5th position, but on average pace, that is a solid effort, isn't it, Josh, from the 18?
Yeah, that really is. Keep an eye on David Malukas as well. There's a couple of toes coming down the front straight. That is Marcus Ericsson pulling alongside. That's the white one, so I do believe that's Caston Neves for the Indy 500, and Pagenaud with the same livery as normal. But Dixon's still on top with the best 4-lap average speed, the 225.223 miles per hour. But a massive toe going there. A lot of toes down the back straight. The toe that you get when 2 cars, not the toes that are on your feet.
I was wondering where you were going with that, to be fair. Caston Neves still circulating then as well, but Callum Ilott is having some work done in the pit lane. Hopefully he's going to return to the track shortly as well, as he's got a new front wing. Marcus Ericsson now passing several cars down there out on the circuit as well as he continues his testing run. There's a whole load of cars together, as you can see on the monitor up here in the commentary box on the driver tracker. They're getting very close together. Ilot's getting ready to hop back in the car as Ericsson chases down Alexander Palou as well. The back half goes to the inside, coming towards turn 3 and makes the move with a nice little dive bomb on the inside. So, 3 hours 30 to go. We just tick them off minute by minute here as well. Let's head over quickly to NBC. There's a bit
The rest of the way, and Callum was telling us this morning that they were just on the completely wrong strategies. He put it was one of the top 3 weirdest strategies, and he wasn't angry about it. He wasn't frustrated because they had sort of just estimated the tire strategy going into the race. It was a black race. You wanted to be on blacks, and they just went reds the whole way. So they came out of that race, and it wasn't very good. They were coming off a pretty tough Barber, a pretty tough Long Beach. He had obviously opened with a great performance at St. Pete, and they were solid at Texas. But he said that he hoped that they could find their feet here as Indy 500 practice began, that it's just so tight in the IndyCar series, so difficult, and then if you're off your A game just a little bit, you lose out. And unfortunately, the misfortune that they had last weekend on the road course has continued here on the oval today.
That's good info. Thank you, Nate. So some anxious moments, and it looks like, it doesn't really sound like it's going to magically get better. It's probably just learning what you can under the circumstances. That's going to be interesting. So they can swap out the chassis later in the day, get started, come back tomorrow, and just try to learn what they can and depend on what they're learning from their teammate, who is a rookie who has done one oval race in his life, Augustine Canapino.
Yeah, it's a big challenge, and to Dylan's point, and to Kellen's point, you can't fix what you don't know, and that's the hardest problem to solve for these guys right now. And what's on the racing is they're not sure what exactly is wrong with the car to be able to dive in and fix it, and that's incredibly frustrating. So they might get to the point where they have to just make a call, and it's either, hey, we're going to ride this out, keep trying to change things individually on the car until we find a solution, or do we just pull the chute now and go fully to a backup car as we ride on board with this fun little train. Kyle Kirkwood in the Auto Nation car for Andretti Autosport, running behind a couple of Ganassis.
Let's just ride and listen to Kirkwood for a minute.
Out of the last corner then for Kyle Kirkwood, punched up towards the line. Let's see what time he does. And Kyle Kirkwood stays in 9th position, but Omi, he's pushing like crazy out there at the moment, isn't he? He's really got something with that car setup, and the pole sitter as well, and our most recent winner, looking very, very fun at the moment, isn't he, Kyle Kirkwood?
Yep, he absolutely is. So, really on it in this practice session. Sorry if I actually did go silent for a while, as I was just quickly sorting something out. But
I can tell.
Yeah, we obviously a lot of the teams currently on it. That started to 19th as well, I think. But yeah. So they're all just currently getting some mileage in, and very long, yeah, especially for us commentators as well, very long stint we have here, especially you, Josh. Okay, well, the comment box is kind of like your home, isn't it?
Yes, I barely leave this place as well. Honestly, that's why we need a coffee machine in here. It's one thing I always say, we need a coffee machine. We don't have one, but we need one. As well, and actually there's room for one now as well that we've tidied up, so yeah, coffee machine please, we'll do very nicely. We have actually got mood lighting, but I don't want to plug it in just yet as well. You might have seen it, I think, on one of the streams yesterday, but we can turn the main light off and we can have a mini light as well on, so it gives us a bit of a dark ambience but still lit on the face, but it's less direct light on us in the commentary box, so it's It's easier for the radio commentaries mainly as well as they fly through. Ericsson then continuing to get the laps in, finally getting past, I believe, Alex Palou. Brother JP says, I think it's going to be another strong performance from Ganassi. Chip Ganassi, of course. Dixon 1 with Palou 2 as well. Marcus X is down in 8th position.
Outside, all clear, clear by 30.
Team communication there saying about time and everything on the circuit, so just monitor where you need to be and exactly how you're going to be. It's the 8 car down the back straight into turn 3. You can just hear it flying through as you watch on the driver tracker. Where they are on the driver tracker is exactly where they are on the TV pictures. They're coming now into turn 3 and 4. Ericsson ahead of them. Then we've got the 11 just behind as well of Takuma Sato. 2 winners of the Indy 500 leading over with Alex Palou as well in 10th position. Sato goes down low in towards turn number 1 and gets ahead of Ericsson. This is what we're on about, Josh, isn't it? They're now testing the race runs. So they've done their quali runs, now we're into race simulation to see, okay, how can you run out there? How close can you run?
Yeah, it really is, and quite a lot of cars with quite together as well doing the race simulations, which is good to see. As we're not even halfway through this practice session, which is quite something as well. But there is, there you go. That is Palou and Sato having a little bit of a battle into turn 1, but Palou just breezing through, and I'm not going to say the 3-letter word, which sounds like something else, Josh.
Right, as they come back through on the back straightaway. You've got to admit, my mind's gone foggy, so you do matter what you say as well. I would not get it at this current time as well.
Toe.
Oh, I see. The toe. I'm trying to see if... Oh, by clicking on the drivers, I think we can get access to the full control system as well. I'll just screenshot that ready as well and get that set up for the qualifying runs at a later date. We'll have our qualifying screen as always, Saturday, Sunday. Saturday will be live for the whole session as well here for qualifying runs. And on Sunday, USON take us through the first hour. And then I'm back with you as well on JB Motorsports after the conclusion of the British Touring Car race. Once again, we can show all 3 live as we got to the inside. Palou passing Takuma Sato down low in towards turn number 3. Hey, we've got a race on here, Amy. This is your first taste of oval racing. Amy's out and about, probably doing something.
Yeah,
it is.
Oh, there he is.
I'm here. Sure. Oh, I've had to run upstairs because I'm just currently downloading something on my PlayStation, so just need to quickly get that going. Yeah, so loving it, and yeah, now I'm just watching the screen share, which is very, very blurry, but I'll deal with it until I run back down. I'll deal with it until we run back, until I run back down. But yeah, great.
How's that?
Yeah, absolutely loving this still, as I will keep saying. It's just really great seeing cars going around this oval, and lovely to see the speed they carry. Very dangerous, and if you do win, then it is a big reward. And as I did say earlier, one of the best motorsport events that go on. So absolutely lovely to be watching my first one live here. So
we've got.
Yeah, as you've said, it's going to be exciting, and it's usually chaos. So I'm looking forward to it. And especially with obviously no F1 this week. Looking forward to the session this week as well.
We've got loads of cars in a row, Josh, down the back straightaway as well. Several of them crowding up as well, as we're going to hear for Tony Kanaan.
First practice of your final time. How does it feel just to be out here and be back here?
It feels awesome. And obviously, yesterday was kind of like, oh man, come on, I waited another year, you know. So good to be back. Taking it a little bit easy today with the guys, going through some changes, getting to some motion with the boys. The car's working fine, so far so good.
What do you make, TK, of all these changes this year, and how different is it? I mean, you've been running here for 20 plus years. I mean, how much is it different now versus, you know, when you won here 10 years ago?
Well, look back in 13, right? How many lead changes we had, and everybody had a real good chance of winning this race. Nowadays, I truly believe the way we have our cars and how this series is that competitive, if you're not in the top 5 in the last pit stop, most likely you're not winning this race. So you'll see people in the back in the days like Dario going a lap down and coming back and winning. I find it extremely hard nowadays. We have too many good cars, too many good drivers. So it's kind of like you got to work on your race car, but you also got to work on your qualifying car, and you got to have good pit stops. So we're trying not to stress. The team is very well prepared. I mean, we start the season extremely strong with all 3 cars. Hopefully we have all 4 cars really strong.
But you're in a really unique position here, TK. I mean, you got tons of experience, but you're also with Aero McLaren that was so good last year with Pato, but you drove for Ganassi last year, which was the class of the field. So I would think no driver in the field this year is more attuned to both Chevy and Honda, like what the best teams have.
I think I know exactly what they got, and I know exactly what I got. So now I just need to put the pieces of the puzzles together. They're still going to be very strong. I think Penske this year came up as well. So, I mean, it's a different year, Nate, but yes, I have both comparisons, and I know exactly what they have. So it's going to be up to us. So many things can happen. We're gonna have to draw for qualifying. That's gonna be a big factor. Then you gotta put yourself in the fast 12. So, but yeah, I'm confident. We've done a great job. We've done everything we could here to put ourselves in that position. We have the drivers lined up. We have 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place finish of last year's 500 in this team. We're not missing experience. The equipment is good. We're just gonna have to execute it.
All right, we'll see how things turn out. May 28th, Tony Kanaan makes his last start in Indy 500.
That breaks my heart. It really does. I tell you what, though, Astral says, God, they sound fantastic. Turn up the volume and enjoy. We'll go trackside for some audio. For the lead of this little group, as Sato goes to the front there and gets ahead of Alex below as well. And I absolutely love, Josh, that we managed to get the vroom going past the barrier. I was waiting for that, and it happened. It's addictive, this stuff, and what a run it's going to be as well, as we now see Palou on the back, pulls down the inside. Sato knows he's there, and Palou back to the front of this little battle as we practice race simulations.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. They sound fantastic, and to have so many of them in a train do it just in the first day of practice, that's why I just love the Indy 500 as well. The last lap speed for Dixon was 220.148 as well, but on board for Colton Herta now as well, but good runs there.
Dixon, yeah, going really quick as well. Alex Palou, 2:19 was his last lap time. Now does a 2:20.856. Herta, who is closing down on the back of this little battle as well, is also getting quite close up the front as well. Herta's lap time as he crosses the line. I'm trying to find it on the timing screen, actually. Where is Herta on the TV pictures? He's way down the field, isn't he, as well. Herta's 20th, and his last lap time was a 2:20.064 as well. So completely off the pace there as well. I suppose as well, as they try and get the toe down towards turn 3. Herta's closing in on Ericsson, not going to get the job done there. And if they're not careful, Josh, they could end up in a massive accident. That's the question. They're pack racing in practice. They've got to be careful.
Yeah, they have to be careful. Every single year they do this. Every single practice session they do it. Every single time in a practice session they do it. They have to be careful. It is oval racing at 220 plus miles per hour at the end of the day. Even 230 miles per hour. We've not had a 230 miles per hour lap today. We've only had a 229.174. That was from Dixon. But expect a 230 lap in the next couple of days.
Yeah, hoping that we're going to see that broken before Saturday as well, which is when we're going to have the practice session. Information's coming on. Just looking at lap info as well, as I'm trying to get it signaled up here on the timing data. If we can hit all data, here we go. So it's a Honda 1-2 at the moment with Dixon ahead of Polo there for Chip Ganassi Racing, obviously, so they're fastest overall of the timing sheets. But this is looking fantastic. Alex Poe's on a 28-lap streak at the moment, so he's practicing the 500 runs as well. A little further down in terms of the driver tracker as well, if it starts working for me. 27, 10, everyone's out there doing lap times, everybody. So this is getting even better as the track isn't even full of 34 cars at the moment that it needs to run at. So we will have a bump day as Alex Palou gets taken on the inside line to turn 1 and taken as well with a nice pass by Kyle Kirkwood as well. 3:14 left in the session then.
That's hours, not minutes, by the way, everybody.
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, still a very long way to go.
3 hours, 14 minutes and 15 seconds, in case you're wondering. As you can see on the timing screen above us, above mine and Josh's cameras here in the comms box as well. Marcus Ericsson coming across now the line, several of the cars as well on the way. Ericsson's under a bit of pressure from Colton Herter, right, and we've got Roman Grosjean ahead of him. Herter passes Ericsson inside line in towards turn number 1, and they're not going to get a cut back on that, unfortunately. So they'll... Oh, and now going down low as well as the 11. Oh. That's going to be Sato, I think, diving into pit lane, if I'm not mistaken.
Looks like it.
I think he was passed by the 17 there as well, so double check that on the TV pictures. 100% my iPad has reached, 23 hours to go. 80% my phone has reached. Don't need my phone just yet though. Kirkwood's backing out of his lap times. He's pulled out the pack. He's let, I think he's let them all go through, including the 6 of Cash Neves. So that's been released a little bit as well. There is the 60 of Simon Pagenaud at the front of this little battle. Roman Grosjean is just behind him. Then it's the 27 of Kirkwood. Then it's the, and then we're going to see that of Colton Herter on the back of Pagenaud through 4. Engine singing, absolutely singing.
Roman Grosjean lining him up, but then backing off, not quite early enough to make the move. And there's Pagenaud's teammate.
So an exact opposite scheme. Pink on the side for Castroneves. So make a note of that. White on the top of the aero screen for Elio, as it's been all season. Pink on the top for Pagenaud. And then you got the more pink Kyle Kirkwood car, which I still think played into things a little bit with the contact between Rossi and Kirkwood potentially on pit lane. You're asking the outside tire changer to know which car is coming in front of his car, and you see one of the 3 pink AutoNation cars. Which one is that? Oh, I have a half a second to decide.
Grosjean's pushing hard as well on their lap times, as rejoining from the track, I believe, is Devlin Di Francesco, as well as Callum Ilott and Marco Andretti. They're all leaving the pit lane at the same time as well. But this incredible little battle. Here it is. Just flying past us once again. Love it. Love the sound. Love the atmosphere that we are having here already. And it's only day, well, effectively it's day 2, as Grosjean goes to the inside. Down to turn 1 and gets ahead of Simon Pagenaud as well. Beautifully done. Here it is. Two-for. A 2-for-1, I like that. As they scream down the back straight away. Omi, what do you make of the speed of the cars then? Quicker than Formula 1, obviously, 229.1 mile an hour on the oval course. But it's the pure speed that they're racing at already in this session.
Fast, 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 and they're gonna get even faster. So, yeah, I'm really gonna focus more on the speed when I get downstairs. Currently, I can't really see, but yeah. So,
no worries.
Okay, but from what I remember, the speed is quite great. So, quite fast. Looks faster than Formula 1 as it is. So, around this oval, it really is good to watch these cars go around. So, excited to see them get even faster throughout the weekend. So, yeah. In the qualifying runs later on as well, so that's going to be exciting as well.
234, wasn't it, Josh, last year?
Yes, 234, nearly 235 as well, I think, as well. But yeah, they do go fast, in the words of Lewis Hamilton when they did that feature with Simon Lazenby at Silverstone with the with Valtteri, Toto, and Lewis all in the Mercedes having a bit of fun around Silverstone. I just want to go fast.
Yeah, and I think that Lewis has even said I would do the Indy 500 if an opportunity came across as well, wouldn't he? So, do you reckon we could see him do a 500 if possible? Would he risk? I think he'd have to retire from Formula 1, wouldn't he? Wouldn't do it now.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Lewis Hamilton will do the Indy 500 if Max Verstappen is nowhere near.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. I think you're bang on there. If Max, I don't think Max would do it though. I don't think Max would come and do the Indy 500 because I don't think he'd win it. And we know Max, he cares about being the best. So I don't think Max would win the 500. I think Lewis won't. I think Lewis will have a shot, but I don't think he would.
Yeah.
I mean, we never predict who's going to win this one.
You can't predict it, even though you did last year. We don't talk about that, though.
Oh, what? My greatest ever pick a winner when I picked Marcus Ericsson 7 days before the race.
What? No, no, I don't remember that at all. No, definitely not. No.
I need to go watch back then.
Oh, honestly, go watch back the last few laps after the red flag, because Ericsson took the lead. I'm going nuts. Then the red flag comes out, and I'm like, no, they've robbed him. And then he holds off Pato O'Ward for 5 laps, and I was losing it in the commentary box, and I was so proud of Marcus Ericsson, and I got my pick a winner point. I think it was double points as well, actually. If Joe Samiogo's watching right now or listening in, surely it was double points. And I actually made that prediction on the YouTube stream, on the qualifying on Sunday evening, and I also did it on USRN because it was Matthew Owens who asked me the question. I said, I think Marcus Ericsson's going to win the 500, and then bang, a week later it happens. So yeah, I was flying high that day. That was brilliant. 4-hour race in Formula 1 with a red-flagged Monaco Grand Prix, and then we had a 4-hour IndyCar broadcast, and then afterwards, as me and Josh will remember, we had to go commentate on touring cars.
Race 3 delayed coverage. Yeah.
Luckily, they've had common sense and they've moved it this week, so it's this weekend touring cars. Live coverage will be on as well for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship as well. Here's the 20th.
And
Go on.
JB will not be trackside, unfortunately, this year.
Yeah, I love Snetterton. I wish I could have gone again. It's one of my favourite tracks, but no, sadly not. And it looks like Portland's not going to happen either, actually, because we just can't get the money for it. The flights, the flights are so expensive.
They are.
500 odd quid, and we haven't got that cash. So that's a back burner now, unfortunately. but the additional is touring cars at Knockhill in Scotland, if that's a possibility as well.
Yeah, that's a long way away.
Not really for me. Oh, what, the race or the destination?
For me.
Oh, yeah, for you, yeah. I've got family, though, 15 minutes away from the circuit, so might pop and stay with them for an evening or two.
That is helpful, but if I wanted to get up to Knockhill, leave now, it would take me, let me just do some math.
We worked this out on a previous stream, I know we did.
Yeah, we did.
Car's still circulating then here, with 3 hours to go. Here we go. That's the 24 heading out there, Stefan Wilson, with the 28 Romain Grosjean, and the 9 of Scott Dixon, who's going to pull to the inside of the back straightaway towards turn 3 and passes Grosjean.
7.5 hours.
How long will it take me? I think it's only 5 hours for me, or something, maybe 4. Unless you stop on the way. Via train, of course, because I don't think we're going
what circuit are we on about?
Knockhill in Scotland.
I'll actually check mine.
Oh, gaggle of cars in the circuit now for you. Come in.
5.5 hours if you drive.
And train?
13.
What about if I fly? Sounds stupid, but Glasgow Airport's nearby.
I don't know.
I'll have to have a look.
I mean, if I was gonna go to Knockhill, I would fly out of like Bristol because it's only like an hour.
Well, I'd go Humberside Airport if it's still open. I'm not sure if Humberside Airport's still open. Either that, or I'll have to go to Donington to go to Knockhill, which is ridiculous. East Midlands Airport, which is just next door to Donington. I'll have to go to Donington to go to Knockhill, which is a journey and a half. Start your day at one track, end at a second. Is a weird one. Joe Samiego says...
7 hours.
Yes.
7 minutes.
I thought so.
For me.
Joe Samiego says, yep, I'm watching. Well, listening since at work. I thought you would be, Joe. Was it double points last year for the 500 for me? Because I picked Ericsson. I can't remember. Or was it single? I couldn't remember because it was such a great picker winner. I don't think anybody else got it right, actually, apart me. So, yeah. How's Flight Tracker going? Is it possible?
What, from Humberside?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, that's going to be a lot of fun, then. Knockill's probably the only one I could get to this year, because I think it's the only one available. I think there's something on the Dutch Grand Prix weekend as well. It's cheaper, actually, to get there and then back as well. Fancudo, hello, says Canipo as well. Absolutely. Let's take a look at Canipo at the moment. He's down in 32nd position as things currently stand. Joshua Smith said it would take me 7 hours to get there, though I first need to catch a ferry from the one of the Scottish Islands. Absolutely true there, actually, yeah. To come through. Just 25 down to give you a quick run through if you can't hear on the YouTube stream. We've got Marco Andretti 25th, Benjamin Peterson 26th, Romain Grosjean's down 27th, Tony Canard's 28th, 29th for Graham Rahal, 30th for Pato Award, Christian Lundgaard's 31st, Augustin Canipo's 32nd, Callum Eilot's 32nd, and R.C. Anderson is 34th as well. Joe Samiego says, bummer, always welcome to come to PDX for IndyCar. Yeah, I know, it's the funding. Can't get the money. 500 odd quid for the, whatchamacallit? Tickets.
Flight.
That's the one. Unless there's a miracle at the last second, then no. I have said maybe I should start a Patreon as well, people have been saying, but what would we put on Patreon? It kind of defeats the object of having a free motorsport live stream service as well.
That is true.
Yeah. What do I put behind a paywall? There's nothing to put behind a paywall. It's a motorsport service. Okay, two cars circulating out on the track, the 33 and the 6. That's Ed Carpenter and Helio Casneves. So we'll take 2 minutes and we'll throw back over to NBC. They've got some lined up shortly.
Lachlan has not. True. And Colton Herta has not. can you win it the first time when you've really been in the fight, when you now have to strategize. You have to manage the Dragon, because it is going to be here again this year at the end of the race. I don't see any way that strategy will not be used again.
Yeah, if we're down to a late restart and cars are running in a train, again, Marcus had a 3.5-second gap in the closing laps before that red flag came. There was no need for the Dragon, but the way it played out, it certainly was necessary and the key to winning. So it's absolutely going to be utilized again if we find ourselves in a similar situation. So are you waiting to rest on Penske's qualifying performance before you take that bet?
If I have to say right now, I'm going to say it's a first-time winner.
All right, I'll take repeat.
I feel strong. I know, because I'm going to do Scott Dixon a solid here, because I picked him about 5 times.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pick Scott this year, because I really like Scott and his wife Emma, so I'm going to wish them well.
Okay.
And I'm going to say one of these others that I've spoken of might get it done.
So you're picking Scott Dixon as the same effect as Ryan Hunter-Reay going to a Panthers game. Got it. Got it.
We think Ed Carpenter's on a qual sim here. He's got open tracks. We'll keep an eye on those lap times. He just did a 2:21.5 all by his lonesome.
That is up there. That is very stout. That puts him 4th on the no-toe time right now.
Wheel 2.
Okay, wheel 2. This is definitely a qual sim. So how it works for the most part is there will be different engine settings that you will run throughout the run. As the engine heats up, adjustments have to be made to the map in the engine. So you will start in one map on the warm-up lap. You'll go to a different map for the first flyer. That will probably last you for 2 laps. Then you'll have to switch to a different map for the last 2 laps. Just as the engine temperature changes, the performance changes, you have to adjust certain things.
3 complete, 1 to go.
So 3 complete was a 2:21.4, then now a 2:21.2. So he's within 0.3 of a mile an hour. Very consistent run so far. Maybe one of the best 4 consecutive lap averages we've seen.
Every year since 2013, I think it is, Ed Carpenter Racing has had at least 1 car in the front 3 rows. Including last year, VK 3rd, Ed 4th. Always strong at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and consistent here in the 2:21s. And now headed back down to the pit lane, 2:21.347, the last lap. So Nate Ryan, I want to know what it's like when you're a top-level racing driver. You are racing in Indy cars, and you're here, and you're not able to participate in the world's biggest race. You've got Marcus Armstrong.
I do, Kevin. Let's ask Chip Ganassi Racing's Marcus Armstrong. You're a driver for the team, but you're not behind the wheel of a car today. Kevin Lee was just asking, what is this experience like? I'm sure it's still pretty cool to be here and watching how the team goes through its processes here.
Absolutely. It's a very accomplished team here at the Indy 500, obviously. And I'm lucky just to be able to sit back and have the best seat in the house, whether it's on the 8, 9, 10, or 11 stand. It's obviously fantastic to be here. And obviously my first time here, so yeah, cool.
And I just saw you over there on the 11 stand. Looked like you were in heavy debrief there with Takuma Sato and his engineers. What did you learn? What questions are you asking? What are you finding out about it?
To be fair, I've spent most of the day on the 10 car stand. Just went over there quickly to see, obviously, my boys. And everyone's plans are quite different at the moment. But in saying that, I think they all rode off the truck pretty well. So it's cool to see, but not only from the Indy 500 standpoint, but also how every driver has their own approach. Alex is obviously very methodical. Scott's been here for many years, maybe as many as I've been alive. So that's cool to just sort of see how he handles this today and this entire week.
So you're running road and street courses in the number 11 this year for Ganassi, but I'm sure being here today, an oval race is something you want to do in the future at some point. What does the future hold for you there? Do you hope to be in this race someday?
Yeah, I'd love to be racing at this exceptional event. It's obviously one of the biggest sporting events of the year. I'm not sure what the future holds at this point, but it's cool to just sit back, relax, and watch everything in quite a calm manner and just sort of take in what I can, because not many people get this experience just to watch the best in the business. So yeah, I'm going to take this advantage in hand and do what I can.
All right, there you have an IndyCar rookie who is not behind the wheel today, but is certainly enjoying the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Always nice to hear as well down in the pit lane. Now, I must just apologise to everybody who's thinking, why is Joshua not talking a lot today as well? I've got a stomach problem, which is I can talk for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it just sort of starts hurting. I've got to take 5 minutes out as well. So that's why I throw down a lot to NBC's team as well. It's just come on in the past couple of hours. It's a little bit of stomach ache, and it's really like just hurting a little bit, although I've had the pain. I think it's because I've been at the gym, and I haven't been at the gym in the last 2 days because I've been covering this. And the last time I was there, we did, those pull down as well, and it concentrates on your back and your stomach area. I think I've pulled something when I was doing it because I did have a bad chest anyway. So I think it's just moved from the chest to the stomach area, and it's quite painful. So I do apologise if I'm not talking all that much across the streams as well. Just quickly coming in, JB swapped from chicken stock to spirits. The chicken stock is still here. It's been refreshed, but I've also got a Vimtone water up here in the comms box as well. So we've still got that to. So Josh, I think it's the commentator's drink, that I would say, because it's perfect for keeping the vocal cords good. Cold drink and hot drink as well. Someone get me a coffee. That'd be fantastic. I think that's something I'm going to go out tomorrow and get is some coffee.
Servant.
Yeah.
Coffee.
Usually I would say Megan for this, but she's busy with her A-level exams, so that's why Megan's not here until next week when she does Monaco in the 500 as well.
Wow. We heard from Marcus Armstrong a couple of moments ago, not on the track today, as I've heard his car doesn't meet the iOS update requirement.
Yeah, pretty much. Not racing this weekend at all, is he? Marcus Armstrong.
No, so he needs to update to iOS 12 or later.
He needs to have the rookie miles on. Surprised actually, he was. Brother JP says, I'm back to work, boys, but I'll join you in the commentary crew at qualifying. Take care, Brother JP. Hope you're all good. Astral said, actually, Brother J, before you leave, I'll just want your question saying, I would love to see Alex, Marcus, or Scotty D win the big one next weekend. I think we all would as well, actually. That'd be quite a nice one if Alexander Rossi can get it again, or Alex Palou get it for the first time, and then Marcus Ericsson win it again, or Scotty D win it again. Josh, is my memory, is Alex Palou, I know he's a series champion, but has he won the 500? Something's telling me he has.
I can check for you now.
I don't know, my mental brain is like, has he won? I'm taking a look actually on the driver profile as it comes through.
Oh wait, yeah, I have it here. I don't need to use Google.
I was going to say, you've got all the stats, haven't you?
Let's have a look. Alex Palou.
Dixon to the inside of Carl Kirkwood's turn one. Nicely done. And shots down the positions as well.
Nope.
Series champion only then.
Yep, in 2020 started 7th, finished 28th.
Crashed, of course.
In 2021 started 6th, finished 2nd, but we're going down to Scott McLaughlin.
It's my PGA Tour career on PS5, and the car feels nice, and it's always good on a sunny day to be here in Indianapolis and just ripping around. It's cool. So we'll go out and do some race running now and see where we're at.
All right, yeah, I know you're joking about it, but PlayStation, playing golf like you did yesterday, you said last year you got a little bit burned out during this month, Scott, so the strategy seems like it's working so far to take it a little easier. Yeah, look, it's still a massive event for me, my sponsors, like Pennzoil, it's a huge event, and I'm taking it seriously, but, you do get really burnt out by,
I think my third year now, I know what PR opportunities that I need to do, you know, what your sponsor appearances to say no to, and a few things just to like conserve the energy, because sometimes you get to the end of the month and you're toasted, you know, it's very hard. So, and Hench would know, and other drivers would understand that. So, a bit more experience this year. I feel a little bit more chilled out and just really take it as another race and see where we end up.
I know it's the first day, but how do you feel about the car on day one? You guys in a good spot, or?
I feel really good, but I've said that last 2 years too. So, but I really do feel better than I did the open test initially. So yeah, we'll see where we're at.
All right, there's Scott McLaughlin who says he's just going to be wheeling it this month.
And that's
Okay, Josh, continue your point.
Yeah, and so started 6th, finished 2nd, that was in 2021, and then last year he started 2nd and finished 9th with an average finish of the Indy 500 as 13th.
Oh, really? Overall? Oh, okay. I was wondering where he was going to get to. Grosjean's entered the pit lane as well, as we thought he might do later on in this run. Colton Herta a few moments ago set a new personal best, 2 seconds. Just want to get as many of those as possible during the 500 here in the Cars Blast Pie. We've got a Herta with a new personal best as well. Top speed I'm trying to look at as well on the timing tower. He's moved up into 8th position with a 225.370 mile an hour lap time. Mighty good performance there from Colton Herta. 2 hours, 49 minutes and 38 seconds to go of this session as the cars continue to pass around this back of the circuit as well. We're looking at Marco Andretti, 17 starts, average starting position is 11th and average finishing position is 13th, and he's led 114 laps in this series as well. There's his grandfather, Mario Andretti, as well, the 1969 winner, I want to say, of the Indy 500.
Who's that?
Mario Andretti. It's either 68 or 69. I think it's 69 because he took the good years the entire race. Didn't change tyres for the whole of the 500. So I think it's...
I believe so.
Yeah, 1969, Mario Andretti.
Yeah, but...
yeah.
Also, any of you a TT fan, Josh?
The TT is in the Isle of Man TT?
Yes.
Yes.
ITV Motorsport are showing a new 4-part documentary series called No Room for Error, which goes behind the scenes of the Isle of Man TT from the 22nd to the 25th of May on ITV4 at 9 PM.
Ooh! Ooh, that's good. Oh, we know what we're watching next week then. Just quickly, Josh Smith. Hello, Joshua Smith. Stingray Rob isn't a name I recognise, but he's doing good. Yep, he's new to the series this year, was in Indy NXT and then Indy Lights, which is the same series, different name for a few years. Got promoted up, he's a very quick upcoming driver. And he's also said, Stefan Wilson, he's doing good so far. Stefan Wilson is the brother of the late Justin Wilson as well, who was an IndyCar race winner as well and former F1 driver as well. British, of course, Stefan Wilson and Justin Wilson as well. Justin Wilson, of course, was sadly killed at Pocono back in 2015. Horrible race that. I'll just say it, I can bring it back in front of my eyes as well, that race.
Yeah.
Of course,
Stefan Wilson also done a lot of Indy 500s as well. He missed the 2020 and the 2019 one as well as the 2017, and I believe his first Indy 500 was 2016.
Yeah, he entered on the 100th and 100th running of the 500. Yeah.
So he's missed 3 since he entered in 2016.
Pushing it hard as well with that. And he led, nearly won it as well a few years back. Had to pit though with 2 laps to go to get fuel after a late red flag. I think we were commentating on that race live actually. That could have been then 2020, maybe 2021. Can't remember what year we started doing the live coverage of the Indy 500 here. It all goes a bit of a blur, to be fair, as they're coming in. On board with Helio Castroneves. He and Stefan Wilson, two out there on the circuit, they're running together. Helio Castroneves in Meyer-Shank Racing. Stefan Wilson in the Dry and Reinbold Racing as well. Teammate to Ryan Hunaway. As then they come through. Just want to get a quick update though with R.C. Anderson is in the Able Motorsports squad as well, which is the late entry. That's who went through refreshers 5 hours ago. 2 hours 45:53 to go in this opening practice session. I know it says practice 3, but practice 1 and 2 got cancelled. Let's have a word inside with Sam and Pagino.
You know, being 47, I just feel that it's just another number, right?
We're going to go inside with Helio Castroneves instead. Okay.
I'm going to keep it going as long as I feel I'm competitive, because I just don't want to be driving just to be driving. I want to be fighting for the win. You're on time?
No, you're late.
No worries. I can get you on time even if we're late.
My dad's a race car driver. He won the Indy 500 4 times, and he's a really fun dad.
It's okay. It's fashionable late, isn't it?
He's like non-stop. He's going, like the Energizing Bunny. Seriously, he has more energy than my daughter.
Ooh, all right. Have fun. You know, a lot of people don't understand, but when you win the Indianapolis 500, the pace car is typically the tradition for the driver to keep it.
Right now, we are at the starting point, the first SUV in history.
Yes, people sometimes, is this a pace car? So what's wrong with it? I know it's an SUV, but I like it, you know? It's pretty, it's a character, it's a different one. Winning my first win in the 500 was special for many reasons. I remember my name changing from Helio Castroneves to Indy 500 champion. Winning the second time was absolutely mind-blowing.
He's done it! Helio Castroneves wins the 86 Indianapolis 500.
Back to back. I mean, come on, how cool is that, right? 7 years later, boom, 2009. This one's particularly is very special.
Helio Castroneves becomes a 3-time winner of the biggest race in the world. Helio Castroneves wins at Indy.
That was the beginning of a new life for me, a different life. Adriana was part of my life. Michaela was on the way. Basically, I started changing to becoming more balanced as a family man than just a guy focusing racing. I remember vividly last year, people like, hey, you're running out of time, maybe you're not gonna make it, and what do you think? I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing if I didn't have the passion.
Welcome to the 4-time club, Helio Castroneves!
I think I still got it, don't you think? It's not the end of it, it's the beginning, I tell you what.
After the race, Michaela told me, you're my hero. And yeah, that was very special. Misty eyes right now?
Nobody shows emotions better than Helio Castroneves. Celebrates with the best. The drive for 5 continues to become the first ever to win this race 5 times. Someone looking to become a first-time winner is with Nate. Dylan, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, I'll jump in here, Kevin. We got Marco Andretti. We heard the radio communication about what he's battling or what he wants to do. So what were you feeling out there with your race car?
If you heard that, I should probably apologize, but...
I don't think we heard all of it then.
No, I mean, it just tried to swap ends in one, and we went to reset to my test best because we were on a not preferred setup to do a car compare. So we waste half the day doing that. And then it's not my test car, so we got to go back and restring it again and see what happened. Because I've been down this road where you start chasing your tail, but it's so far out of the window, and it was doing 5 things in one corner, and then we're on race downforce, things trying to kill me. So we just had to go back and reset it.
You've done this long enough now where you just kind of jump in and do the 500. But is the process year to year the same of kind of just trying to go through your checklist and get the car where you want it to be?
I mean, at this place, every day's different, let alone the year. So I don't know. It's just about adapting and staying with the track and staying with the window, which we had a big window on that car. So there's something going on. We'll figure it out.
All right, Marco Andretti, the 98 team, headed back to the garage to try and sort out their race car. Nate?
Here with Romain Grosjean, Marco Andretti's teammate. And Marco was just saying that the window is pretty large. They don't really feel like they're there yet, but it sounds like you guys are a little bit closer in terms of where the car is.
Yeah, I think we're making progress. We haven't yet decided the full final setup, but a few items to try were interesting, so good conditions today. But yeah, a bit more work to be done. I think the still cars are a bit faster than us out there, but there's more time to find out.
How much more comfortable do you feel this year as opposed to last year as a rookie?
Yeah, I mean, this year we've just haven't bought a car. I mean, Texas was an eye-opener for me in terms of what do we need on a racing car to feel good. So I think yes, we're getting in a good spot, and I know much more what I want.
All right, he had a good run at Texas. We'll see if he can repeat it here at Indy.
Let's make note of what's happening on track right now. Maybe the issue is sorted. Callum Ilott has put up consecutive laps over 220 miles per hour and is now a few hundredths of a mile per hour faster than his teammate August Canapino's best lap. So still a ways to go, but they're at least in the game now.
Absolutely, and we've got Pack Racing coming up now on the start-finish straight, as well as to the inside goes the three of Scott McLaughlin, getting past the four-time champion of Helio Castroneves as well. A wonderful feature there, as Astro was saying as well, Josh and Omi. What a legend. And I think, Josh, you were even on the call in 2021 as well when we had it on, and he took the championship. About time.
For the Indy 500
Yeah.
or for the championship?
I think the Indy 500 when he got the championship, well, the run, wasn't it? Yeah.
Indy 500 2021, I hadn't even found his channel yet.
Oh, right. So it was Megan then. Yeah, I just can't remember. But yeah, you were watching the race still, though. It was exciting stuff, and then last year as well.
It's coming up to the 2-year anniversary of when I found this channel, actually, which is insane.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Yeah, 2 years as well.
I found
3 live, of course.
I found the channel Snetterton BTCC 2021,
Yes.
but it was mid-June that time.
June 15, 16, sort of 11 and 12, somewhere around there. Yeah. When I was trackside as well. 2 years since I camped at that circuit at Bomb Hole, which is where an unexploded bomb was in World War II. Kirkwood down there. The most freezing night you can ever experience camping, by the way, that was. Really bad. Middle of summer, most boiling hot day before. Really bad during the night. Team communication. No, keeps going. Through they go, circulating. As they continue pushing. I don't know what is wrong with my stomach. What have you noticed, Josh? Oh yeah, did you tweet me?
Classic stock cars at North Wilkesboro tonight.
Oh yes, I see you've tweeted me with the information that you need to know.
Yes.
Very kind. Although Wi-Fi's not working on the iPad at the moment as well. As they fly through. Just let us know where you're watching from around the world as well. And listening in as well on USRN.
Yeah, but on board with Colton Herta now, it feels like it's been forever since I last looked at the time remaining, but in fact it's only been half an hour.
Yeah, not that long at all really, is it?
No.
Still going to be a lot more as well to work on and fight with. 2 hours, 37 to go. Driver tracker in operation as we fly through. Just loving hearing the cars whistle around the track as well as we now watch the 50 circulating as well. Just double checking as well before anything wrong. It's going to be R.C. Emerson who has completed the rookie orientation program, and I think this is his first lap. He did 4 laps this afternoon at 218.753. That was it. So he's missed Josh and Omi 3 hours of running.
Yeah, that's, I believe this is his first lap. We'll have to have a look at the timing screens, which I will have a look at now and get back to you.
Yeah, according to he's on it in 34th position, and he's done 4 laps, I believe. But we'll wait to see if that's anything he's going to be up there with. But Omi, did you manage to catch orientation with the? Were you in the box then? I can't quite remember with RC Anderson.
No, I actually wasn't.
I thought not. No. On board with Daly now, who had a frightening accident here back in 2010. Launched into the catch fencing at the exit of turn 2 and pirouetted around as well. The race was stopped and for a long, long time though. And thankfully, after a long time of recuperation, he was okay. And Astral says Texas! Exclamation mark. What are we on about with Texas? No idea. Texas. Good race. Good race, Texas Motor Speedway, as they fly through again. I'm hoping our Wi-Fi comes back to us shortly as well for the driver track on the iPad, because I want to switch over soon. But again, 2 hours to go. It's holding up beautifully, the phone. So I think we found a solution to the problem of the trackers as we come across the line. More cars coming through, Cash Nevers as well. Right, 2 hours 35 to go. We're going to take a 5-minute break on the commentary side. We're going to leave you with NBC as well as we take one of our scheduled bathroom breaks. Over to NBC.
This lap, or you will not make it around the racetrack again. So expect the 06 to come down here, and you hit a button to acknowledge it, just to turn that off. It's very annoying having something flash in your face when you're trying to concentrate at 230 miles an hour. So they give the drivers the ability to shut that alarm off, providing you don't forget what the alarm was. And look, even the camera ran out of gas on this car. That's how close it was.
By the way, first few laps for RC Anderson. Just shy of 219 miles per hour, so working his way still up to speed. And back in the pit lane for a moment. So Connor Daly has the racetrack, or I should say had the racetrack to himself as he enters the pit entrance line. Off of turn 3 for practices. Carb day is, or do they do that on Monday? That Monday practice,
I always
3
forget.
or 4?
They didn't. They used to not do it, but I want to say maybe last year they did do it just because the drivers requested it. I know it's been requested for this year. I'm not sure if there's been a call on that. It would make sense. Honestly, it'd be great for the Monday practice to allow drivers to pit off of turn 4 just to get a little more used to, you know, coming off the track at speed, getting the brakes nice and hot, picking your brake points. The pit lane speed limit line does move from where it currently is to where it will be in the race. It usually moves once we start using turn 4.
You know, I don't know that I know that.
Yeah.
I don't think I knew that. Where is it? So it moves
further in.
Further in on race day.
Yes. Because I believe the philosophy was, in theory, you could have all of those pit boxes full of cars. If there were 40 cars trying to qualify, pit lane would be full all the way down to the bottom.
Okay.
So they leave PLC down there until there's only 33 cars, then they'll move it in past the attenuator. Right now, if we stay on this shot, this is where pit lane speed limit starts. That's the cone right there. As we get to race day, it moves a little bit further down. I'm not sure exactly where. I could guess that maybe it's this line here, but that's simply a guess. Certain number of feet down. I can see, yeah, I believe that is right actually, because I can see there's obviously a cone there, and you can see visually a line, and that's normally where they have it on race day. So that just gives drivers that sense of coming in off of 4, getting that line right. That line that Scott Dixon wished was just an inch further into pit lane still last year.
So as we've talked about, there is a bump day coming, a last row shootout. One will go home. Let's revisit a recent year where that scenario was in play. Back to 2019.
The final row of the grid will be filled right now. Alonso is on the bubble. The 6th and final driver, Kyle Kaiser. Right now, he's tracking just ahead.
Checker flag.
Has he knocked Alonso out?
Yeah, we made it! Yes!
IndyCar's smallest teams knocking over a global motorsport giant.
Absolutely the greatest story of my life. Thank you so much.
What a story that was. Juncos knocks out McLaren. Kyle Kaiser, who still lives and works in the Indianapolis area, I see on occasion, with history made, and this is what we have coming up this weekend. The schedule, a practice session in the morning, a couple of sessions with big speeds, full field qualifying, first on Peacock, then we'll be on NBC Sports at 2:30 all day long, and then top 12 qualifying on Sunday afternoon. So 12 through 1 will get an attempt. They'll basically have knockout qualifying, get it down to a top 6. They'll have a chance to cool off the cars, regroup in between those sessions. 4 cars for 3 spots. Last chance qualifying first, and then we finish up the day on Sunday determining the front 2 rows and setting the pole. Let's first explain what's going to happen on Saturday. What's at stake on Saturday, Hinch?
On Saturday, what's at stake is getting into the show, essentially, in positions 13 through 30. You'll probably just do your one run. You hope you're within that group. Hope you're actually in the top 12. But as long as you're in that group, you are set for the race. And the top 12 goes into a very interesting session on Sunday, as you were explaining, split by the last chance qualifying. So this is a whole new format. We're going into the Firestone Fast 6, just like we have on the road and street tracks. But it's going to be interesting. Having to do, how many times have we heard drivers talk about how difficult and terrifying and on the edge qualifying is? Well, these drivers on Sunday are going to have to do it twice rather than just the once that we've seen the last few years.
And they'll do it at least once on Saturday and likely multiple times, because we'll get into that over the weekend. You could withdraw your time to go to the fast lane in qualifying or get in the longer line, which is more conservative, but you might not get a chance, especially later on the day. Plenty of time to get into that as the week continues. Meanwhile, we are looking back as we continue highlighting the top 10 Indianapolis 500s of all time. And we go back to one of my favorites, 2006.
With just 50 laps to go, the leaders all come in for what could be the most important pit stops of the race.
Here come the front 3, all in at the same time. Dan Weldon is going to hit his marks first. Scott Dixon right behind him. I'm watching Weldon closely. He has changed all 4 tires. No changes for Dan Weldon.
Let's go, go, go!
The Hornets are in a problem.
Grab the fuel out of the car. Grab the fuel out of the car.
And they're pouring water on one of the crewmen. A catastrophe in the Marlboro Team Penske pit.
Guys, Sam Hornish Jr.'s day is going to be done.
Sam, you read me? Did I screw that up? I thought I heard go. You're okay. You're okay. You didn't do anything wrong. We're just cleaning up the pits or putting the other thing on. We're okay.
That's a penalty. You tell him that. You tell Rusty that's a penalty. Okay? Get the official over here.
Raise control to car 6 and car 90. After we restart, you both have drive-through penalties at 60 miles an hour.
Well, you got to feel bad for Sam Hornish Jr. After just being dominant each and every day, it seemed, this month. Now this.
Townsend Bell joins Hornish on the long, slow drive down pit lane as the leaders roar by for the green flag.
Townsend Bell making contact with Sam Hornish Jr. in the pit area. So more heartbreak for Sam Hornish Jr. as Dan Weldon and Mr. Dixon are charging down the backstretch.
Hornish survives the contact and roars back onto the race course just a straightaway from going a lap down to the leaders. Sam's quest for his first Indy win is slipping away. Defending Indy 500 champion Dan Weldon has dominated the first 3 quarters of the 2006 Indy 500, leading all but 34 laps. But unlike Weldon's early domination, the competition is nipping at his heels, including one young Marco Andretti who's making his move.
And it looks like Marco Andretti has gone to 4th place, so Marco Andretti has gotten by Dario Franchitti, his teammate. Man, oh man, is this kid driving the race of his life. 19 years old, and Marco Andretti, with 34 laps remaining, is in
fourth place at the Indianapolis 500 and has a teammate behind him and in front of him.
Okay, Marco, we got 30 laps left. 30 laps left.
There he goes. Tony Kanaan makes a move for second place. So Tony Kanaan is around Scott Dixon for second.
Scott Dixon's on-track behavior earns him a black flag and a drive-through penalty for blocking. Teammate Weldon is left alone to fend off 4 Andretti green cars, hounding him to the yard of bricks.
Here we go. Tony Kanaan's going side by side. Kanaan side by side as he tries to take the lead away from Dan Weldon. We're working lap 183. So Tony Kanaan trying to make the move. Will he be able to make it stick? Kristen Airy off of 4.
And right out of 4, they are side by side, heading to you, and Kanaan makes the pass.
Tony Kanaan will complete the pass off of turn number 4. He will take the lead with 183 laps complete.
I'm gonna pass. Get on this lap, Ed. We have to. I can't see a puncture, but maybe the left rear.
Kanaan and the rest of the Andretti green team roars by as Weldon limps to the pits. The defending champion goes a lap down to the leaders.
Right now, it is Andretti Green Racing running 1 through 4. TK is the leader. Andretti Marco runs second. Dario Franchitti runs third. And Andretti Michael runs fourth. Unbelievable what Andretti Green Racing is doing here in the late stages.
But Weldon isn't about to give up as he roars by Kanaan to get his lap back. If the race stays green, all of the leaders should have to come in for fuel. Marco Andretti has worked his way up to second and is the first to peel off for service.
We've got a yellow flag. Let's go downstairs to Nicole Mansky.
Marco Andretti is in and out just as floor tires and fuel.
Don't worry about it. We're sorted out. Go ahead and stack up. We're looking very, very good here.
Giafoni's contact with the turn 2 safer barrier sets up one of the most amazing finishes in 500 history. Kanaan and Franchitti are forced to pit under yellow for a last splash of fuel.
Michael Andretti will be leading this race. For the first time today, Michael Andretti has gone into the lead, and Marco is second. Marco is second. I don't believe this.
Perseverance has paid off for Sam Hornish Jr.
You're ahead of Weldon right now. To go full ridge. Copy that. Pack it up the best you can.
Dan may be back in the mix. He should not have to pit again. So this may be a shootout between Michael Andretti, Dan Weldon, and Sam Hornish Jr.
Unbelievable what we've got unfolding here.
I think Michael's going to be the leader. He hasn't stopped since 160. Yeah, he came in and did that same thing that we did. Got head for him.
Like Sam, Michael also gets the okay to go full rich.
Okay, 1 to go. 1 to go to the green. And we can run race position 1. As hard, use as much fuel as you want. Drive as hard as you want. Nice and smooth, fast. A good restart, Michael.
Poor Mario Andretti. He's going to age several years, several times over watching this play out, isn't he?
Flag, green flag.
On the restart, Hornish narrowly avoids disaster again.
Down the front straight, the Vonage car in front, and he's going to take the lead into turn number 1 with Andretti green cars around him.
Michael Andretti, but now Marco's got to work his way around Brian Herta if he wants to get to his dad. Michael Andretti heads the field into turn 2.
And the man on the move is going to be Sam Hornish Jr. He gets around the lap machine of Max Pappas. He now rides formed in line, continuing to lead though. Michael Andretti to turn 3.
Marco Andretti works his way around Brian Herta. He's going to try to reel in Dan already in the short chute in the north end.
It is 1 and 2.
control, 2 at the line. 2 to go here now. Use your head. 2 to go. Set him up. 2 to go.
2 laps away from a win in turn number 1.
Here comes Sam, though. He is closing up on Marco Andretti. About 5 or 6 car lengths back into turn 2.
You can visually see him closing the gap. Sam Hornish Jr. has battled adversity throughout the day. He's trying to get the lead at Indy. He pulls up on the rear wing of Marco Andretti.
Nobody is seated. Fans on their feet. Hornish all over Marco Andretti. Almost goes into the pit lane. Marco slams the door, has the lead by 5 car lengths.
Hornish falls back, and it looks like the rookie Andretti is in control.
White flag. Last lap, last lap. Bring it on around, Tim. Do whatever you can. Bring it around.
The white flag is out at the world's greatest race course. 19-year-old Marco Andretti, now less than 2 miles away from winning the 90th Indianapolis 500.
More left-hand turns, and Marco Andretti has punched the lead. He heads into the second corner.
What a headline it's going to make. Marco Andretti wins in his debut in Indianapolis. He has a 7-car length advantage midway down the backstretch for the final time.
Coming up on the scene in which he may have won the race last time by. They're waving bandanas, waving hats. Cut the left turn for racing immortality. 19-year-old Marco Andretti.
Protect your line now. Protect your line.
And Sam Hornish Jr. right on the tail of Marco Andretti. Can a teenager win in Indianapolis?
Sam Hornish Jr. makes the pass, he'll win it. Sam Hornish Jr. goes to the inside of Marco Andretti and wins it in the final 100 yards. Sam Hornish Jr. has won the 90th Indianapolis 500 in an incredible finish.
Hell of a man, guy. Whoa! Man, 1982 has nothing for that. Sammy, you are the man. I don't care, man. That is going to be shown forever, brother. Marco just won, 50. 41st, Marco second by half a car. I feel bad for Marco. I can't freaking believe it.
It's a storybook ending with a twist no one could have predicted. While the young Andretti is left to ponder what might have been,
Where did that come from? Fantastic job. Bring her into the pit.
Hornish, the battle-scarred veteran, makes his way to victory lane.
Just got to thank this team. Marble Team Penske, they did a heck of a job, and may not always go just the way you wanted to, but it was much sweeter this way. It's truly unbelievable. And unless I get to the chance where someday I'm lucky enough to go for 5 or something like that. But you always remember the first one. That's what Rick told me.
Team owner Roger Penske extends his winning record at Indy.
This win is the 14th, but it's the 14th that I've had a tremendous team behind me, and the people are the main difference. The drivers, you know, Rick Mears was here, obviously Al Unser was in the race, Senior was here, but Sam Hornish and Elliott, what a great team. And you could see that Sam was decided before this race he was going to take it easy. He didn't try to challenge for the lead at the beginning. He used his head, but it was time to go at the end. There was nobody that was going to catch him.
The green light goes back on then here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and a 15-minute break as well. Longer than we were expecting up here in the commentary box though, but turns out it was needed. Track inspection taking its time out there on the circuit, meaning that we are now green for the last 2 hours. 2 hours, 17 minutes in total. Ilott leaves the pit lane as well. We are back up here in the commentary box, myself, Josh and Omi. And Josh, Omi's definite at the moment though, so he's not going to be in the call. Josh, go on.
I'll go and mute for a little while.
Oh, no worries. Well, joining soon, hopefully, is going to be both Tom and Matthew. So that'd be perfectly fine.
Tom should be joining for around the last hour, so an hour and a quarter away around that as well.
We're just sort of all trying to get to the end, aren't we now, of today as well, just enjoying the action, but get to the end and then go tomorrow for yet another run. And then on Friday, of course, Fast Friday, not Carb Day, it's Fast Friday. And we'll see on Monday will be a last practice session, then we'll have Carb Day the following Friday. And then, of course, the pit stop practice, all going to be on as well.
Well, when there is a little bit of break in track running, I've got some news about Brands Hatch, which has happened over the last week after the GT World Challenge Europe round.
I love how you say break in track action when we're watching practice. Just go for it.
True.
Yeah.
I was hoping for a caution, but yeah, I can go for it now.
When we go to cautions, we usually just throw to NBC because they usually run a feature.
That is true.
Yeah, may as well just bring it now. Give us some convo chat.
So, Brands Hatch, the last 5 days, has undergone a series of improvements to ensure the circuit is in its best possible position ahead of the busy summer period.
Right.
The whole of the pit lane entry resurfaced. The whole of 30s down through Pilgrim's Drop all the way down to Hawthorns has been resurfaced. And the replacement curbs have been installed too, notably at McLaren, whilst the gravel trap at Druids has been replaced, and there's a couple of other stuff as well which isn't mentioned, but a couple of funny stuff on Twitter about it on the post is let me just get it up again quickly, is on the post where they announced it, someone was like, whilst the gravel trap at Druids has been replenished. Yeah, sorry, I've got some of that here from a track day. I'll send it back to you.
It's not me, I promise. I know I have
But if it was, what is it? You've got Portimao, is it, or Barcelona?
No, I've got Barcelona, Silverstone, Cadwell Park, Australia, and Donington.
How do you have Australia?
Eldest sister went to Australia in 2019. Yeah, okay, do you want the story? We've got time. Eldest sister went to Australia on holiday, and she was coincidentally there during the Australian Grand Prix on the Wednesday and Thursday. So she walked the track, and she took some photos, and we used those as the thumbnails as well when it returned.
And you did the classic thing of what
she
you always do is, can you get a bit of gravel, please?
No, she picked it up on her own. I didn't ask her. I didn't even know. She picked it up. But it's the question of what year she went to Australia and was in Melbourne and was coincidentally at the Australian Grand Prix at the same time. It was 2020. COVID. The race that got cancelled, my sister was there. In fact, my sister filmed part of it as well, and she was there. When Melbourne locked down, she was on the last flight out of Australia before the country went into lockdown.
Lucky.
Lucky indeed, yeah, because she had to get out of there.
Very lucky.
Yeah, so I've got both Kellyanne was there, and the race that technically never happened. A bit like this one. That's just been with Emilia Romagna, the race that was scheduled but never happened, and everyone turned up to. But them's the breaks, unfortunately. Another race cancelled. Team communication.
The rear just feels a little light and a little loose. So, yeah, Michael better feel it.
Good to hear. Catherine joining teammate Graham Rahal in the in-lap debriefs.
Yeah, so that's Catherine Legg, of course, from Great Britain, just talking over the radio. She's acclimatising well, actually, to this one. Astral says Texas. That's where they're watching from, because I asked about where you're watching around the world. Texas, yeah. I should have twigged that, but my brain not working as well. After, 5 hours? Nearly 6 hours. 6 hours of commentating. And not much sleep. I keep getting woken up.
Do you know how... what day is it? The
17th.
22nd, 23rd July weekend, that one.
The one that I'm fearing, yes?
Yeah. Why are you fearing it again? What's on?
Everything.
Everything?
Yeah. I think... Hang on a minute. Let me check the diary.
Well, while Josh does that, Pazano is out on track. We're on board with him. He's in a little bit of a train with 3 or more drivers, as well as Simon Pazano, who currently in 15th. Fast lap speed was 224.554, still a 229.174 mile per hour fast lap speed as well, even though Pazano is in a train of 4 cars and a 5th car just struggling and backed off behind as well. But Dixon, Palou, Power, McLaughlin and Malukas, the top 5 in fast lap speeds, you can see on your timing screen as well. But that's the McLaughlin getting overtaken there in that train also. But 2 hours, 10 minutes and 50 seconds left now. And Josh, have you got it?
Well, it's loading. It just says verifying Microsoft Word. My laptop's really not liking me today as well.
Yeah.
Brad just says, and what? How long is the test session? And what does the audience gain from watching the test session? Because qualifying just depends on who gets the biggest slipstream. Oh, it's one shot, isn't it? Yeah, qualifying's one shot. What they're doing right now is, because you're constantly going around for 500 miles at speeds of over 230 miles an hour, you've got to constantly make sure that A, the car's okay, B, the driver knows what line to take on the circuit, and C, also when to go for overtakes, otherwise they'll just go around in the same positions. So that's why at the moment they're all out there practicing together. Qualifying is a single run as well. They get 4 laps, and your average speed across those 4 laps are taken together to give you a starting position. So that's why it's not all a one and take situation.
Okay, update from Tom. By the way, Josh, have you seen it?
No, I haven't. But let's go down to pit road because we're going to put our MBS at the moment. So we're going to sort that pit road.
Configuration kind of test working list this morning, and then there's so many parts now. We kind of went back to what we think is ball configuration and get a balance check on that. Now it's an shorter week, so trying to sure we get a start on different areas to work on, changing gears and going back to the race, running the rest.
When you come back in this car as a guy who a couple times a year, what is the month of May like for you as far as having an expanded period to kind of get track and work everything that you have to do?
Yeah, honestly, I go through the same process that I every year going back to my rookie year. I learned from my mentors back then. I stick to the same process that I've always used. That served me well, and I tried to pass that on here. But yeah, that's the beauty of Indy is, we all get quick, but you can really have time to go through a process that you don't necessarily have at other shows.
I put your team owner Cap second. How are the other 2 cars?
We haven't really had a debrief because we've kind of gone back a different time. I think everybody's fairly happy, so today.
All right, that's honor. We just heard firing up and taking off. Down. Heads up next. Going to climb aboard 33 here in a sec.
It is a point to think about a team working together, but you really get a good chance to find out. He is a full straightaway behind everyone.
Yeah, we'll check on this lap if he keeps his foot in it, because
he's coming in. So maybe he had already started backing up. My guess is going to be that was David Malukas, almost a full straightaway. I bet he was within range of Malukas. If not, mark them up as a front row contender if he did a 225 on his own, but I don't think he did. But still, good lap.
His last lap was a 2:19.1, so that seems a little more plausible for single car running.
Well, when there are more than 33 cars, you're looking at who's fastest, and frankly, you're also looking at who's slowest and who's at the back end. So let's ride on board. And as we see one of the Penske cars go by, Will Power in the Verizon car, what is Agustin Canapino seeing as he goes back on track? And the last lap was at 219.5 miles per hour.
And our coverage is back after a brief OBS crash as well, froze the systems. It happens every now and then as well, so not really a big worry, and hopefully it should all be fixed shortly as well. Josh still with me in the commentary box. I did not see the Discord update. I'm going to have to check that now, as we had a problem with everything, but OBS back up and running.
Discord update's literally just a birthday update that Discord's got.
Oh, I see.
It's nothing that special, but I think I found out what's on 22nd, 23rd of July weekend.
Yeah. What is it?
It's F1, F2, F3 in Hungary, and then it's Iowa, IndyCar, and that's it.
Fine. Yeah, that's fine. It's the weekend after. It's the weekend after this, where it's Belgium.
Yeah.
And Formula E.
Belgium,
Yeah.
London, Croft. Yeah.
Yeah. The British Touring Car Championship, by the way, that weekend is taking a back burner because of Formula E. It just has to.
That weekend, I'm thinking of going to the Superbikes at Branch Hatch.
The 22nd?
23rd.
Oh yeah, do it.
Yeah. And then, right, if we do the weekend there, I get Superbikes for my birthday, which is a tradition we do every now and again.
Yeah.
And B, they allow you to walk the track at night, which means I can record features for Brands Hat's touring cars season finale.
They let you do that at Snedstone as well. And that's when I went and walked.
Yeah.
And although I didn't know that until afterwards, so I just walked in the paddock, which at the time was good as well.
Yeah.
Had to have your mask on though, and tested.
True.
My God, was the testing annoying as well. I didn't. You know, I still can't say anymore. Oh, I never had COVID as well, because I didn't get it when COVID was doing all the rage. I got COVID earlier on this year. I was commentating with COVID in Saudi Arabia. That's how much I was feeling awful. You remember, don't you? I was feeling awful that weekend.
You were terrible
honestly,
that weekend.
So honestly, I knew I was getting it on Saturday. I could feel it coming. Sunday, it was confirmed I had it, and I was literally dragged myself to the commentary box. Barely got through F2. F1, I think I did all right at, and then I just collapsed afterwards for the next week. But I was in isolation for a week and a half as well. It was terrible.
I can tell you that North Wilkesboro for the NASCAR All-Star race looks absolutely incredible. They've done such a good job with it.
It's the track stays together, that is.
Yes.
That is, of course, what they've all been saying. Definitely won't miss F1. So many storylines developing across WEC, IndyCar, NASCAR, and IMSA as well. Absolutely. F1 then having another 3-week break after having a previous 3-week break as well. So it's getting a bit weird, isn't it? We've had a 2-week break since Miami, further week now to Monaco, and yet they say the calendar this year is quite compact. I think the cancellation of this race allows everybody just to breathe a little bit as well and get back into the spirit of things.
Yeah, definitely. But that is for another week. This week is Indianapolis 500 practice with 2 hours and 1 minute left. Dixon still on top with Palou. A couple of miles per hour back on the fast lap speed as well. There's a couple of cars going around in a train. 3 to be exact as well. I believe Power is one of them.
Now, Brad's asked also, does oval racing prefer a car that has a bit more oversteer than understeer? If they got too much understeer in traffic, they'll be straight into the wall. Yeah, it's oversteer basically. The way also they set the car up is the fact is that down the straight, if we look on an onboard, if you can see it, the wheel turns in towards the left automatically. And they straighten it out through the corners as well. So the car's, so it's basically when you turn in the corner, you're just turning the wheel straight. It's really disconcerting. That's why they've got to practice it as well. We're on board now with Ray Hall, and he's now goes to the right a little bit. So he just turns so he goes to the right, and he just turns to the centre. Some people set it so it goes more to the left, so they can straighten out through the corner. It's a really weird setup that we have with IndyCar as well. As you look, so that's why you see sometimes down the start-finish straight, the car crabbing towards the pit wall because it's designed to go left. It's not designed to go down in a straight line like the normal cars are. The oval configurations are massively different. We're seeing it on board with Rahal now. His wheel is moving a little bit towards the right-hand side of the Euroscreen, and then he just sort of straightens it out through turn 1 as well. It's also less pressure on the muscles through that part of the track. So it's just designed to help with the drivers getting used to it all throughout as well. So yeah, absolutely fantastic.
And yeah, it is team communication.
Like Eddie.
Nope.
Nope.
that graphic is useless. We may as well just get our own strategy calls as well. We are working on that feature, by the way, now that we've got devices to do so. How long's left? 2 hours to go then. 1 hour 58 in this one. There's Derek Davidson, a strategist for Graham Rahal as well, just watching on the pit wall for the number 15. I understand that we're going to have some more information from NBC shortly as well, with some more interviews lined up as well. So I'm ready to hear those as everyone comes to it. So yeah, so much racing this time of year, so hard for me to choose, says Right Fossil. That was his point as well. Absolutely. Ashton says, went to Kota for MotoGP. Really is a terrific track. It really is a fantastic circuit as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Kota is balmy, just absolutely balmy as well. Just looking now as we see the 11 coming out. And here's the 44, Catherine Legg, down in the back straight away. One of the only drivers out on the circuit, the fourth entry from Rahal, Lederman, Lanigan Racing. And into turn number 1, flying through, looking good. Only car on the track then, NBC. Oh, sorry, wrong button. NBC has the call.
Engineering experience there, that's not it. There's no doubt about it. It's just putting it all together, especially when it's so tight, can be so challenging.
Ben Siegel is Christian Lundgaard's engineer. I know they've already developed in a couple of years a good relationship. That's the only pairing that's the same. Jack Harvey and Graham Rahal essentially swapped engineers, and you saw Eddie Jones there in the background on Rahal's stand. They have worked together before. Eddie kind of talked a couple of years ago like he's going to step back, semi-retire, and they brought him back in, and he was still always involved, but he's back every weekend at the racetrack as well.
Yeah, racing does that to you. A lot of people try to walk away, and they end up back at some point. There's a shot of the stand there from RLL.
Let's see what kind of speeds Catherine Legg can do here all by herself on the track. Should be a qual sim.
A little bit of lift, a little bit of hesitation in the throttle there. It's not what you want to see. I assume this is coming to what would be the green flag, essentially. Warm-up lap.
3 laps complete. You can box when you've got a read.
Oh. 3 laps complete. I take that back. So yeah, so not the happiest then. If she's having little lifts there.
2:16.5.
That was a 2:16.5.
Well, before was 2:14.
So that would have been a much bigger lift even still. So still getting comfortable in the car.
So it is a quiet track for just a moment. It will not stay that way for long. Here's a look at the number 12 Verizon machine of the reigning champion in IndyCar and a former Indianapolis 500 winner. You probably already know him, but I bet there are things you do not know about Will Power.
Hi, I'm Will Power. I'm from Toowoomba, Queensland, Australia.
Have you ever been punched by a kangaroo?
No, but I've been punched by many people in Toowoomba. It's a very tough town growing up in. The scariest looking animal, yeah, brown snake. They'll kill you. First concert I'd been to is Naughty by Nature in Brisbane. Australians do not drink Fosters. I think that'd be pretty low on the list. Actually, we never put shrimps on the barbie. We put a snag, which is a sausage, but rarely have I seen shrimps on the barbie. Crocodile Dundee, yeah, he's a legend. Knife? That's not a knife. This is a knife. How's that go again?
Good sport. Way to play along.
Great scene. That's not a knife. That's a knife.
No Foster's endorsement is coming anytime soon for Will Power, unfortunately. One of the 4
Other
Harold
brands are
McLaren
available.
cars. Tony Kanaan. Couple of former winners. Couple that have come relatively close, very close. If you're speaking of Pato Award, Rosenquist finished 4th last year. As mentioned, they've got 2, 3, 4, 5 in their stable. with two newcomers with Rossi and Kanaan.
As we mentioned, both 500 champions. So they've stacked the deck in a lot of ways over there at McLaren. In the lower end of laps completed with 36 now. Only 29th in the charts, but nothing to worry about yet for TK. So let's see, he's out there basically by himself. 2:19.5 was his last lap. It certainly does not stack up particularly well to the 2:23.2, which is the current no-toe fast time from Rinus VeeKay.
And again, we like to compare a little bit from last year. Rinus's time last year, he led the no-toe time on the first day, 2:21.5, so 2 miles per hour faster this year. No-toe, just like we were seeing, 2 miles per hour faster than the overall top speed by Scott Dixon. Enough of my factoids. We've got a legend downstairs.
He even gave us a place to sit, too. We found Mario Andretti on his golf cart, headed back to the pits here, or back to the garage. So, and get a load of this. You know, he's a racer through and through. I asked him where he's been hanging out today, and he said, well, I've just been in the fastest Andretti car. So he likes to hang out with the fast guys. So what have you been doing today? Just watching and observing?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, I sit in the engineer's room and listen to everyone, what they're trying, and just try to formulate a little bit in my head. And but you know, it's always interesting, you know, because no matter how long you've been around this game, you always learn something new.
Oh, we've lost TV pictures. That's why.
Or obviously, there's things you don't know, as you just said, you always learn. But is there anything that every year that comes up, you're like, oh, that's really interesting?
Well, yeah, again, I mean, there's nothing earth-shattering, you know. It's just the minute things. When you have spec series like that and you actually, you know, dealing with the same equipment for so long, I mean, it's just slightest changes, you know, when you have the car somewhere in the sweet spot to what really, you know, turns it around for you. So, I mean, there are a million things to try, so not just one thing.
We, of course, here on NBC have been talking about a lot of great Indianapolis 500s through the years. Your win is no exception in 1969. What do you remember most about that day? Is there anything that stands out to you other than getting to pull into victory lane and drinking the milk?
Well, actually, there's nothing better than that because, you know, I've led here many races and I felt that I was really, you know, fast enough and to be able to win, but that's the one that I crossed the finish line first. So that's the best feeling that I remember here.
Absolutely. Always great to see you. Enjoy the rest of the day and in the rest of the month.
Thank you, and I will.
That's Mario Andretti, guys. Always great to see the legend down here in the paddock and around Gasoline Alley.
Well, that gives us a good excuse because I never tire of seeing old highlights. Let's revisit 1969. Mario Andretti in that famous STP car with Andy Granatelli, started second. What I found interesting, I've just pulled up the stats. I don't have this from memory. He had won the pole the previous 2 years, but finished 18th and 30th after his great rookie run in 65 when he finished third. So it had already started the trend of frustration for Mario at the Indianapolis 500. Wins it in his 5th try and didn't really come close, at least looking at finishing results. Right. He was in the ballpark, but always something went wrong until the 81 race you reference where he lost, he won, and then a few months later lost again, finished second to Bobby Unser. And then to the very end of his career in '94 was a factor every single year.
think about the bad luck too, Kevin. Even the year he did win in '69, remember he crashed in practice, and they had to go to a backup car. So it very nearly, Mario got burned. He very nearly could have been, sidelined for the race. So even the year he won, there was still controversy and things that he had to overcome.
And you'll find some qualifying pictures, the official photos, where he had a scar on his chin. Didn't want to be photoed with a scar on his chin, so he had a stand-in. His twin brother Aldo is in some of those pictures. And I saw Mario post a picture today. Those that know Aldo, I did. I know you did. We think very highly of Aldo. We miss him. Mario stopped by to visit his gravesite here recently. We miss Aldo. We miss John, his son, as well. Riding on board with Simon Pagenaud now with Meyer Shank Racing. Nate Ryan, tell us more.
Yeah, Simon Pagenaud went to Meyer Shank Racing, Kevin. Part of the appeal was that he would have more of a say-so in the direction of the organization. Obviously, he had tremendous success at Team Penske, but they are very set in the way they do things. And I think Simon Pagenaud went to Meyer Shank Racing looking for a little more autonomy and a little bit more involved on the management side of the team. So this has been a very tough start to the season, obviously, for Meyer Shank Racing. And Simon Pagenaud was telling us yesterday that he's the leader. To this team is he feels like he has to keep the team members motivated. There's no giving up. He says he has to be present. Around the mechanics as much as possible, be there for everyone, and he's been preaching patience to this team, but he's also saying that, hey, they need a good 2 weeks here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway to boost the team morale and to get the spirits up around the mechanics. So Simon Pagenaud really taking that management role that he's kind of inherited going to Meyer Shank Racing very seriously.
And Hinch, I think when Simon is talking about management, he's not taking over for Shank, but he's talking about managing the direction of the program, I think, because I've spent some time talking about this. He loves engineering from the driver's perspective of a race car. And while I'm sure he was quite content at Team Penske, that time had run its course. You move on, and that is one of the things that he enjoys. And it's a young program. They need what Simon Pagenaud could bring from the driver's seat and his experience.
Yeah, I think that was a huge motivation to Mike Shank and Jim Meyer hiring both Simon Pagenaud and Elio Castroneves. Their combined, 30 years of experience at one of the best organizations in motorsports in the world. And I'm sure that they've both brought an awful lot of knowledge and help to that program. I would love to see them have a strong month. Starting to heat up on track, guys. We got 14 cars on track now, all sort of in this extended line here, the north end of the track. We're just going to see, I think, more and more cars coming out of pit lane and joining this line. Start getting into that golden hour.
Back to pit lane and Dylan.
We found Felix Rosenquist. He is observing these 14 or so cars that are out on the speedway. So I know you guys haven't done a ton today other than just kind of run through your systems and check some of the aero things out. But what have you felt? Have you been in traffic at all to kind of diagnose or analyze maybe what some of these new pieces are doing?
Actually, today we haven't been in traffic at all. We're just kind of been focusing on, as you said, aero stuff. But now they're rolling out soon here, so we're going to try to do some good runs. It's actually a decent pack for me now. Just trying to get an idea of what's going on there. It's be a fair amount of lead changes further back. I'm not sure. It's always kind of hard to read this early, but yeah, nothing really to report yet. Just going to have a feel for it soon here.
What do you think of your throwback scheme? Pretty cool to have that design out here racing, isn't it?
It's awesome, man. It's definitely the best looking car I've driven, and I mean, we had the pleasure of having pretty good looking cars with our McLaren through the last couple of years, so I feel every time they just make it better and better, and this one is the peak for sure. So yeah, just a pleasure.
How confident are you coming in here? Not only just because of how strong you were last year, but how strong the entire team was, the addition of Alexander Rossi and all of his knowledge. I feel like you guys have kind of got the deck stacked here as we get further and further along this week.
Yeah, it's a great feeling going into it. You never know where you are, and we never want to be, cocky going into it. But I think we have every reason to think we're going to be better. But I think also a lot of other people will be better, and we want to chase down those Ganassis because they have a little bit of a lead going from last year, I think. So yeah, I mean, I think having Alex and Tony on the team is huge. two winners of the 500, just listening to their feedback. I think it's been super helpful for us. We've kind of been a two-car team and then three-car at the 500 for a long time, and now having four is just a big difference. So really good lineup. Team is on a good momentum. I feel like I'm on a good momentum right now. So yeah, just gotta go into May and do the best.
All right, that's Felix Rosenquist, last year's fourth-place finisher. And Kevin, I think it was you that said it earlier. Arrow McLaren with last year's second, third, fourth, and fifth-place finishers all on one team this year. Can't get much better than that.
I want to get back to Arrow McLaren in just a moment with a thought, but Hitch, you just noticed this. Look who's in the top 10 on the speed chart.
Agustin Canapino sitting there in 10th at a 225.4, out there running in traffic, running with a nice healthy draft. He's kind of at the tail end of this train. Just got around David Malukas, but like I said, guys, these are tow laps. Fine, I get that. That might not be the raw pace of the car, but to be able to keep your foot in it when you're getting towed around an extra 10 miles an hour top speed and less downforce in the corners, you've got to have some confidence in that race car. And this has been a great little 20-minute session, educational experience here for Agustin Canapino, and it is great to see the confidence that he had to be able to stick that thing all the way around and get that kind of a lap time out of it.
Absolutely, as we're back in the comms box as well. Sorry to keep DVing in and out with me, but my stomach is really bad at the moment as well. We think we've narrowed it down. It could be the soup as well. A lot of problems right now. So, get back to the action. Trust me, he's got food poisoning at Le Mans. No, it's not food poisoning. It's just, lovely chicken soup. It's not the stock or anything. It's not that. It's the chicken soup that we had on Monday, Tuesday. As well, it's still in my system. So it was quite a lot of. I'm trying to think of the words. They're small and orange. I can't remember what they're called.
I think I know. Let me just
I can't remember
search
the
it
name
up
of
so
them.
I can.
Yeah, I can't remember the name. It's gone in my head. That's what 6 hours of broadcasting does. But that's what's affecting me in my stomach at the moment. Austin Canapino then in 10th position, 225.427 mile per hour. I'm sure that's delighting you all. Watching on the YouTube stream on JV Motorsports and listening in on USRN as well. Pleasure to have your company all day here as well. I've been on the air now for 6 hours and 18 minutes of this incredible session. Lentils, thank you. Yeah, that's the one I'm on about. There's too much lentils. So,
shall we start a tally count of how many times I've ended your sentences today?
A lot. My brain just gone bye-bye as well.
Yeah, but Agustin Canapino, absolutely incredible. Currently 10th and still absolutely flying. Stefan Wilson in 9th, Herta 8th, Daly 7th, Hunter Ray in 6th, Malukas 5th, McLaughlin 4th, Power 3rd, Palou 2nd and Dixon 1st. That's in the fast lap speeds as well, but a big train, and you can see on the flag stand the wind is picking up.
A lot of wind as well, which means a lot of good running. Let's listen in. Turn 2. So a lot of them coming round, as you can see on the driver tracker, into 3 and 4, having the run-on bouillon cubes long. Yeah, that's the little drink as well, the stock cubes. That hasn't done it. It's the lentils in the chicken soup. It was so thick, the chicken soup. It's never usually there as well. So it's made me feel a little bit and being in the commentary box for 6.5 hours, coming up on what will be 8 hours. Plus the Grid Network show, I might need a bit of a line. Let's listen in. Love that angle of the track. I love what Bright Flossel says. Joshua at 50% is still better than NBC at 120%. That's a lot. Thank you very much as well. I suppose with the other Josh as well, we just about get to 100% as well after we've been on there for 6 hours calling this one. Just a reminder as well that we're going to be hopefully. I know Tom says I'm watching the football. Wasn't planning, but I was invited out as well. Tom's going to say it's going to be available for most of tomorrow, hopefully. Well, you'd have to rush Tom as well. Matthew's going to be here soon. Omi's just having to mute himself for a while, so that's why he's down below, as well. You can see on the Discord stream. He's muted as they come down the back straight away. We see the number 7 coming in, so that's going to be Alexander Rossi, if I'm not mistaken. No, it can't be Rossi because he's in the pit lane, according to my driver tracker. Is that correct? Yes, it is. So Rossi is out there. So which McLaren am I looking at?
The 7.
That is Rossi.
Is out there.
Ah, right. He's just come out on the track. That's why he's in the middle of the action on the back straightaway, and he's had to come across the line to take the controls. That's why. So Rossi is out on the track 100% as well. Dixon 229.174 mile per hour. Palou 227.760. Power 226.8. And we're seeing a replay now of, I think, Kyle Kirkwood at the exit of turn 4. Is this a move on the McLaren? Yeah. Yes, round the outside.
That's Rossi.
And that's into turn 1. Rossi lets him go. Okay, that's Kirkwood passing Rossi. The two drivers who sort of swap seats because the 27 has been taken over by Kyle Kirkwood. That, of course, used to go belong to Alexander Rossi.
Yes.
Listen on board to that pass. Just a quick swing through, isn't it, around the outside? Oh, that's brave into the first corner.
Yeah, that was on board with Rossi as well. But back to live pictures now. This is Ed Carpenter and Venus VK going side by side, doing a little bit of data and toes as well. Don't take that out of context, Josh. I know
it's all fine, it's all fine, it's all fine. The toe is part of the game here at Indianapolis 500. You've got to get in the slipstream early on as well. Right, Falsa says, I wish I had the ability to delay YouTube to sync with TV.
You can.
You can pause. We've got the timers at the top of the bottom. You can sync up. That might help.
But yeah, I'm on board with Kyle Kirkwood as well. The very pink AutoNation car. That's a very easy way to tell them apart from the other two as well. The 06 and 60, a little bit harder as well, but to explain how unorganised I am, over there I still have the Bahrain Grand Prix track map up. I have the 2023 livery release dates and F1 testing bingo and the F1 testing driver allocations and the GMR Grand Prix spotter guide.
I can't talk. I've still got October's calendar up because it fell down. So, yeah.
Well, I can explain, as that's a couple of drivers going into pit lane and a couple...
Pagino, Rahal, and a third, Austin Canapo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's because after Bahrain and pre-season testing, I moved my desk back.
You did, didn't you?
And I can't move my corkboard, so I've just left it there.
Makes sense, just leave it.
And
2 seconds,
my
2
dog's
seconds.
already messed up my bed.
I just love hearing the cars zoom by.
That is amazing. But team communication, is it working?
Come on, Kyle, give us the debrief here.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Take a page out of Graham's
Of
book.
course it isn't.
Astral says, on Peacock streaming, JB and JT are solid 15 seconds ahead of me. Peacock delay is real. Can you not try the times too to see if that works out? Catch up on
I don't think that's a thing on Peacock.
No, I don't think it is either. That's really annoying as well, yeah. I can imagine how big the delay is.
Yeah.
I mean, here on YouTube, the delay is only set to like 2 seconds, but you can also catch up as well. The delay is so I don't hear any dirty words. I see. We just get the complete thing up here. Although it's past 9 o'clock in the UK, so technically we're past the watershed, but not on USON. I've just been reminded in my ears. Somebody's screaming at me as well. As the fact is that we may be past the watershed on YouTube, but at USON we are not past the watershed because it is 4:25 p.m. So it's
Behave
not,
yourself, Josh.
Yeah, got to. Can't say anything different. Oh, boy, with Connor Daly through turn number 1. 195 miles per hour, now over 200 as he comes through turn 2. 210, 211, 212. Accelerates down the back straightaway between turn 3 and 4. Past the magnificent championship golf course on the right-hand side as well. And breaking through. I'd love to play a round of golf at Indianapolis. That'd be quite fun. Although I think it's like members only, and it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? I think that was a discussion we had last year in a qualifying session. I think with myself, Matthew, during the rain delay as well. It was how much
I
it
would
costs.
like to know also, Josh,
Yes?
that on Sunday, May the 28th, I am not getting in any down a pint of milk shenanigans.
Do you know, we're not doing it either.
Because last year, we all know how that went.
Yes, and we're not doing it this year. Just to let you know.
I will have a glass of milk next to me, but I'm not down in it.
Well, usually we would, but considering that Megan now suffers with IBS, she still drinks milk. Yeah, she still drinks milk like a fish, in water. But too much at once, no. And so we will have the milk, but we won't be downing it. We'll just sort of be like taking a little sip of it at the end of the race as well for our milk bit. So we're not doing the downing competition this year because it's just not possible.
And we definitely felt very ill after that. I can remember it now. But
yes, I collapsed the next day and I could not sleep the entire night as well. And I was actually sick, I believe, if my memory serves me correct.
Let's not do that then. But
not this year.
We've still got an hour and a half, and there's still trains of multiple cars. You can see on the drive tracker in the top right of your screen as well. And and that's it for now. They're still circulating, getting as low as they can in turns 1 and 2. We've not had a track inspection for a while though, so we might get one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Astral saying, JB, if your prediction wins the 500, you must pour the pint of milk on your head. Not in the commentary box.
Yeah, not in the commentary box. That'll be a very bad thing. Also, I still have work to do. Doesn't just stop there. I've got to do 500. I've got to do Grid Network and all that lot.
Yeah.
Reminder.
So, doing Grid Network stinking of milk. Yeah, you could do that.
I don't want to be sick. It's making me feel sick right now, actually. Oh, I shouldn't have said that because all I want to be now is sick because I'm not feeling very well. Oh, not great. Right.
Let's move on. End of convo. As that's Pedersen as well having an overtake. That's one of, I believe, one of the Ed Carpenter's Ed Carpenter racing cars. That's your in chat saying, great, I've made him sick. Here is your
trophy.
Here is your award for making JB sick. There you go. There you go.
I've still got to get that off you at some point, yeah.
I'm hoping it's August.
Oh,
bank holiday when we were planning.
Hopefully, yes. Right, let's head down to Simon Pagenaud.
Long days at times. You go through a lot of things on these cars to try and get them dialed in. Are they enjoyable for the drivers to really be able to just get in there and fine-tune these race cars and get them exactly perfect?
Yeah, I mean, the end goal is winning the 500. So any days that you can fine-tune it, these days we don't get to do this anymore. So, we're having a lot of testing here, which is super nice. And for someone like me that loves to go into the details, it's fun. So, we're just working through it, trying to see what does what and how we're going to make it a little better here and there. So, it's a good day. It's just interesting. Some of the stuff that we're doing, you expect it to do something different sometimes. But, so far so good.
Are you talking like the aero components or just other different things you guys are trying that are reacting differently?
Yeah, mostly aero components. You're going 230 miles an hour, so at this speed, the aerodynamics, anything on the right eights makes a huge difference. So you're just trying to go through it and do You do a test, you do another one, then you go back to make sure you don't get lost. And that's a big thing here.
What's the balance today been like for you guys as far as trying to do single car runs versus traffic runs? Have you been able to do some of each?
Yeah, we started the day doing single run. Very happy with the car speeds. Very, very happy with that. So great job to the team for preparing a fast car. And then we switched to race running. We're going to go out later tonight. Big group trying to see what it's like. But we already have a good idea what it's like. We're just taking it step by step. One of the big things here, you don't want to get beaten. So you're going in step by step, trying to follow the track. It's going to evolve. But you definitely don't want to scare yourself on day one.
All right, Simon Pagenaud looking for Indy 500 win number 2 and getting ready to go back out here in happy hour in just a little bit.
Half hour away. 3 Team Penske's together again. McLaughlin, Newgarden, Power in that order at the moment.
And right now they've just got Benjamin Peterson sort of hanging onto the back of that group. So this could be a situation where the team and the drivers coordinated a little bit about how many laps each would spend up front. But then at the same time, as I watch them drive by each other, I think this is just sort of, as you were, boys, have at it. Sort yourselves out on track. You're all professionals. You've done this before.
We'll look outside, inside. Newgarden passing Grosjean. How fast are you going right there? Coming off the warm-up lane onto the backstretch. By the time you are exiting that warm-up,
yeah, probably about 130. So it's a pretty stout closing rate.
And as you're exiting the pit lane, trying to work your way up to speed, that's lost time. You've got to push it.
Yes.
My guess is that corner is pretty challenging. Yes or no?
It's incredibly
tough
challenging
to hang on to that
because it's completely flat.
Yeah.
The car is set up to be on we talked about banking earlier. It's much less banked than Texas, but it's still 9 to 11 degrees sort of banking in the corners.
So right here is what we're talking about.
Right, so on the inside there, so on a perfectly flat racetrack, you're running these cars with a lot of camber in the tires. So if the road is flat, the tire's angled, and only a very small amount of the tire surface area, the contact patch, is actually touching the racetrack. So you're trying to hustle the car around, driving on about 1/5 of the tire that you are once you're on the racetrack, and it can feel quite sketchy. I'm actually shocked we don't see more incidents.
That's what I was just going to say, but I didn't want to jinx it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, knock on wood. I mean, the only one I've ever known about is when Graham Rahal lost a wheel, so that wasn't really his fault.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than just simply being able to go 224 miles per hour. You got to navigate all the other parts of a race weekend. Here's what's in store. Schedule's very simple. Rest of the week, noon to 6 tomorrow. Friday for Fast Friday with more horsepower and big speeds. Even bigger speeds in temperatures probably in the low 50s Saturday morning at 8:30 with extra horsepower. And then qualifying from 11 to 5:50 on Saturday. Sunday morning, another practice session getting set for the top 12 and the last row shootout. And then everyone gets to get ready for race weekend with a 2-hour session on Monday that is highly entertaining from 1 until 3 on Monday afternoon. And then Friday, carb day from 11 until 1, pit stop competition, fun, frivolity and all. And we're kind of looking with another eye. We'll go back to that in a moment. Meanwhile, qualifying we have on Saturday with the full field at 11. Everyone is guaranteed one opportunity. And then after the field has had a chance, all 34 cars, then it's get back in line if you want. Try to better your time. You can pull your time if you want to move to the front of the field. Some will be on Peacock, some will be on NBC. Check your local listings. 5:50 is when that ends. The goal on Saturday is you, one, would love to be in the top 12. If you are not, then you will not start in the front 4 rows. If you qualify 13th through 30th, that will be your starting position.
So, as we're back with him now, so I'm not feeling too sick anymore, thanks to that. But we've got a new top dog. It's the 2-time Indy 500 champion of Takuma Sato, who's gone fastest, making it a Chip Ganassi 1-2-3. It's a 229.439 mile per hour lap time, Josh, as we're seeing everybody dancing around on the track right now as well, as we approach, as NBC call it, the happy hour. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, and it might be a good idea if I check if my mic's on. There we go. But it's been a good run for Sato as well. 229.439, as you said, around a 0.3, just under 0.3 of a mile per hour gap as well. Not much, but it is a lot around Indianapolis as well. It's still Polo and Marco Andretti. 226.982 is in 4th.
Marco getting back up there as well. Somebody shout Polo so he knows where to go.
Polo!
That's going to be a thing, isn't it, this weekend?
I was literally waiting for that, but I had to do it.
So Sato, Dixon, Apollo, Andretti, Power, McLaughlin, Harvey, Malukas, Rahal, Hunter Ray, Daly, Herter, as we go down pit road once more with NBC.
What has kind of been the most surprising thing about today for you, or the thing that maybe you didn't even learn at the test that you maybe learned today?
Yes, because in the open test I did it only on 2 hours. On Friday we had rain. Yesterday we had rain, so honestly this is my first day starting to understand the situation. So it's really, really fast, so I need to take caution by trying to approach in the limit lap by lap. And honestly, I'm really good at the beginning. We did P10, now I think we 14, but really good. And starting to learn about the dirty air, the degradation, start to drive the car best, but I need more laps, so it's only the beginning.
You've impressed a lot of us with just how quickly you've adapted to the IndyCar series, the racing, and you've had some really strong results, obviously, to start the year. What surprised you, or what's been the most difficult thing to adapt to about racing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
Sorry?
What's been the most difficult thing for you to adapt to about racing here?
The speed. The speed, the downforce, the open wheels, the seats. Always I drove in a touring car, so the seat is totally different. The feeling with the car is different. So everything is really, really different. But at the moment, really good, really good. Our last race in the GP, I come battle with some guys, start to do some things, try to maximize the car. We need to improve, of course. We are a new team, but I think the start of the season went really good.
All right, good to see Augustine Canapino having a good day so far. Flying the flag for Juncos Hollinger Racing. Kind of talked about the problems with Callum Ilott. They're still back in the garage trying to find some speed in that team car.
Yeah, really disappointing as well for Callum Ilott. So far back in the pace at the moment as well. RC Anderson's made up in 26th position, but great job as well from the team. Agustin Canapo is up into 14th position as well, and I know there's been a lot of love for him in the chat tonight as well across USRN and JB Motorsports as well. So we've got around about 80 minutes to go. 80, that is. 80, 1 hour, 21 minutes to go with this session. The last hour, everyone's going to head out there for happy hour. Let's see if we can get over 230 mile per hour as we onboard with Harvey, slipstreaming in towards turn 1. A lot of drivers out on the track at the moment though, Josh, and everyone just sort of hanging around on the circuit a little bit.
Yeah, I really hope we can get over not 470. That is a number that I'm doing on something else. If we were going 470 miles per hour, that would be a little bit worrying, wouldn't it? But
oh yeah, flying maybe, and you know, the takeoff speed, 230 miles an hour. I think it's just the fastest you can go in a Formula car.
Yeah, but 230 miles per hour I think is definitely reasonable, not 470, which was a number which I was dealing with on my second screen. That is what happens when you multitask, and I think you can agree, Josh.
Yeah, you get confused with reading different screens all over the place. So yeah, I know your pain as it comes through. Coming up, it's 4:40 over there in Indianapolis, and if you're watching in the UK, 9:40. Session ends at 11. Session ends at midnight if you're in Central Europe as well. Watching on with our timing coverage of this one and our radio commentary on USON.
Rest in peace, Australia, for the millionth time this year for any motorsport events.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you are an Australian motorsport fan, you are an absolute legend, because outside of the V8 supercars, everything else happens at really, really, really difficult hours. No wonder the V8 supercars are so popular, as well as the F1 Grand Prix with Australia and everything as well, being popular. IndyCar's always at the wrong time though as well, down under.
I've heard that down under there are always men at work.
I knew that was coming as soon as we mentioned it, to be fair. I was wondering when you were going to do it. Do you come from a land down under as well? Yeah. That's a good one, actually. Yeah, not bad, not bad. So
anyway, moving on.
Yeah, moving on swiftly, as we're on board with Lundgaard now. In the 45, coming around turn 3 and 4. Downshifted a little bit there, actually, as well, to carry a bit more speed onto the straight. Just about pushing it together. Keeping it calm and cool. Cross the control line for Lundgaard. Well, timing's good today, yeah. He's in a pack, isn't he? Yeah.
I think so.
Can't quite tell on the driver tracker. Just trying to have a quick look to see if he was anywhere near there anyway.
Well, I mean, he's going into the pits this time anyway.
Yeah, so he's let a few others through. Marco Andretti, David Malukas, Catherine Legg, I think, are out there on the circuit as well. They're it. So 3 drivers now circulating. A few more coming out of the pit lane according to the tracker up here in the box. So, looks like Discord has crashed unexpectedly on my iPad. Tell me something I don't know about. Yeah. Tell me something I don't know. Apparently the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix, by the way, has now been fully cancelled. So they're not even going to try and rejig it back in the calendar later on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so at the moment it's been cancelled.
They had a perfect opportunity first weekend of August, but
I know, wide open, but I think they're worried about making that a triple header with Hungary.
From F1B F1, FIA-B FIA.
Yeah. They could have had something brilliant, and they've lost it, and they've made a big mistake in terms of that factor as well. Shame though, it was a good race, so we'll have to wait and get it again soon. Wait another year for a race at Imola, which is a shame. I love Imola, and understandably though that we can't race there this weekend with the amount of flooding as well.
Yeah, it would be Hungary to Belgium to Imola.
Yeah, 3 in a row is possible. Easily possible with that.
They've done it before.
Yes, they have. They have actually,
like
in that order.
How they do Las Vegas to Abu Dhabi in a week.
Or Azerbaijan to Miami in a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, really bizarre stuff.
It's possible.
Doable, yes. Possible, yes. Will they do it? No.
No.
Imola's got a free weekend then as well. Yeah.
Every single time we talk about something that involves F1 from FIA, we just have to remind ourselves that we are talking about that topic.
Back down to 22 races though, so we still haven't broken it with 23. So I tell you what, people want less races. People say it's getting too much. We're back down to 22 now.
Maybe we should just say, right, we're having 30 races this year, and then cancel
those. Yeah. Let's announce that we'll hold some in places like, I don't know, Iraq or things like that as well, where we just get rid of them because they're never going to happen. Wales is another actually. There's the circuit of Wales that was supposed to host the British Grand Prix for MotoGP. Yeah, the British Grand Prix being held in Wales.
Wait, there's a track. What?
No, it never even got built.
What track would have they used, or were they going to build a new one?
Build a new one. It's the Circuit of Wales, and it was supposed to host the MotoGP British Grand Prix. Yes.
That makes.
Yeah.
Why?
For those of you who are in the United States and don't understand why this is confusing, the United Kingdom is made up of 4 countries. It's made up of the England, Scotland, then we get Northern Ireland, and then we get Wales. And the British Grand Prix is held in England because it's the British Grand Prix. Holding the British Grand Prix for MotoGP in Wales is like holding the United States Grand Prix in Mexico. It's that type of thing. So yeah. It's completely baffling. England, Wales, Northern Ireland, Scotland, I'm obsessed with the UK. See, Astral knows it, knows the call. But yeah, Upright Foster says FIA cancellation / ran the rain delay fiasco at Belgium because they said they could not get to the Dutch Grand Prix easily. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It was such a bizarre situation. Look, the FIA just don't know what they're doing half the time, so we just sort of leave them to it and just smile and nod politely every now and then.
I can't believe that I'm about to say this, but there is some stewarding in the world of motorsport that is currently worse than F1, and that is saying something.
Freddie Spencer in MotoGP, yeah. Too right.
Yes, that is saying something, because F1 and FIA are known for some stuff.
That's just it's through the roof right now in MotoGP. It really is bad. And they'll try and push it through more. Go on.
How did you get a 34 or 37 minute or whatever it was Grid Tonight show about what happened at Indy yesterday when it was nothing?
Literally, we had a script. Right, Kobe wrote this wonderful script as well. But I quickly realised we were 9 minutes in, and we had to get the show to 30 minutes. Had to. And I quickly realised 9 minutes into the script that I was halfway through the script we were talking about. So I put in a private chat to Kobe on the Streamlabs saying, I'm going to talk to you now about Marcus Ericsson. I'm going to talk to you about Roman Grosjean, Colton Herta, just any driver I could think of to throw in. McLaren's failures in 2019, the last time we had a bump day. So we literally just sort of we had a basic script, and then we just went off script quite a bit to get it to 30 minutes, and we managed it.
That sounds like a classic Joshua Burt's move if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, me and Kobe, a brilliant team. We managed to get it to 30 minutes. We shouldn't have that problem tonight though, because there's been loads of action here today.
There's definitely been.
Yeah.
But we're going down pit lane.
Won this race last year. They were so strong last year. What's impressed you most about the way Chip Ganassi Racing does things here during the month of May?
Obviously, the organization is very impressive. You know, everything is in the right place and the right people. And really, if anything, just the resource. They're using resource to make most of it. And preparation, well, it's just simply impressive. Now, of course, today on track, you know, we 4 drivers dividing a few different programs. And I wasn't particularly happy with the kind of a sensation that they are getting in the morning. So we're just working on to what's the best way. And certainly in the afternoon, the group plans for the Ganassi group plans, it's definitely was a great hint for me to what it needs to be done. And we just apply it, and then we got a good total. So that's why we had a very successful platform right now. But we still need to go through the details.
All right, thank you, Taku.
We talked about who would you take, the field or Chip Ganassi Racing. And I also just said a moment ago, I don't suspect Marcus Ericsson is very concerned. And he's 4th now, and they are 1, 2, 3, 4 on opening day.
That is, it's aggressive. It's aggressive. It's aggressively impressive from Chip Ganassi Racing after the performance last year to just back it up on opening day here. I know it's technically the second day, but first day on track. I mean, is that a fluke? Is it just coincidence that they all managed to get up there by a good margin? I mean, the net Fourth is Marcus Ericsson at a 2:27.7. Marco Andretti, the first non-Ganassi car, at a 2:26.9. So Marcus almost has a full mile an hour on the field. And Takuma right now is a mile and a half an hour.
Oh, we've got yellow. Yellow flag has come out on the track here. Wonder why this is from race control. I believe they are doing a mandatory inspection before we go to the final 10 minutes. Sorry, the final hour. So we've got 10 minutes now where they're going to clear the track up. And then we will go for the glory hour as well, which is fast runs at top speed pace. I think that makes sense, doesn't it, Josh? Just to get the track clear a little bit.
Yes, that makes sense. Just getting Mason.
Let's go back to some top 10s then.
Track inspection.
Fantastic.
Confirmed.
Number 5 then, in terms of all-time classics, the 95th Indianapolis 500 on May 29th, 2011.
The pole position, the first Canadian ever on the pole. Next to him, Scott Dixon.
Pace car with A.J. Foy in tow. Comes around turn number 4. Cars are already beginning to pick up speed as they come down the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, the 100th anniversary edition of the Indianapolis 500 is green.
The race is underway. Scott Dixon has a lead in turn number 1.
We've got yellow for the first time. The Takuma Sato from Japan has hit the wall and has brought out our first caution. Will Power, the 12 car, has no left rear tire. Tagliani wins the Sunoco Pace race off pit row, but this is the story right now.
We talked about the pressure not only in the drivers but also on the crew. You have to have all those stops perfectly. The wheel does not get on right. The serviceman is actually waving his hand.
We're getting ready for history here. Our first double foul restart. The green flag flies. Here we go. Will it work as they head towards turn number 1? And he'll take the lead. So Scott Dixon back out in front. Tagliani second. Oh, look out, car into the wall. E.J. Vizo is into the wall hard.
So that was our first double file restart.
And we almost made it.
No room.
Can't do 3 wide going into 1.
And it's not the last lap of the race. The first restart. Quite frankly, we should know better. Listen to Briscoe, gets off the throttle. He sees it transpiring in front of him.
How about Marco?
Oh, that is close.
Oh, look at this, the pass for the position. Here goes Dario Franchitti going into second. So now it is Chip Ganassi Racing running 1-2. Tagliani under attack. Weldon, the man who won this race back in 2005, moves into the 3rd position. So our pole sitter is now back to 4th.
We have trouble on the racetrack, guys.
Jay Howard has crashed, bringing out our 3rd caution here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Dixon dives down the inside, takes that draft away, Eddie, and gets a great run going down there and times it perfectly.
In 6th spot is our best running rookie, and that is J.R. Hildebrand, as he is a total 5.7 seconds behind the race lead. Oh, in trouble. We have contact into the wall. The 06 of the rookie, James Hinchcliffe. He has tagged the wall at the halfway mark.
Everybody's talking about this 98 car right now, saying how strong he is. You see the change on the wing in the front, just 1 round, 4 tires, they filled it up.
Well, what a great race so far, Jim, for J.R. Hildebrand. He can't say he's led under green flag conditions too much, except for that last lap, as everybody's doing pit stop. Now he comes in. They've been very happy with where it was running. Early on, it was loose at the top end of the fuel stint. As it would go, it would get better. They've been telling him that he's been running with the leaders and to stay with it.
Trouble, crash. The yellow is out. It's the 77 of Alex Tagliani, and the dream of Sam Schmidt Motorsports is over. Heartbreak for Tags and for that man right there, Sam Schmidt.
Dixon got hung out because the car in front of him was slow. He's now back in the mix and trying to defend. And there goes Franchitti.
Down on the apron, this isn't going to work. Somebody's going to have to back up and take the warm-up lane.
I have never, ever seen that be done.
And now our 6th caution.
And we had just seen Townsend Bell in the 99 be very aggressive on that restart.
Wheel is off.
Ryan Briscoe.
Down the outside, Townsend Bell driving down towards the center of the turn, towards the apex, really trying to drive it down there just a bit too much, and ends up getting locked in with the 6th car of Ryan Briscoe, and Ryan Briscoe really was just unfortunately taken out in that scenario.
And all the other cars were watching the 10 to see if he would pit, and they wanted to come as well. They're going to fill it as full as they can get it. Remember, they ran out of fuel on their qualifying lap last week. It's key to get it filled up here. They're still going to be a couple laps short.
And there goes Dan Weldon underneath Tony Kanaan. Dan Weldon has got his foot on the peg right now, trying to make up some time.
Here comes Scott Dixon. He peels off from the race lead. Danica Patrick, remember, she made her pit stop back on lap 159. She is still going to have to stop. Vince, what do you got on the fuel situation?
Danica Patrick is about 4 to 5 laps shy on fuel. She cannot make it to the end, certainly under green conditions, but she is out front, and they're trying to get her to push as far as she can to build as much of a lead as she can.
It's going to happen right about here. Going for the lead, Bertrand Baguette with 12 laps remaining, and we have our 10th different leader, our 22nd lead change. A race car driver from Belgium. He is out in front of Danica Patrick by 0.7 of a second, and Danica has brought it into pit lane. Hildebrand has just gotten around Dario Franchitti while we focused here our action on our race leader. So now J.R. Hildebrand, who stopped at the same time with Dario, is in second place. The rookie could inherit the lead. Here comes Baguette. Baguette is coming down pit road. There'll be 3 laps to go this time by, and J.R. Hildebrand is going to have the race lead in a nip-and-tuck battle. Right behind him is Dario Franchitti. Here they come down the front stretch. And he just did a 209, so it looks like he's in fuel conservation mode also. Here comes J.R. Hildebrand. This time by, the white flag is in hand. 2.5 miles. Keep going. The 23-year-old from Sausalito, California. Listen to the crowd cheer him on.
And how fitting for the National Guard car to win if he can indeed do that. Has he got enough fuel to make it to the end?
Half a lap. He's got half a lap to go, and he's the Indy 500 champion. Panther Racing, oh so good. They finished second here, twice here. They come again through the final 2 corners. J.R. Hildebrand. Careful of traffic. He's got to get around the lap. Traffic. 100 gears. No! He hit the wall. Just like Thomas Schenker.
Keep their foot on the gas.
Dan Weldon is going to win the race. That is unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Weldon, after finishing second the last 2 years, wins when J.R. Hildebrand hits the wall coming out of 4. What a tremendous finish. What a drive for Weldon. Let's go back and show you what happened.
We talked about being outside the groove, up in the gray. An experienced driver would have just throttled back a little bit and turned around and just got off the gas. As you watch Dan Weldon start to drive by. Look at this.
That's just 2 feet in the wrong place.
Oh.
And it's been happening all day long. He almost won it with 3 wheels.
Can you imagine the feeling that young rookie has?
Dan Weldon is your winner of the 2011 Indianapolis 500, the centennial anniversary victory. Getting a hug from his wife, Susie.
You know, I was just trying to go as hard as I could. I knew it was the last lap, and they said that a lot of those guys were struggling on fuel, and I just kept pushing. You know, I just want to say thank you, obviously, to my wife for the support through being a part-timer right now. So it's a fantastic achievement. To the fans for being here.
Why did this make number 5? Why was it one of your choices?
I had 2011 on my list, and I think you have to because of the memorable finish. Part of the centennial celebration, the 100th anniversary of the first Indianapolis 500. So there was even more pomp and circumstance. It had an even more electric feeling, if that's possible, for the Indianapolis 500. That was back in an era where it was difficult to pass. So you had fuel saving come into play, but just a storyline at the very end. You had a rookie with a chance, an unheralded rookie, who had never finished better than 10th in an IndyCar race. He had a chance, J.R. Hildebrand, to win the Indianapolis 500. and then seemingly threw it all away, and you had a one-off come to win the race for the second time in Dan Weldon. I just have sad feelings when I think about Dan Weldon's last win. There's no reason for that because it's something that his family cherishes, and it wasn't going to change anything that happened after that fact. But I enjoy watching other previous 500s more, but it's still super high on the list because of the accomplishments.
That's it, folks. That's number 5 on the top 10 countdown list of the best Indy 500s of all time. We'll continue our countdown. And of course, this all leads up to the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500, the greatest spectacle in racing. And you'll see it exclusively, of course, on NBC and Peacock, May 28th.
Well, I wasn't aware I was a part of that piece, so I don't have to share my thoughts on 2011. I have shared them in perpetuity on tape there.
Lives forever on the internet, my friend.
Yeah, we just recorded that a couple of weeks ago as a part of this piece. But that also answers one of the questions we received on social media last one-off to win. That's it right there. Dan Weldon was a one-off at the time. That was the entry for Brian Herta's team, winning his Indianapolis 500 and then won it again with Alexander Rossi in 2016. All right, about ready to go back to green, and happy hour is upon us, Dylan.
It is indeed, and I'm excited. Just you know, we've talked to a lot of guys today, and everybody's like, well, we don't really know what we've got. You know, everybody's trying different things. Everybody's got different aero components on their cars, so we don't really know what we got. Well, I think we're going to start to find out kind of what we've got and maybe who really is good in traffic here. Happy hour, of course, always busy, and there's going to be a lot of cars on the racetrack tonight or at one time here over this final hour. So I think we're going to get a good idea as to who's quick and who's not here.
Green again, and a green tinted car will lead them off pit lane. That's got to be Ryan Hunter-Reay. I like it. We can. Oh, it's got to be not. Oh, there's still two that look the same. All right, we still got some work to do on opening day. The spot car's coming straight at you.
Yeah, that one's got some white on it, I think. Hunter-Reay's doesn't at the moment.
On the side, you can tell. There's nothing on the side of Hunter-Reay's black car. So this is one we do want to see, and one with this final hour is important. Have they made enough progress that this is the chassis they want to stick with? If you've just joined us, the test did not go well for Callum Eilert and Hukos Hollinger Racing, to the point where Callum thought we might need to switch chassis. They did everything, but still slow this morning. Still some of the same problems in the early afternoon. Finding pace mid-afternoon, but still last of the 34 cars.
It makes you wonder if what they're battling is an inherent balance issue that's not giving Callum the confidence to be flat out, to trim out, to do all the things to go faster, or if it is SCS, is it just slow car syndrome? Does this one just not fit together well? It happens. I've seen it many times here at the Speedway. So this will be very telling. You know, every time on the actual charts here is going to be a toe lap, essentially. But with Eilert, the only car out on track right now, well, there's one others, but it's basically right behind him. He's got more than enough track in front of him to build up some speed and get a good sense at where you are in actual car speed on your own. But that decision's going to have to be made soon, Dev, of whether or not you take this thing back to the shop, tear it down, and start assembling the backup car. Or if you think you've got something to work with here, let's take a look at what heat crosses the line.
2:14 on the warm-up lap. What's this one going to be? 2:17.1. And that's only a couple of miles per hour off of what we've seen people doing on their own. And actually, I've seen some 2:17s on their own.
If that's a genuine race pace, race downforce setup,
might be okay.
Not terrible. The fact that he's backed off and he's now coming to the pits, I don't love. I wanted to see him out there pound around 5, 6, 7 laps at that pace and see he's gone and done one flyer essentially and come in. I hope that that's not what's happening. There was something more to it, but Yeah, no, I don't have a warm, fuzzy feeling about it, if I'm honest.
Let me ask you this. If you've made a change and it's gone in the right direction, is there a scenario where you say, I want more of that?
Yeah, but generally, if you have that feeling as a driver, you want to do a few more laps. Like, okay, I feel better now. What else can I find? How fast can we push this? He only did 2 laps. One of them was a warm-up, essentially. So that tells me that, and the second lap was much faster. So normally you'd say, all right, I'm going to stay out here until we plateau or go slower, see where the ceiling is with this setup. But that doesn't look overly comforting for the young English driver.
It'd be interesting to stay on this shot here to see. Sometimes you can tell drivers speak by the way the head moves, the hands.
So let's put this into perspective. You've got Tony Kanaan out there on his own in clean air, and you got to think everybody's in race trim right now because of the pending happy hour madness that we're about to witness. He did a 2:19.2. So, you know, he's a solid 2 miles an hour faster than Cal Milot was. And he couldn't even back that lap up. He came straight into the pits. So it doesn't look great. But maybe there's more to it. A few more cars starting to trickle out on track. There's 5 out there now. Looks like the McLarens have left together for a little bit of a group run. The 5, the 6, and the 7 coming through turn 4 now. Pato O'Ward leading Alexander Rossi. Alexander Rossi taking the point now. Felix Rosenquist right back there. So this is the start of it, guys. The first team to go out of formation. We saw Tony Kanaan already out there, riding on board with Pato here. Let's listen.
7 back to field. Clear.
See Alexander Rossi falling back behind both cars.
Probably have a couple cars trying to blend in up here.
You see on the warm-up lane, there's 4, 5, 6 cars coming out. See an Andretti Autosport car. Grosjean's out, Ericsson's out, Scott McLaughlin's out, Pelot's out, Jack Harvey's out. No, Christian Lundgaard, sorry. And Augustine Canapino very wisely kind of lining up at the back of that pack. He's going to feel that out now in an 8-car train. Definitely different than it would have felt just running behind the 1 car that he had before. And now all the jockeying for position. Pato O'Ward trying to back off, fall further back in line. There's Scott Dixon in the mix as well. Scott McLaughlin going by Marcus Ericsson. It's about to get busy, Kev.
Can anybody better what the Ganassis have done in race trim? Big toe. I think it's going to be unlikely. And
look at that.
Oh my.
15 cars on track, most of them on your screen right now. And this part is so dangerous. You have a string of 5 to 8 cars already up to speed, and then a train of another 5 to 8 coming out at that closing rate we spoke about earlier. It could be, you know, 80, 90 miles an hour trying to slot into position heading into turn 3. It can be a little bit sketchy there. And the leader never wants to lead. You see Colin Herta backing off from the point, falling to 3rd in line. Would probably get onto the back straight, want to fall a few more spots back. As a few more cars coming out of pit lane to join the lineup. You know, on the pit boxes, as you see the 3 Ed Carpenter Racing cars at the bottom of your screen there. In the pit box, they have software that tells you where on track you will exit when you leave at a certain time. And so your strategist will ask you, all right, do you want to be at the front of the train, the middle of the train, or the back of the train? You make your decision. They send you based on that. The 3 Carpenter cars opted to go out in front of the line and let them catch up. Other drivers like to go out right at the back of the line, try to work their way through.
That's one of the things that, especially if you come out to the track this week and want to watch, when you can see everyone, take a look at somebody who's mid-pack or further back. Who can pick their way through that line? That will tell you, yes, who has the best race car?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's hard to tell at the front because so many drivers are pulling over and slowing down to get past because nobody wants to lead. But if you're a car that's 10th, 12th in line and you pass your way up to 3rd, 4th in line, you're doing something right. And that's a very good race car. You see Marco Andretti now down the inside of Rinus VeeKay. Alexander Rossi on the inside of Romain Grosjean further back. That's a good pass there. That's far enough back in the line that Grosjean's got no reason to be lifting and fall further back. So Alexander Rossi just getting that passed on merit, it looks like. So that's where you want to look. I'm sort of looking from Pato O'Ward back. So David Malukas and behind. If you're making passes, Colton Herta now on the outside of Scott McLaughlin.
Back.
Can't quite get it done, but had a very good run. That's a genuine attack, I think.
And what a run we are seeing as well, with 50 minutes to go of this session as well. The full running in. I'm delighted to say I'm feeling much better as well as we get going once again. Myself and Josh with you until the end of this coverage. And so many cars out on track right now, Josh, as everyone begins their happy hour and tries to get up there and see if they can push to get ahead as the top 4 come out of the track of the Chip Ganassi, Sato, Dixon, Palou, Ericsson are out there. And now the real happy hour begins that we're going to see at the end of every day as we begin the race runs.
Yeah, it really is. I absolutely love the last hour of all of the practice sessions, seeing all the cars in this massive train. Passes and passes everywhere you look. And here's Herta gaining on, I believe, Newgarden, not Romain Grosjean. They're in very similar liveries to Shell and DXL, which is going to be confusing, I can tell you that.
Yeah, we'll have to get the spotter's guide when it becomes available to us at the moment. Right now we're just guessing them due to the onboards, as well as he tries to swing around the outside as well. As I said, down the back half of the track. It's just getting a little bit difficult right now. Let's catch up with the chat as well, which is saying half the time you're too kind. If FIA makes mistakes and you do not easily forget. No, I do not easily forget, and you don't yourself either. I know that as well, Astrop. Upright Foster says, well done. Such a sad, just no words. Yeah, such a sad loss as well, I think, that one as well. I watched that Las Vegas race as well, and I watched that 500 as well, and it was a bitter disappointment. And then, of course, Dan Weldon was killed, but a few days earlier, Marco Simoncelli was killed in MotoGP as well. So it was a very heavy time for motorsport community as well. Can't believe that Romain Grosjean 28 isn't up in the top half. Come on, Andretti, put another hamster in the car. And T Nitro H, beautiful low humidity day today have in Indianapolis. Absolutely, and we're seeing some really fast times start to come up. Sato's got the top speed, 229.439 miles per hour.
So that's Cole Herta.
As Herta begins to push at Josh out of turn 1 and turn 2. Dixon, though, leads the front.
Yeah, Dixon leading the front of the train, but it's Sato leading the front of the fast lap speeds as well. A couple of drivers, including Colton Herta, as well, deciding that's enough and going and branching off into the pit lane that time round as well. We've still got 46 minutes left of this, so we're not going anywhere.
Omi, nice to have you back as well. Cars out in full throw. This is basically like a mini Grand Prix you're about to see as well, as everyone gets ready and begins to test as the track conditions are at their best. What are you making of it on the circuit right now?
Oh, I just turned on the TV and now I'm seeing, I kind of had to just remind myself that this is actually practice, not a race. I thought, has the race just randomly started? And then I just realized, okay, well, so... right, okay, you guys are gonna have to tell me, but is practice usually like this, or?
Yes, yeah. For the last hour is usually like this, and because we lost a day yesterday, it's even more so. This is more than normal. Everyone's heading out there to do some race simulation runs in the last hour, and usually we see this in the last hour of practice, but it's more so right now because we lost yesterday. So this is just a Grand Prix, effectively, happening on the 500 course, because everyone's going to be battling for position. Let's listen. Honestly, just the cars zooming by is absolutely fantastic, and everyone's trying to jockey in for positions. who's that diving down pit lane? We've got Santino Ferrucci and Scott McLaughlin have decided that they want to get out of the train. At Carpenter Racing, we've got 12th for Daly, 21st for Carpenter, 27th I think at the moment as well, 25th at the moment for VK, so I'm sure Synthol will be happy with that one. But look out to the front as well. Stato has got in the mix of things as well. And I'm just looking as well. Here they come again. Just loving it every single time. It's literally just addictive. It used to be our old intro as well, the cars zooming by, but we changed it to the Grid Network attack as well in towards the braking zone because it was out of date, unfortunately, but hopefully we'll get one without graphics soon, and we can update that as well. Right now we've got the Grid Network launch at Portland, which is absolutely fantastic. Addictive and music to our ears as well. I'll tell you what though, if you want addictive, we're about to go trackside. Turn up your volume and enjoy for a lap at Indianapolis. I love hearing Newgarden sing as well on that car. Looks absolutely fantastic. Jack Harvey on the back straightaway as well, which is what we were getting as well with some of the noise. I really want to get a zoom going by at full volume as well, as we might have it as well at the front. So it's the 21 leading the front, so I believe that's going to be Venus. VK is going to be passed by Dixon, quite low in towards turn one. Very nicely done as well by Scott Dixon. And VK had nowhere to go as we enter turn two once again, and we zoom back out down the back straightaway. There is the 77 though, Josh, of Callum Ilott, running his own strategy at the moment, but needs to catch up to the leaders soon.
Yeah, needs to catch up as well. Ilott was the first one to go out on track after the caution was lifted after that last mandatory track inspection as well, and that's the 28 of Roman Grosjean, who's also joined Ilott as Ilott advances off into pit road as well. But the train still going strong with the top three in the train glancing away, and then
2 seconds. Carry on as Dixon gets passed back by VK and going around the outside as well, I believe. Go Salter. Go on, Josh.
Yeah, so there's a...
Go on.
Yeah, so top three have glanced away. Now it's the top two in the train have glanced away, and now they're going side by side into turn one. I believe that's Sato and VK.
Yeah.
McLaughlin as well. And that would be the McLaren of Rosenquist as well, I do believe.
Oh, and there's a bit of a sideways there as well from Ryan Hunter-Reay in this little pack as well. Now boxing into the pit lane. Alex Palou and Austin Canapo have left the pit lane as well, have come in as well. But now this game really addictive as we look at the number 3 of Scott McLaughlin hunting down fellow countryman Scott Dixon as well. Fastest lap time for him, 226.336. He's ranking 9th at the moment, completed 103 laps as well. Meantime, at the front, VK under immense power, I can only assume from Sato, who is right behind him as well, because I can't see Sato anywhere else in this little battle, so it must be him at the front. I'm looking, it could be the 14 as well, I'm thinking, but I think, is he in the pit lane as well? Yes, Santino Ferrucci is in the pit lane, as Dixon's decided it's too hot for his blood. Yeah.
That's definitely Sato. No, it's
O'Ward.
O'Ward.
It's the McLaren, it's Pato O'Ward. We were waiting to see who it was, because we haven't got the spotters guide yet. So it looked like Sato, but it's the McLaren of O'Ward. And O'Ward goes to the inside to get past VK to turn 1. O'Ward, I think, is my early pick a winner as well. 381 kilometres an hour on the front straight. That's 237 miles per hour. Not much room at all for error at the moment as they swing by. It is going to be total toe power. The question is, they can go 230, 237 as well, but it's when they're in single lap pace, they need to get over 234. Right now at top these speeds, they're going to be flying. Really dangerous speeds. If you crash, it could be a life ender. We've seen that happen before here. Several thousand times now, sadly. Go on, Josh.
Yeah, it really is sad, isn't it? But they know the risks. They know the risks they're taking. Everybody knows the risks that they are taking, and they've chosen to do this. So, as they say, if that does unfortunately happen, they passed with what they loved doing best. But 40 minutes left of this session as well. Connor Daly is doing quite strong in the fast lap speeds in 13th. Unlucky for some, but that's a 225.944 as we go back to the train.
Yeah, it's still circulating. Stingray Rob has come into the pit lane, so it's too rich for his blood as well, circulating out there on the circuit. Not really too surprised. Well, on board with Pato O'Ward now, looking back as well to Venus VK, who is closing before turn 1, but O'Ward's got it covered into the braking zone as well. You can hear the engine sing of that McLaren as well. But it is a Chip Ganassi 1, 2, 3, 4 on opening day here. Sato, Dixon, Plo and Ericsson. Chip Ganassi, who went nowhere last year, have really come up now with this year. It took them until qualifying to show their pace. We were saying how worried we were about them. They've really come back to Indy with a mission. And the same could be said of Penske. We were worried about them. We've got Newgarden 5th, Power 8th, and McLaughlin in 9th position at the moment as well. So not too far to pace. You still enjoying it, Omi? Or is it a bit too close and are you addicted to the screen a bit more?
I'm loving the speed. I'm loving the speed at least, and yeah, it does feel a tiny bit weird with how fast they are going, but yeah, I'm enjoying it.
I think O'Ward's backed off to go into the pit lane, so is that VK through? So VK takes the lead of this little train party. Oh no, he hasn't. He's dropped in behind VK. He wants to get some tow data.
Yeah.
Mega clever. Can't do out of 500 though.
No, that's what they got to do for the practice, get all of the data that they need as well, but they come across the line to start another lap in the opening day of practice as well. That's someone joining the front, I believe it's McLaughlin as
I think
well.
It was. Yes, it was Scott McLaughlin coming out on the circuit as well. So he's joined at turn 2 on the entries to the back of the track as well. Back with O'Ward, who's towed in behind VK, and O'Ward wants to get past. He wants to practice his manoeuvres as well. This is the part where everybody starts watching to see who's got the pace at the Indy 500. Pulls to the inside, O'Ward takes VK. I think as well, Josh, Omi as well, I'll bring you in on this. It looks like O'Ward can sit comfortably at the front of the field, so got to think of him as a possible pick for a winner as well already.
Yeah, definitely got to keep O'Ward in as a possible winner of the Indy 500 in just under 2 weeks' time as well. But certainly the opening day of practice, stuff can change when you're going 230 miles per hour-ish.
Anyone piquing your interest, Omi?
Well, a tiny bit hard to tell because I'm not even looking at the timing data really, but Sato, Dixon, all doing well currently, but I'm just loving the speed because it's something different. I don't even watch NASCAR, which I did actually tell Adam and Josh I would, so
right.
I need to do that at some point, don't I?
Yes, you do. You absolutely 100% need to be there. VK,
and
look.
it's the All-Star race.
Yep, this weekend.
This weekend. Then the weekend after that, it's the longest NASCAR race of the year, where, as Adam says, you have breakfast at Monaco, you have lunch at the Indy 500, and you have dinner at the Coca-Cola 600.
Charlotte Motor Speedway. No one doing the double this year, but next year we understand, I believe, Tony Stewart is doing the double. I think he's doing it again. I think Kyle Busch, is all I heard, might be doing the double. So there's a few others that are coming in as well that are going to attempt to do the Indy 500, then followed by the Charlotte 600, the Coca-Cola 600 race. Nobody can do the triple though, because you can't get to Monaco before Indy starts or anything like that. So you can't do the triple, unfortunately. Unless Monaco is a week earlier, then maybe. But traditionally, Monaco is the same weekend as the 500.
Yeah. Which is annoying.
Yeah. It is really annoying because we're in the box all day. Like today, to be fair.
Like every day this week.
That is true. Reminder that tomorrow we won't be on air for 8 hours like we have been today. We'll be on air for 6 hours because we won't have the refreshers course at 3 p.m. British Summer Time, which means we'll be on air from 5 p.m. British Summer Time all the way until 11 p.m. British Summer Time. That over for American Eastern is going to be, I think, noon until 6. So there's 6 hours, yeah. VK's under pressure as well now from Ward as he comes down towards turn 1. Joining the fight also looks to be the other one. Who's that joining in front there? Let's have a look. There's Sato, so he's back in the pit lane. All of the Chip Ganassis are back down pit lane after doing some initial runs between them. Ashwell says, half of my office is watching with me now, lol. Hello, everybody. Welcome along. Oh, brilliant. Oh, thank you to Joe Samiego. Being so kind there as well. Awesome job. Love listening all day at work. Cheers. Also, Carl Larson doing the double. Thank you, Joe. It's Carl Larson. I knew it was Kyle doing the double. And Joe has put in $10. Thank you very much, Joe, as well. That's very, very kind of you, Joe, as well. And we'll be on the Grid Network as well straight after this show at 11:30 British Summer Time. That's 6:30 Eastern as well on the Grid Network. Do subscribe to that fantastic team as well. Josh will put the link in the YouTube chat now. So go check out the Grid Network.
I'm already on it.
Yeah, thought you were. So go check out the Grid Network as well and do subscribe to them as well. Get them to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible. They are going to be doing also shows every day, myself and Kobe, as well for the 500 when there's a practice session on. And they've got a build up as well to the Indy 500 pre-show as well, 2 hours before the start of the race. So what's not to like with motorsport news? So thank you very much, Joe, for that as well. Very much appreciated as they come through. Sato 229.439 as well, up there as well. Fastest, Dixon second, below her to Ericsson in your top 5 at the moment. Ericsson and Dixon, by the way, Josh, have come back out on the circuit. So they're going to do some runs together, I think, and then try and join this little party that's escaping the back half as well. It's looking fantastic at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. This train still forming. There's a little bit of a gap between first and second in the train, and third and fourth and fifth and sixth. But they are still gathering the data with 32 minutes left as well. We've had 15 minutes, nearly 20 minutes of this now, and we'll have it for around half an hour more with people going and leaving.
Yeah, Spotter's Guide's still not available as well. Oh, 2 seconds. Got her. Every time. But we've cut away to McLaughlin. He's now in the battle. Oh, wow! Splicing the needle as well. That was the 23. Diving through on the inside as well. And that is Ryan Hunter-Ray going on the inside of Scott McLaughlin and the pitting Santino Ferrucci. And Josh almost causing an aerial accident. It was so close on the inside line.
I didn't think I would be seeing that on opening day of practice. Maybe on like a couple of days before the actual race or on the final day of practice, but not on the opening day. Come on, guys.
Completely wild, Omi. That is what the 500 is all about. I don't know if Omi... Oh, there it is.
Omi currently runs the microphone.
You got in pits, by the way. Come on.
Here. Yeah, so, well, I don't even know what to expect, but I guess I'm getting previews already of what we're going to see later on throughout the week, so that's going to be pretty exciting.
Oh,
so,
here comes McLaughlin.
Yeah.
Scotty Mack gets ahead of RHR in towards turn number 1 and beautifully threads the eye of the needle as well. We're just going to take away coverage for a second because we've got as well because we're going to have an interview. Catherine Legg.
And are you happy with what you learned?
Yeah, I think reasonably. We went out and scared ourselves a little bit to start with. We are pretty loose, and the team have done a phenomenal job like dialing it back in, so I've got more and more comfortable, and we made some strides forward. Obviously, I'd like to go out there now in happy hour and put time on the board, but that's just my ego talking. I'm actually pretty happy with the car, and I think, you know, there'll be enough time for that over the next 3 or so days. Hopefully I can get the timing of all the traffic running down, because that's going to be tricky. You know, I'm tending to lift too much and slow down too much, so I just have to get confident running in traffic, and should be good to go.
Thanks, Catherine. Yeah, a lot to learn for sure, especially when you haven't done it for a while, and traffic is a big part of that, obviously, as that's going to come into play on race day in just a week and a half or so.
Yeah, I'm not going there. Let's listen to the cars. Just addictive. It's absolutely addictive as they fly down the straightaway, and Scott McLaughlin already under an attack on the inside. No, NBC go to a advert as well. This, however, Omi and Josh, was what I was on about. Look at Hunter Ray on the inside where we've got Santino Ferrucci going to the pit lane. That was so close.
That is incredible.
Was there a contact between them? Surely did they not touch? That is threading the eye of the needle at over 200 miles an hour. Look at that. Wow.
Welcome to Indianapolis 500 practice, Amy.
You went to
I don't even know what to say.
Went to the crash. Then it's something.
I'll say tomorrow.
that would be tomorrow. Although last year in practice, when you had 2 accidents, and the biggest one was coming from... Colton Herter flipped it in the final practice session on the Monday before the... on Carb Day. On the Friday as well, Carb Day, Fast Friday. Fast Friday is this Friday, Carb Day is next Friday. Loving hearing them squeeze through on the back straight away as well. McLaughlin leads the tow. Ericsson now getting ahead of Ryan Hunter-Ray, who dives into the pit lane, not wanting to take any more runs for that as they come in. And continues on the push. Down the start-finish straight we go then. Sato's come back into the pit lane as well, by the way. Ray Hall's done a new fastest time. 224.432 miles an hour. Still, however, stays in 27th position on the control towers as well. So there's a lot still to be uncovered. This is only day 1, remember, of practice. We had a rained-off attempt at day 1 yesterday. So this is effectively practice 3. As well. Practice 1 was an installation lap of 15 minutes. Practice 2 was the refreshers, and then practice 3 is when all cars can head out there on the circuit for their normal session as well.
The installation didn't even reach 5 minutes. They got cautioned at like 4 minutes past.
Richie's joined the commentary box. I'm not sure if that's to commentate or to watch. I think it's to watch.
He's deafened.
Yeah, so hello, Richie, as well. He's watching along with us as well. Now he's on. Now he's just muted. So hello, Omi. Hello, Richard. Sorry. Hopefully you're doing well. As I'll try and get that camera sorted as well. So the laptop again, by the way. Guess what? Is going funny. Down we go. 27 minutes to go. Look at that. Dixon on the inside of Ericsson towards turn 1. Gets a lovely move and slips through on the inside line. So. It's addictive, so addictive.
You love that angle, don't you?
I do, I really do, and the noise as well. Let's check in as well. Richard says he thought he'll just pop in and have a look. Well then, welcome. I'll open up the 4-cam team just so it's a little easier on the Discord stream. You don't have to say anything, it's easier to keep Omi on as well and not lose him because I've got his image operation. Sorry, let's go down to NBC. Christian Lundgaard.
Now to 11th, so that's encouraging. Now Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan, 9th and 11th.
Yeah, surprising from Lundgaard. Not sure what the issues are there. He's got 96 laps done on the day. So he's definitely trying stuff. He's out there. His fastest lap came on lap 84, so that would probably be in one of these late runs here. But just not quite the pace. Andretti Autosport squad, 2 in the top 10, but then 3 in the 20s. Mixed bag there for that team right now in terms of toe pace.
more with Herta, Josh, down the back straightaway, pushing as hard as possibly can. We've opened up the 2-cam, as that is 2-cam. Sounds like a penguin bar from Aldi. The 2-cam screen. But Omi's still here, the commentary box behind. So, and Rich, if he wants to say anything, can say something as well. Because I haven't got the overall image there as well. But still, look at this, Herta on the inside of Helio Castroneves as well. The 4-time champ is Helio Castroneves around this place as well. Can he get the fight for 5? I know a man who wants him to, and that is the one and only Matthew Owens as well, who'll hopefully be joining us soon. And this is what was coming down the back straightaway, though, Josh. Just a little bit from Romain Grosjean swamping down to turn 1. Oh, and Castroneves as well, getting through.
Yeah, that was from Carl Kirkwood and Romain Grosjean. Castroneves in the middle of that. Couple of drivers coming out of pit road as well, but that was when we were on board with Colton Herta. They went 3 wide down the front stretch over the yard of bricks as well, but 24 minutes and 49 seconds now as it's side by side, 2 rows deep. That's Herta and Kirkwood on the first row, and that is Grosjean and then I believe Castroneves on the second row. They were not behind each other, but they were still side by side with a half-second gap in between them as well. Kirkwood's going to try and keep up to the back of Herta as they go through turn 1, but he's fallen back a little bit, getting as close to the wall as you dare on the exit of turn 1.
Let's listen.
This might be a picture.
I love that. I love that as well. Someone speak? Did somebody come in?
Hello.
Yeah, did somebody else talk? I can't see them if they do. Omi, did you say anything?
No.
No, Richard didn't either, okay. Right, Josh, I've just got a text message. It looks like you've got a severed head on the commentary stream right now with your camera. As well, if you can see it, it's just your head.
I'll go up there. There you go. Hello.
There we go. That's better.
Yeah, but 23 minutes, 23 and a half minutes there as well. Sato still top on the fastest lap speed as well. Herta goes down on the inside of Kirkwood. That was tight there. Very, very tight as well. I believe that was into turn 4 as well. It was. That was on the exit of turn 3, but across the line, Kirkwood's going to try down the inside now into turn 1.
Oh, and Santino Ferrucci goes up into 3rd place with the fastest time. It's a 2:28.977. That splits up it splits up the quartet of the Chip Ganassis that were running 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Ferrucci in this tow gets a time, as I think that is going to be Herta backing out. And coming into the pit lane.
Falling back.
He wants to race with Grosjean.
Can you guys hear Richie?
Sorry,
can you guys hear Richie? Well, I can hear him. I don't know if you guys can hear Richie.
Richie?
I heard him.
No, I can't hear Richie.
I can hear Richie.
Richie, say something? Was he talking?
Yes.
I can't hear Richie. Okay. Let's see why. Let's listen.
Thank you for joining us here at the
Okay, Richie, can you hear us? No? No, we can't hear Richie.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear it. I can't hear Richie, and we can't hear Richie. So I wonder where that's coming from.
It's definitely not Richie's end because we can hear him, so it must be your end somewhere.
Richie? We can't hear him on the stream. That's really bizarre. That's never happened before. Wonder why that's happening. Let's go to NBC while we try and fix this little issue.
Look at this again. I took a look at that with Herta and Grosjean.
Yeah, it's a scary situation. That's just one of those deals. Herta pulled down to the left to fall back a little bit, and you can just sometimes time it wrong, not get the closing rate right with a car behind you. He couldn't slow down anymore, or else then he'd just be parked in the middle of the corner. Grosjean thought he'd have enough time to clear him and ends up sort of hung up high, which you don't really want to be.
Okay, trying this again. Richie, can you hear me? Can you guys hear him?
Yes.
I can.
Right, Josh.
Yeah?
Right-click Richie's user.
No, he's not muted. He's not muted. I've checked. No idea what's happening.
No? So you're not muted on your, because you can personally mute him.
No, he's not. He's not. He's on. I have no idea where this is coming from. Let me try disconnect and rejoin. That might work. So we're desperately trying to fix out why I can't hear Richie up here in the comms box, which is really, really bizarre. Richie, can you hear me now?
No, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you now. Hello.
Oh,
I have
perfect.
no idea what the hell that was all about, but hello.
Well, it was meant to be a swift good evening, but it seems to have been here for the past 5 minutes trying to sort Discord out, as per usual. But, good evening.
Good evening. You okay? You enjoying it all?
I've been having a little peek on the Indy 500 practice every now and then, seeing what's going on, trying to learn a bit more about IndyCar, and it's been pretty interesting, to be fair. I don't know if practice means anything, but I didn't expect to see Sato at the top.
Sato, it does mean something in terms of if you're a rookie, you've got to get in the orientation, but that was earlier. So right now it's just about race pace and getting yourself into it all. But it's been magnificent as well, and I'm glad you're enjoying it all. I'm glad you're able to pop in as well for the last 20 minutes or so. So, Richie's here. Hello, Richard.
I was going to say, it's also a shame that we don't get an Imola this weekend.
Yes.
Of course, thoughts to people in the... Is it Emilia-Romagna region? That's where it is, isn't it?
In Bologna.
Yeah. Big shame, but you don't always get everything in life, do you?
No, sadly, but they've made the correct decision on it as well to focus.
Definitely.
And it just makes our weekend a little bit easier.
So, just so I can have some bragging rights at the end of this race.
Oh, no.
You three, tell me, who's going to win the race in Indy 500?
Oh, no, it's way too early for that, mate.
No. Prediction. Come on.
Look, last year I predicted Marcus Ericsson was going to win after qualifying. That's 7 days before.
Gut instinct, then. Gut instinct.
There's several I've got. My main gut instinct at the moment is Pato O'Ward.
Fair.
Do I have permission to press the big red button, Josh?
Yeah, get rid of him.
Okay.
I'm joking, no, we need him.
Bye, Richie.
Oh, what you mean? Oh, there we go. Hello. Richie, can you still hear me?
Yep.
Richie?
No.
Yeah, thank God for that. I was just worried there for a second. I was worried. Cars are out on the circuit still, though. A huge pile of them. As we've still got... I'm just going to turn the camera off for a second because I've got to sync up the driver tracker because we were messing around getting Richie's back on, so it's disconnected. So it needs to sync up a little bit. So just give us a second while we adjust that. That's why Josh has gone a bit down on the screen. But yeah, overall then, as Carl Kirkwood nearly loses it, coming out the last corner as well, by the way. So, what have you made of practice then, Richie? Is it something you'd enjoy to watch constantly? It's coming up to 6 p.m. over there in Indianapolis, and the rain stayed away, and it's looking great.
Well, it's a great track, and some of the angles you get with the sounds of the cars sounds absolutely mega.
Yeah.
I don't know what corner it is, but there's one corner, and they put the camera up on the track, and you can hear them flying past. Oh, it sounds amazing.
It's all of them.
But to be fair, I do like watching these cars drive because you can see, even though we're in practice, they race more than Formula 1 cars do.
Yes. It's a practice session. Oh, here you go.
It is like a bit of a mini race, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Data for the racing, they just have a little race around each other.
Is this the corner you're on about? Where they see,
that one.
Yeah,
Oh,
turn
I
4.
love it.
Yeah.
I could sit there all day and listen to that.
My thoughts says way too early to predict 500 winners. So much setup left to do. Today is day one. Absolutely. But the person who's impressed me most today has to go with Pato O'Ward, just because he's been out there setting pace. That's my sort of surprise from today. In terms of picking a race winner, let's wait until after qualifying on Sunday. Then we can pick a winner.
At least after qualifying, Richie.
Well, that's when I did it as well. Then I got it as well.
Listen, who doesn't make... You've got to make at least a tiny prediction beforehand. Even if it means
Omi
nothing.
makes predictions a month before the race, and you know how that goes, Richie.
Josh made a prediction that Fernando Alonso would be champion after he signed with Aston Martin.
Don't know who you're talking about there. Look, nobody expected Red Bull.
What?
Nobody expected
We all
Red
expected
Bull.
them to dominate.
not to be this dominant. I thought it would at least be a little bit of competition. Grosjean's being passed out on the circuit as well by O'Ward, who darts back up. This is why I say O'Ward's looking good. He's got the best racecraft. He's been quick out front, quick in the pack, good at overtaking as well. But I still haven't seen his 4-lap average pace as well, because he's down in 22nd position. Look at that. What was it? 25.194 is his fastest lap. His last lap was a 22.120. So there's still time to be found for O'Ward, or speed to be found, as we're at the month of May. So there's a load left.
Wait, so it's not based off time, it's based off speed?
Yes, it's based off speed, not time.
Welcome to overrated.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I mean, if you've got the fastest speed, you've got the fastest time anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But it's just a traditional way to set the grid, is that we go for oval racing, we go on fastest speeds.
So I'm confused. Hey, some people are doing 229 and some are doing 224. How are you 5 miles an hour different?
Some people are getting those speeds because they run in the pack, so they get a tow, so it's easier. Some people have gone out and run on their own, which would put it down to 224s, because they'll turn the engine down low, and then they'll turn it up going into qualifying to achieve on 1 lap only around about 234 mile an hour that's solo. So there's a lot of pace still there to be found. Timing has frozen. The driver tracker has frozen at 16:08, and it's also frozen on every other device we've got it in. So the timing tower has had a bit of a fail. I'll see if it's a manual thing I need to redo, but right now it could be that we're getting into the final 15 minutes, and usually they like to throw a red flag to check the track and then fire the gun. No, we've actually lost the timings, the driver tracker. Isn't that fun? That's just delightful to come through. It's worked for 7 hours and 46 minutes, and in the last 16 minutes, the app breaks. Hey, we get that far.
You expect it to work in the most convenient of times, of course.
Yes, I do. And to be fair, though, it's been on my phone for the past 7 hours, and it's only down to 66%. I'm mega impressed with my iPhone. Really am.
That's very good.
I mean, it is very hot, and it will be getting a complete night rest as well.
Yeah. I wish my iPhone was like that.
Well,
Same.
It has been connected to the charger.
See, my phone's fine when it comes to battery power. It's just it gets stupidly hot, stupidly quickly.
Yeah.
It's an iPhone 11, so it's
Mine
not
too.
like it's really, really old.
Yeah, mine too. Mine's warm. I wouldn't say it's hot. Mine's warm. It's not too bad.
It's great hand warmer in the cold, though.
Absolutely, yeah. So's a microphone as well. They're quite good, because usually these things are the handheld ones. They're quite cold. Josh, you know, because you've got one. They're quite cold, but once you start talking to them, they get quite warm, don't they, the mics? And at one point, they do get quite hot if you've been using them for a load of time. So
yeah.
Usually you wear gloves if in the sun. The worst thing I ever did though was taking a handheld mic to Snetterton, and because that was roasting in the sun, absolutely roasting. I had blisters on my hand. That's why I used the headset more.
Why did you do that?
Presenting and commentating was 2 different things.
Well, I'm sitting here watching this practice, and to be fair, I think if this was the middle of the day, I probably couldn't watch it. But at night, when it's all relaxed, dark, you can just sit and relax and just watch some cars going around the track. It's very relaxing and, what's the word, like hypnotising.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm here sat and in the dark. It's quite nice. Literally everything. My face is lit up by my monitors. I can turn my ring light off, and it will do. It will do the background, but the monitors still light me up, if that makes sense.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let's listen to everything he said.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, and he's...
For those of you watching on the YouTube stream, that is what my pitch black looks like. And actually, it's quite good.
It's quite light, to be fair.
Wow. Actually, no. That's the first time I've ever switched the lights off in a YouTube commentary. And that looks fantastic. Because I've got all the data screens. And then I've got a big, great red on-air light. And I've got the coverage ahead of me. That looks fantastic. That is brilliant. I don't know if you like that.
My on-air light?
I've no idea. That's actually brilliant. And after 7 hours or so of being with that light on, it makes the track really pop out at you. Ideally, I've always said, if I was able to commentate without a camera on, I would commentate with the light off, because I think you get much more immersion in the action. Go on, Richie.
I was going to say, I didn't want to know where that was going for a second.
No, if I say, Richie, at PSGL, we've got ComCam. If we didn't have ComCam, I wouldn't have the lights on. I'd just have the TV illuminated like now.
Of course.
Because it is so great. In fact, I wish I could take a photo of how this looks right now, because it looks brilliant. I'll do it tomorrow. We'll do this again tomorrow.
Yeah. Well.
Well, practice is on tomorrow, isn't it?
Yep, all day. Yeah.
Well,
all week.
Well, I'll be in sometime. I'll pop in and probably have a longer chat than now.
Yes.
I'll be going in about 3 or 4 minutes' time, but...
Let's turn the light back on now.
Nice for a little chat while practice is on.
Yeah, while Josh goes and turns lights on and gets absolutely flash-bombed by turning the lights on after lights have been turned off. You know what I mean.
You turned that perfectly.
So has anyone DNF'd yet this practice?
No.
No.
Ilot's having
a great
issues.
start.
Yeah, Ilot's having issues, but he should be okay.
That's good then.
Well,
we've got
it's
how many
all
days
good.
of practice? 6.
Sorry, say again? 8 practice sessions.
And how long are they per day?
They've had 6 hours all cars today, and then
Per day?
Yeah, 6 hours per day.
So that's 48 hours. That's 48 hours of practice.
Yes, but they lost.
And we moan about Formula 1 having 3.
Yeah, but they need it. Indianapolis definitely need it, because it's 500 miles long. It's 4 hours of racing, and you're there going 300 miles an hour nearly all the time. So it does take a lot out of it. So
I do think 48 hours is a bit excessive. Still.
Well, they could probably cut.
In my opinion, of course, but I don't watch IndyCar, so it's not like I'm an expert. So.
Yeah. Look, it's not all like that though, because we've got qualifying added in as well.
Yeah.
There's
it's
around,
interesting to watch.
There's around about 60 hours of broadcast coverage that we're going to do in the month of May for IndyCar.
On IndyCar only.
And people tell us we have no lives. Well, we spend 60 hours live. Come on, give us a bit of credit for that.
Like and subscribe and turn on the notification bell, I suppose, is a great time as well.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And
Perfect time
also,
for plug-in.
good time to mention, congrats on 1,025 subscribers.
Hey.
That's shot up, hasn't it?
That really has, in less than a month as well. Thank you everybody for that as well. That is absolutely amazing. We don't do it for the...
No,
we don't do it for
we don't.
Go on.
But it's nice to see. It's a bonus, an added bonus.
It's a bonus, yeah. We don't do it for the subscribers or anything. Yeah,
Makes us realise we don't do it for nothing.
Yes. Yeah. Pit road, Scott Dixon.
Just under 8 minutes left. So Ganassi cars at one point just a few minutes ago. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you guys? I know it's early. It's day one. Do you feel like you're potentially stronger even than you were last year?
I don't know, like everybody's on different plans, right? So we're just trying to focus with what we've got and do some heavy fuel runs. Occasionally you try to throw in a big one there and it makes the day a little more fun. But, the focus is just trying to get the most out of these days. And obviously with the perfect weather like today, it's been pretty good. So, cars have been good. It was great to see all 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll plan on trying to keep that that trend going for the rest of the week.
What's the most encouraging thing you learned or felt about your car specifically today? Anything that sticks out at you?
I think just in traffic, but also if we get past going into one corner, I feel like we can immediately go back and pass him again on the next straight, which is not always easy to do. So the car pulls up well, which is nice. Again, you don't know what everybody's plans are, so we'll focus on trying to get through the test list and see where it lays. But I will say it's a lot more comfortable being at the top end of the time.
I always like to be at the top of the leaderboard. Good day for Scott Dixon. He's second right now, and see if he ends up there here in the final minutes.
Yeah, 6 minutes later to go. Richie, are you leaving then, did you say?
I am. Yes, I was about to just say I'm going to head off now. So have a good evening. And tomorrow I'll message you, Josh, sometime in the day to say when I'll be around, but I will be.
Well, we've got a Google Docs in the com chat.
I've seen that.
Yeah, just go pop it in. And
I'll fill that in now.
Fantastic.
Well, have a good evening, everyone.
I'll tell you what.
Thanks.
Thank you, Richie. I'm very much glad that we've only got 6 minutes left because my stomach's starting to ache again. Oh.
Well, yeah, thanks, Josh. Josh, I know me for the commentary. It's been a great one.
Our pleasure,
So, have a
Richard.
good everyone. Have a good
No
evening.
worries.
And goodbye.
Bye, Richie.
Bye, Richie.
And
Bye.
hello, Adam. Chat as well.
Hello, Adam. Nice to see you again.
Hello, Adam.
Should have actually had Adam on Friday for the first 2 practice sessions at Imola. Sadly, that's not going to be there, so we'll have to...
Yeah, and Adam has asked you in comms chat. I pinged you in it about touring cars because Imola's cancelled.
Oh, yes. 4-person comp team? I'll work that out. All sounds good to me. Let's go to NBC for 2 minutes as well to get their closing thoughts of the day.
I admit I've lost track of that, but I think that's the scenario. And by the way, while we're on talking about NASCAR drivers, Kyle Busch confirmed yesterday and said, yeah, I was working on the seat that Kyle Larson got for next year with Arrow McLaren, and said that Larson's got that locked down for 2 years, so I don't see a spot. I've kind of quit asking. I had a sponsor lined up. So basically, Busch said, if you want me, you call me. I'm done calling. So if anybody wants Kyle Busch in their car, I think there's still interest there, and he's got permission, but he's probably going to wait for somebody to call him rather than the other way around.
Yeah, it's a shame it didn't work out and there's not more opportunities out there, because I'd love to see Kyle Busch jump into an IndyCar. You know, his brother Kurt did it back in 2014 very successfully. Very, very impressive run. I think everybody's excited to see what Larson does here next year. We know that Jimmy was pretty phenomenal around the oval tracks on the IndyCar circuit. So it'd be fun to see more of those NASCAR drivers have the opportunity to come here and run.
I'm really excited. It's a 2-year plan for Kyle Larson. Year 1 is, okay, we cross it off the bucket list, have fun. Maybe you can do what Kurt Busch did and be sort of in the mix. I find it hard to believe you can win in year 1. Year 2, maybe. Maybe in the right circumstances.
Would have been awesome to see Kurt come back the following year and see what a year's experience at this race would have done for him.
And that was, of course, on the team for what we were hearing a few minutes ago as well. As Astro says, just think of all that cold milk, JB. Thanks, fellas, for a very nice day at work. Richie says, have a great night and goodbye. Adam says, well, proud to be a subscriber and good friend of the channel. You absolutely are as well. Absolutely are a good friend to the channel, Adam. And loved having you on in Miami. So, 3 minutes to go until the gun goes off. Oh, yeah, by the way, there's a gun, Amy. Just to...
Yes,
yeah.
Amy, there's a gun.
Oh, right, okay. This is going to be interesting then.
A gun fires at 6 o'clock and it ends the day. So, yeah.
So in 3 minutes for us.
Yeah. So,
Welcome to Indianapolis.
Welcome to America, to be
True.
fair.
But yeah, still that's New Garden as well, and that's Ilot, I do believe, as well, and then VK in a little train as well. VK's dropped down to 18th, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Carpenter.
I think, Carpenter's just come out of the pit lane as well. Rosie Quester's gone in. But without a driver tracker working, we can't tell who's who.
Yeah, it is VK, 21.
Yeah, the driver track is just completely gone. Ryan Foster says, always a treat to have you guys on when I'm watching on TV. And the time difference is 1 minute. Blimey!
Is that Peacock? That's insane.
That is bad. That's really bad for a minute.
Yeah.
No data found for Wi-Fi. Okay. That's always fun. Quick question, though, from Leonard says, excellent work for Austin Caliper in the 78. Yep, Austin moving up the field. Where is he now overall? It's 22nd. 225.427. Yeah. Time diff of your calls to the Peacock broadcast. Wow. 1 minute difference. That's insane.
That is insane.
Yeah, us to Peacock. Wow. We need to get this Discord thing sorted quick.
Yes.
Yeah. Listening to New Garden. He's been chased down, I think, by VK, just behind him. Just coming out of turn 4 into the last 90 seconds then of an 8-hour broadcast as well by the team. I know some of it's been with NBC as well. We had tech issues and then bathroom breaks, cautions, a lot, but still 8 hours is mega from the team. So well done everyone that's joined us in the comms box as well. tomorrow, 6 hours. So we get 2 hours less. 5 p.m. To 11 p.m. British summer time as well. That is 6 to 12 European time. And of course, if you are in Europe Eastern, it's noon till 6 p.m. So just shift the clocks around all around the clock as well. Reminder that in half an hour we'll be live on the Grid Network as well for the Grid Tonight show. Myself and Kobe will be hosting, and we'll talk all things IndyCar from today, as well as some NASCAR topics and the more news about the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix as well. The link to that is in the YouTube chat, and Josh has just put it in there now as well, as always on the clock. So, with time coming down, we have 5.
Prepare yourselves.
Yeah, get ready for the gun.
Oh no.
It's only a little gun, it's like a starter's pistol.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
The checkered flag is out, and for some reason everything went out. That's it, checkered flag is out. Day 1 has officially been completed here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and the gun can now fire. The checker flags are out. The session is over. Marshals have the flags. We're all done and dusted for day 1 here at the Brickyard. And it's a 2-time champion, Takuma Sato, who has topped the running at 229.439 miles an hour. Same time tomorrow and on Friday. Saturday it's a little bit different as well with our coverage of practice. And then we've got qualifying as well. The streams will be put up tomorrow for the weekend as well, now that we've got no Formula 1 to contend with as well. Let's get the closing thoughts of Omi and Josh. And before I go through the full results, Josh, what did you make of that?
Well, I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised that I lasted through that 8 hours, but I can tell you my dog definitely didn't last through that 8 hours. He's fast asleep over there. But yeah, it's been a good day. Same again tomorrow. Same again Friday. It's going to be a good weekend for the Indianapolis 500.
Omi, what did you make of it?
I can tell you in a bit. I'll let you go through the results first.
Oh, thank you very much. Day 1 results then sees Takuma Sato ahead of Scott Dixon, Santino Ferrucci, Alex Palou and Scott McLaughlin, followed then by Colton Herter, Marcus Ericsson, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Joseph Newgarden, Michael Andretti the top 10, Jack Harvey, Will Power, Graham Rahal, Connor Daly, Stefan Wilson, David Malukas, Simon Pagino, Venus VK. Then we get in as well with Alexander Rossi, Pato O'Ward, Benjamin Pedersen, Augustin Calipo, Tony Kanaan, Helio Castroneves then on that list as well. Followed further down, if I could find it where we just went up to. Yep, Kanaan, Castroneves 24th. Carl Kirkwood is 25th. Stingray Wild 26th. Felix Rosenquist, then Ed Carpenter, Devin DiFrancesco, Roman Grosjean, Catherine Legg, Christian Lundgaard, R.C. Anderson, and Callum Ilott 34th. Okay, Amy, what was your takes on that one?
Yeah, enjoyed it. Okay. Well, yesterday we were left a bit disappointed. Today we've got a lot of running. I've enjoyed it, and yeah, and we're just getting started. So even though we're not gonna have F1, F2, and F3, we have Indy 500 and the British Touring Cars to keep us all entertained. So that's gonna be great. But yeah, even though I might not be in the box as much tomorrow and Friday, but I'm still going to tune in a lot.
Yeah, and the main question is, Omi, will you be back?
What?
For the
race?
British
Indy 500 practice after your first day experience of it.
Oh, that's a good question.
I will be back, but tomorrow and Friday I might not be here for all of it.
Well, okay, that's fine by us. Cheers, Omi. Right, we're done then here on day 1 of the 2023 Indianapolis 500. My thanks to all of you, nearly 4,000 watching on JB Motorsports, and to everyone listening on USON Radio. We'll be back same time tomorrow as well. That's 5 p.m. British Summer Time, 6 p.m. European, and noon Eastern in America. My thanks to Josh, to Tom, to Omi, and as well to Richie, to all of you wonderful people in the chat. Day 1 concludes, and it's Sato at the top. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.